Complete darkness. From the blackness, a mysterious voice erupted and declared, loud and undeniable, "I am the Lord of Demons." He ruled the labyrinth that drained human emotions dry. The moment he let his mind drift, chilling nightmares spawned sinister monsters crawling from the cold ruins, with death waiting right behind them. He strode toward the light, fully admitting, yeah, these fears were real. Instead, the thing he built didn't just come to life. It blossomed into Avalon, a dazzling metropolis where humans and demons lived side by side without a care. History stumbled back into the empty stone hall. When the echo of footsteps hit, the boy snapped. His entire past vanished from his mind. A chilling foreign voice snapped into his ears the moment he opened his eyes. A slender woman with fox ears burst out from the shadows like she'd been waiting for the perfect moment. He shot his gaze upward, totally baffled. The air erupted in sudden shimmering magic, like the world itself just lit up. Sharp claws flashed in the light. A monstrous, terrifying lion burst out nearby, towering over the woman like a nightmare coming to life. The beast lunged like a nightmare, smashing into the defenseless young man with zero mercy. He snapped his hand over his face, panicking hard. Terror twisted his face into something unrecognizable. A huge, dead carcass loomed right over him. Those deadly fangs were already poised to rip into flesh. A deafening roar crashed into their ears, like the whole world just detonated. The young man clawed for any scrap of salvation he could find, desperate to be saved. With a loud shout, he pulled a gun out of thin air and blasted it straight into the monster's face. The predator crumbled into black ash in an instant. The boy panted hard, and his hands clamped down on the weapon like it was his only lifeline. He couldn't even figure out where she came from. The fox snapped her hands together and laid it out. Creation wasn't magic from nowhere. It was the power to conjure dead objects straight out of memory. The young man went completely still, baffled, because that shot hit him with a wave of nostalgia like it knew him. With a trembling breath, she reached out, held his gaze, and in solemn tones crowned him the new Lord of Demons, Procel. She leaned in and introduced herself as Marhosias, the mistress of beasts, then told everyone to just call her Marco. Procel pressed her for the truth about his past, but she shrugged it off. She only followed orders from something bigger than her. Marco snapped and told her to follow, no questions, no delays. The boy tiptoed after him, wary with every step. Right in the middle of the neighboring room, a crystal ball towered on a pedestal, glowing like it was about to reveal a secret. Procel leaned in, eyes locked on the details with raw, hooked curiosity. Staring at the gleaming surface, he caught sight of his own face for the very first time. Without a second thought, its hand thrust out and seized the crystal on its own. Marco yanked her wrist hard. If they wrecked this core, it would torch all her magic right out of her. She snapped reassurance to the young man right away. His core hadn't even finished forming yet. An ancient magical book sat heavy in the woman's palm, glowing like it had secrets waiting to be unleashed. Their job was to breed dungeons and unleash legions of monsters on command. Procel leaned in so hard he practically devoured every word. Monsters were built to snare people, drag them straight into traps that end in death. Adventurers' terror and despair tore through the air, right into the Lord's hunger, turning into priceless dungeon points. The book snapped shut with a thunderous slam. Marco vowed to stick by him and mentor him for the whole first year. A golden medal meant for the birth of the first servants dropped straight into Procel's palm. The young man stared at the artifact in silence, feeling the awful weight of what it would force him to do to other people. Marco told everyone that the medal you pick is what decides what kind of monster gets born. Procel's one-of-a-kind ability let him laugh in the face of those rules and shatter them at will. The mentor blurted out, all fired up, that she'd lend him the medals of other rulers. And just like that, the path cracked open for an insanely powerful ally to be born. The ritual kicked off. Those first two medals flared bright in the sky, like the whole place just woke up. That blazing metal snapped into place with them in an instant, like it was burning straight through fate. Procel locked eyes on the image of that future creature and refused to look away. He shot his hand up and kicked off the synthesis right then and there. A blinding glare slammed into his eyes as the young man frantically clawed for the answer to what his life was supposed to mean. The choice hit him like lightning. The second he jolted awake in that freezing hall, crushing loneliness slammed into him like a wave. So instead of unleashing some mindless beast, he vowed to forge a real friend for life. Thick smoke finally started started to peel away, clearing the air drop by drop. Both of them froze, staring in stunned disbelief. On the chilly floor, a tiny girl sat perfectly still, her fluffy fox ears twitching like they could hear trouble coming. The boy stood there stone still, utterly baffled, and couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. She practically tackled Procel, wrapping her arms around his neck and yelling "Daddy" so loud it rang through the air. Marco told him plain as day, his very consciousness craved a friend, while the poor confused kid just stammered that he wanted someone to be with. Mark let out a slick, sly smirk and straight up called the young man a pervert right to his face. The little heavenly fox yanked at his sleeve, impatient and begging for a name. Procel strained to slip out of the caretaker's playful grip, his eyes racing as he searched for an escape. Mark's face hardened. Right when the first three named servants step in, they lock themselves into a contract with the master that nothing can break. That kind of soul bond can't be shattered, so taking names lightly was strictly forbidden. Procel told the girl, "I'll name you once I truly understand what you're made of in battle." The caregiver flashed a hand toward the exit, telling her to try it for real on the little one right there. From the chasm hovering over the gorge, you could see the abyss of chaos itself, the place that spits out endless hordes of low-level monsters. From the black muck, a foul, bubbling gurgle ripped through the air, and a hungry predator's mouth surged up like it owned the night. The fox launched into the sky like a bird, then spun through the air and clobbered the monster with a sharp flying kick. Procel didn't hesitate. He instantly conjured an assault rifle and unleashed a hail of gunfire. The girl sprinted right up to him, eyes blazing with excitement, and practically begged him for the exact same weapon. But right then, she flashed her wicked grin. Turns out taking potshots from afar was totally not her style. With a heavy shotgun in her hands, she blasted the next monster's head clean off at point-blank range. Marco watched with a proud grin, his eyes lighting up as he felt the sheer power of those firearms. After the caretaker sent him off to train, he leaned in and told the boy, "Figure out the dungeon concept fast. Decide now." Procel watched his restless companion, eyes sharp and mind racing. In my mind, one brutal thought kept hammering, over and over, until it drowned everything else. Her bright eyes locked onto his, and total trust poured out of her like it was the only thing that mattered. He tenderly brushed the girl's hair, and the horror hit him hard. Out there in the maze of normal, she'd be forced to fight until one of them dropped dead. He wasn't trying to forge cannon fodder, he was building a real friend, and that young man was dead set on creating a world where people could live without bloody slaughter. From across the way, Marco gave a satisfied nod. Yeah, this weird little oddball is going to rule the world someday. Her winged assistant shot a silent nod, like the truth itself had just taken flight. Procel barreled into the future, itching to smash the old rules. The eye cracks open, inch by inch, like something wakes up from a nightmare. Newborn demon Lord Procel threw his arms out across the huge bed beside the sleeping fox girl, Tenko. He tenderly ruffled the girl's hair, lost in the dream of building a safe dungeon where his friends could finally rest. The crisp morning quiet shattered as a bright, cheerful voice rang out, shouting, "Breakfast!" like it was the best news in the world. The boy's eyes dragged across the stone wall, like he was hunting for answers in every crack. He shuddered hard, hit with a wave of nausea that wouldn't let up. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed to razor slits. Instead of food, the frying pan hissed and smoked with hard black chunks of coal. Tenko sobbed over the ruined dish, while the maid pleaded, begging to be allowed back at the stove. The title page slammed the moment you knew it. Chapter 2 is officially starting. A whole month has passed, and life has finally locked into a familiar rhythm. At the long table, Procel leaned in and talked up the Demon Lord's upcoming meeting, right there with the demoness. He took a slow sip of his tea, like nothing in the world could touch him. Tenko leaned in and soaked up every single word like it mattered more than anything. The demoness shot them a warning at that meeting. They'd have to unleash their power or get wiped out. Procel flashed a shaky smile, and in the quiet, his skeleton army stood right behind him, silently backing every move. Those memories yanked him back to yesterday, straight to the Crimson Cave. They tiptoed across the jagged stones of the abandoned dungeon, like one wrong step could cut them to ribbons. Suddenly, chunks of debris crashed down from the ceiling. An ancient stone pedestal looms in front of you, like it's waiting to unleash something. From the pitch-black darkness, terrifying monster silhouettes clawed their way into view. In the thick dark darkness, predatory eyes snapped open and gleamed like they were hunting for prey. The jaws snapped open with a silent roar that rattled everything. Procell's voice thundered through the tunnels like the moon crashing overhead. A roaring surge of energy tore outward, racing to expand into the deep darkness. The shadows twisted together into a wild, whimsical form. A giant clawed paw tore through the air like a weapon, screaming past. A brutal crack echoed through the air. It was a brutal test, fight after fight, the kind that decides everything. As Procell was laying out the training rules, Tenko accidentally snapped her shotgun clean in half. The tiny fox panicked and sprinted straight at him, scattering the fragments as it came. The monsters came barreling closer, and there was zero time to fix the weapons. Procell strode forward with total confidence and called the skeletons into motion. The undead rattled its bones so hard the girl's blood went cold. She practically died from fear. Skeletons jerked their guns up and unloaded, blasting away the monsters in a relentless sweep. The demon lord snapped out cold commands, and Tenko cut through the thunder of gunfire like it was nothing. The boy snapped his hand forward, shouting for fire to roar into action. The memory crumbled away, and suddenly the heroes were back at the morning table. The demoness snapped that the undead army is nothing without a real commander to lead them. She shoved a medal of the earth into Procell's hands like it was pure destiny. The boy snatched the artifact and raced through the magic he needed to forge a brand new monster. She puffed out her cheeks, seething with jealousy. With a shake in her voice, she begged, terrified of what might crawl out of the dungeon next, new monsters included. The girl finally blurted out that being surrounded by adults talking in language she can't understand makes her feel unbearably alone. The boy leaned in and gave her a soft, comforting pat on the head. The demoness shot a shy glance aside, like she didn't dare meet anyone's eyes. Stepping into the yard, Procell decided to gamble everything on that fake medal. To pull off that kind of replacement, they had to pour in a mountain of magic. But he clenched his resolve and went straight into action. With a blinding flash, a fake human medal slammed into existence on his palm. Venko gasped in shock and shoved the cracked shotgun to her own chest. The boy flashed a warm smile and urged the little fox to shake off its sadness. The demon lord made a bold promise. She would craft a younger sister for herself. Procell forged the metals together in a blazing synthesis ritual that felt like pure power snapping into place. The glow died down, and right in front of them, a tiny elf girl in a military cap materialized. She was the senior gnome. The demoness froze in stunned disbelief, staring at the living creature where an undead monster was supposed to be. Procell calmly told him he was hunting down a gunsmith to fix his firearm. The gnome woman yawned and blinked her huge eyes in slow, sleepy dazes. A tense little silence stretched out, and everyone held their breath. Tenko snatched the newcomer's hand on the spot and blurted out, "You're L," with pure joy. She puffed out her chest and blared, like it was a battle cry, "I'm the older sister." Without a word, L silently yanked a heavy shotgun from out of nowhere. That tiny fox felt pure outrage at the nerve, but the black muzzle was already staring her down right in her face. A deafening blast tore through the air. The female gnome, eyes sparkling with scientific curiosity, leaned in and stared right into the weapon's inner mechanism. She snapped around and blasted upward, hurling Tenko backward like the shockwave tore the world open behind her. The firm fired back with full confidence, promising it would forge a way stronger arsenal for its master. A fanatical spark of brilliant genius blazed in her eyes like it was about to set the whole world on fire. Procell flashed a shaky, nervous smile at all that hype, while Tenko in the back trembled with pure, sickening horror. Right in front of us stands Yell, the high gnome and a master blacksmith with skills that hit like lightning. From the moment she was born, she barely stepped outside her workshop, just non-stop, furious clicking on her keyboard day and night. Suddenly, Procell's eyes widened. Her minds were packed with the mechanical workers she'd forged. When he and Marco tried to take the girl out for food, she snapped up a weapon, leveled it at them, and waved them away with icy, no-mercy calm. The third chapter cover, The Contract Demon. Tenko suddenly popped up with a sly grin and demanded, "Procell, tell me, do you even remember what day it is today?" The boy snapped. Today was the evening meeting of the Demon Lords, and it hit him like like a thunderclap. And there he is, right already standing there in brand new formal gear. Marco stood tall and proudly swore, "I sewed this suit myself, so those other masters won't ever dare look down on my lord." The target carelessly snapped that the outfit was too fancy and cramped, and it nearly pushed the girl right over the edge into tears. He caught himself right away, then flashed a warm smile and said, like it was the truth, that he actually feels totally comfortable. Marco herself materialized in front of him, wrapped in a daring white dress that clung just tightly enough to tease every curve. When the guy asked what Tenko should wear, they shut him down hard. Ordinary demons weren't welcome in that meeting at all. Kratzel couldn't stop wondering how Elle was doing, but Marco swore the gnome wouldn't tag along with them. She suddenly remembered Tenko's been lurking around her workshop non-stop lately. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion ripped through the air, shaking everything in its wake. The wall exploded into rubble, and a hulking golem rose out of the dust cloud. Elle perched on its shoulder, completely still. A massive crate crashed to the floor with a brutal thud. Then the lid gave way, and out poured brand new assault rifles. A lazy gnome yawned, shrugged it off, and then casually dropped the news. The upgrades were done, and mass production was ready to launch. Right behind Procel, Tenko suddenly burst out, gripping a heavy shotgun with pure, joyous excitement. The fox burst into excited chatter about Mithril and the fourth caliber, and Marco just stood there, stunned, caught off guard by her wild, kid-like enthusiasm. Procel just stared in stunned silence, blown away by the arsenal he couldn't even see. The Pharaoh finally flexed its newest masterpiece, a heavy shotgun dubbed the EO-1S. The fur spoke like a pro. Mithril made the body way lighter and tough enough to survive the brutal recoil without breaking. In a literal sense, that kind of weapon could wipe a person off the map in an instant. And the convenience store setup and that semi-auto mechanism turned the weapon into a full-on meat grinder. She shoved the shotgun into Procel's hands, grinning like it was the crown jewel of her wildest creations. Flustered to the core, she ducked her head and quietly apologized for being way too obsessed with weapons. The boy's grin bloomed as the truth hit him. He'd been wildly wrong about her, and it stung. He dropped to his knees, brushed his hand through her hair so softly, and the moment he touched her, Elle blurted, "Daddy." The second they saw it, all three froze, their mouths hanging open in pure, jaw-dropping amazement. The gnome's cheeks flushed hard, and with a shaky grip, she aimed her weapon at Marco and started to deny everything, nervous panic spilling out of every word. Kratzel burst into loud laughter, thrilled that everything had gone exactly according to plan. He planned to use that meeting to pry out the old lord's secrets for building dungeons, and those 9 newcomers who snapped awake alongside him suddenly found themselves stuck in the exact same mess. The boy genuinely prayed he'd turn them into lifelong allies he could trust forever. Mark scoffed without buying a word of it, like he couldn't believe the claim. At that exact moment, a blinding flash ripped the space itself wide open. Kratzel snapped around and shouted Tenko's name in a panicked burst, like fear had grabbed him by the throat. "Too naive," Marco snapped, and right behind her, a massive lion and a cold, stern demon suddenly materialized. The moment it hit, cold sweat exploded across the boy's skin, because that magic was the same deadly brand Marco carried himself. Those weren't just legends, they were her contract demons, the terrifying Tartarus and the mighty griffin, Gorugun. Out of nowhere, a black scroll ripped open in midair, screaming the words, "Children of the Stars." Kratzel clutched his head as a foreign voice slammed into his mind and barked one cold command, "Get ready." A blazing ribbon of light sparked a spatial transition, swallowing the column in one instant. The boy shot his eyes open, and the moment he did, he froze in place. A huge, endless blue sky loomed overhead, and a gorgeous garden stretched out before him. It felt like a real home built by the creator himself. The protagonist spun around in shock, desperately trying to wrap his head around this place nobody could see. Far off, the grim palace of the Lord of Demons rose like a nightmare against the sky. Kratzel gasped for air, struggling to catch his breath, while Marco finally pulled those rose-colored glasses off him. The boy had totally tossed caution aside, so used to her steady, friendly support that it barely even crossed his mind. But here's the truth. This so-called demon lord isn't a legend at all. It hunts you down, drags you into its dungeon, and devours your fear like a feast. The guy then flat out warned me, "Don't expect a single good thing from from a company like that. Protzel ground his teeth and berated himself in his head for how naive he'd been. Even though they called it the evening meeting, this place was out for way more than small talk. Marco narrowed his eyes and called it the real deal, true hunting grounds. She sharply reminded her master that this world wasn't just hers anymore, it was his too, and he'd better remember that. The brutal survival gauntlet has just kicked off. At twilight, the Demon Lord's gloomy palace loomed overhead, swallowing the sky in shadows. Inside, a lavish banquet was raging with music, laughter, and non-stop feasting. Procell flashed a warm smile, then placed the flame metal straight into his companion's hands. The second he turned away, that polite smile snapped off like it never existed. All the guests stared hard at every single move he made, like they were afraid to miss a second. The skeleton servant snapped its jaws, and Procell grimaced, because under those fake smiles, the guest's real hunger was straight-up murder. The young man quietly mouthed his thanks to Marco for that warning. Marco was laughing her head off, surrounded by a bunch of old friends and acquaintances. On the cover of the new chapter, a pigtail-wearing girl grins at the camera and sticks her tongue out like she's daring you to keep reading. Procell shot a look at Tenko and that scary pack of skeletons, and yeah, this crew was drawing way too much unwanted attention. An arrogant guest publicly taunted the skeletons like it was a joke. Right beside him, two other demons burst into that laughter with pure delight. Marco stared Procell down and warned him, his enemies are coming to rip his crystal apart because they'll do anything to steal the power of creation. A chill sweat poured down the young man's back, like the room suddenly turned against him. The demoness pumped her fist like a vow, promising she'd stand between him and danger until he finally got back on his feet. Procell stared at her with full-on doubt, then shot a silent question to Tenko. Could this woman actually be trusted? Marco grinned as he tousled Tenko's hair, and Tenko knew it. This tiny fox was going to stir up the worst trouble the moment things turned hostile. With a drink clutched in her hand, the demoness smirked and swore that the parent lords couldn't physically betray their charges if they tried. Procella's eyes bulged with pure shock. Suddenly, the same pigtail girl drifted right past them like it was no big deal. A sinister grin crawled across her lips. A thunderous crack split the air and shattered the hall's buzz. Procell and Tenko jolted to their feet. The girl carelessly spun the severed skulls from his skeletons around her fingers like trophies. She broke into loud, unstoppable laughter. She towered over the shattered bones, smirking like she owned the world, and announced, "I'm the mistress of the wind demon Strauss." She snapped her eyes open in shock. Turns out Procell was just as new as her, coming from the same generation. Strauss shot a disgusted look at Tenko and calling them trash, never realizing the power of those girls was the real strength. Procell snapped his metal up high, and rage nearly burst out of him. Strauss grinned and flicked him her wind metal, then barked an order, "Forge worthy servants to serve her." Behind her, a majestic Pegasus and a mighty harpy stood tall, brimming with pride. The girl smirked like she already knew she was better than everyone. Marco leaned in, eyes locked on the confrontation like he couldn't blink. A terrifying magical power surged out from Strauss, like a storm unleashed. Procell grit his teeth, fighting off pure pain. He dropped his eyes and clenched his teeth, forcing that burning resentment down because the girl's safety came first. Procell coldly thrust his metal forward, but Strauss snapped his hand away like it was beneath him. She snapped that his weak metals would just summon fresh failures. Procellus's patience finally snapped. The moment he called out, the girl snapped around like she'd been waiting for that exact voice. He lunged right up to him and barked, "Say that again. Go on, and I won't ever forgive you for insulting my children." Rage erupted in her, right in Procell's face. Strauss froze, completely stunned into silence. At that exact moment, the whole hall ignited in a blinding aura, and the creator's thunderous voice smashed the silence wide open. Both of them jerked their heads up, completely stunned. At the banquet, the guests raised their glasses and toasted the glowing stage like it was the night's living spotlight. The whole hall went silent in an instant, everyone staring in stunned awe as the creator finally appeared. Strauss snapped to attention the moment he heard that voice, and the creator's announcement rang out, calling everyone to entertainment on the double. Fresh figures surged into the arena. Then the war ignited, forcing these new masters to tear into each other and shatter their cores. The whole hall snapped into stunned silence. On the massive screen, screen. The first challengers exploded into view. Strauss versus Procell. Their eyes seared like fire. No mercy, just pure hostility, while Strauss shot out a predator's glare. The moment the scene snapped into existence, the void turned into a blinding white waiting room, and Procell was already raging, yelling that every single rule had been trashed. Marco gritted his teeth and admitted it, just for entertainment. The creator dragged everyone into this bloody game. Procell exhaled like the weight of the world just crushed his lungs. He clenched the magic sphere so hard his knuckles went white, then tried to convince himself it was only a simulation, stuffed with pseudo-crystals. Marco snapped her gaze away, guilt burning hot, because she'd known about the competition way before anyone else. The demoness leaned in and asked, very carefully, if he had any kind of dungeon plan at all. Tenko dug up those rumors people were whispering about the old demon lords. Procell was doomed to shake his head, like fate itself was already laughing at him. He wasn't even thinking about building a combat dungeon at all. But right before my eyes, Strauss stood there, surrounded by an army of monsters, while she looked ready to grind him into dust with zero effort. The young man shoved the sphere to his forehead. Jaw clenched, he had to win, because his girls were counting on him. His gaze turned icy, like cold steel cutting straight through the air. Procell slammed the game interface on, and the rules hit hard. He could build just one level, split into 3 floors. In front of him, a glowing hologram of the future dungeon exploded into view. He could whip up a mind-bending maze, so intricate it felt impossible to escape. Stack up solid brick walls that can't be broken. To stretch long, narrow corridors for as far as the eye could reach. Hammer in huge doors, and lash them down with heavy chains. But that kind of luxury would burn through magical energy like wildfire. Procell shut down the idea of some complicated maze in one breath. He picked apart his strengths. Tenko and L were deadly, but the lumbering skeletons and sluggish giants were totally useless. He pulled out the brand new creation medal, plus the death and wind medals, ready to unleash whatever came next. The young man crumpled to the floor, totally powerless, like nothing in the world could make those pieces fit. He pictured shoving golems into that tight corridor to stall for a second, but the crushing defeat was coming no matter what. Procell clutched his head, and then it hit him like a lightning bolt. Marco blinked hard, completely stunned. Tenko snapped her head up in shock, while Procell slowly climbed into the air, smirking, sly sparks blazing in his eyes. "Here we go, this is my dungeon," he grinned, locking in the plan like it was already a done deal. The new chapter's cover slammed into view right before my eyes. The fight's about to kick off. Demon King Procell and Stolas have launched a staged pseudo-war just to feed the crowd's entertainment. Procell calmly laid down the rules. Every single person would build a 3-story dungeon right here in the white space. Victory's simple: smash the crystal buried at the bottom of the enemy base. Or cut the Demon King down yourself. Those guardian monsters are the golden ticket to victory, and everybody in the crowd has been staring at them like their lives depend on it. Right in the middle of nothingness, 2 massive structures erupted into existence like they'd been waiting to strike. Procell shot a look at the lavish, ancient temple of Stolas, and right there it all clicked. The place was spilling the truth of her heart. Meanwhile, the girl stepped into his rough stone cave, staring around in awe at how wildly primitive it all was. Stolas marched out an army that looked unreal, at least 100 winged warriors stacked up in front of the temple. The fox shot Procell a worried look and demanded how he was supposed to take down that massive horde. He flashed a confident smile like he already knew everything that was coming. His squad spun around, dropped their fear, and marched deeper into the cave. Stolas sneered and labeled their dungeon a total dump, exactly the kind of place you'd expect from its creator. She snapped her hand forward, and the new generation surged into battle. A single magical flash yanked her straight to the throne room next to her own crystal. The girl flashed a predator's grin. Her spirit slipped free from her body, and the lifeless form sagged down on the throne. Thanks to the wind's magic, her formless body shot out and took command herself, leading the assault from the front. The Angel's commander rushed in and declared their forces were fully battle-ready. But she snapped her hand to the side at once, utterly lost and staring. Not a single guardian stood watch at the entrance of Procell's cave. The whole table felt like it was steaming, because you couldn't just slam the enemy down outside. It had to scale up, break through, and shatter the crystal from within. The commander figured the enemy wasn't even going to fight, just laid down their weapons and surrendered. Stolas squinted. Either he was judging something, or he was so sure of his dungeon traps that he didn't even need to worry. The angels got one brutal command: launch every clone and throw half the main force straight into the attack. The first squad lunged into the assault, shouting like they had nothing left to lose. And just like that, he hilariously face-planted into the walls and got jammed in a tiny, narrow passage. Stolas gasped in shock when he realized only a tiny handful of people could fit inside at once. After her storm of emotions finally eased, she took control of the situation and guided the avant-garde telepathically. The girl smirked like she owned the battlefield and ordered reinforcements, then adjusted the call depending on what happened next. Procell just stood there, stone calm at the entrance of that skeleton-filled company, while the enemies smugly thought they'd win without a fight. Time dragged on, and that cave just kept silent. No clash, no screams, no battle breaking out. A heavy, gut-wrenching silence clung to the air, daring anyone to break it. The commander snapped with anxiety as he reported that the recon team had suddenly gone completely silent. Cold sweat poured down Stolas's face. Wiping out a whole squad that fast, and without a single sound, felt flat out impossible. With dread crawling up her spine, she told the second echelon to get ready, and then took off to the entrance herself. She slipped past Procell like a whispering invisible spirit, leaving him standing there outside. She smirked like she owned the night. This weakling never even clocked she was there. Procell shot the fox a cold look, and said he can sense every single person who steps into his dungeon. No mistakes, ever. Stolas's spirit sank deep into the pitch-black corridors. A yawning, perfectly flat tunnel of rough stone stretched out for miles, swallowing everything before her. The girl sneered and laughed at that crude, lazy excuse for a design. That cramped space would have pinned her winged warriors down. But the real nightmare hit harder. Everyone just vanished, leaving her alone in the silence. Suddenly, eerie lights stuttered and flickered in the pitch-black darkness up ahead. From the blackness, two colossal golem titans thundered into view, their armor gleaming with brute power. Stolas squinted hard, trying to make sense of the bizarre weapon sitting in those metal hands. Suddenly, her eyes dropped and the whole floor was soaked in blood, buried under the heavy bodies of her angels. She went death pale, struck still by a horror no mind could ever picture. The last warrior of Kharkiv, still alive, still bleeding, stumbles forward and begs to finally explain what kind of monsters they are. The moment she understood what was happening, the slaughter crashed into her like a live wire. Right then, a bright voice rang out from behind, and the second reinforcement squad surged into the tight corridor. Stolas snapped around in pure panic, scrambling to stop them before it was too late. But the colossal mechanical giants already pulled the trigger on that heavy weapon, and it clicked like a doom omen. The Gatling gun's spinning multi-barrel setup revved up to a pure frenzy-grade roar. The blazing lead storm ripped the just-arrived angels apart, shredding their bodies into bloody rags in mere seconds. Her eyes flew wide with pure, unfiltered shock. Blood splashed across the walls, and one brutal thought hammered my skull. What kind of hell is this? Outside, Procell barely even twitched. Stolas's liquid panic and despair surged straight into his mind, leaving a sticky dread clinging there. When the fox asked with trembling worry, he only shot back a grim little smile. With a sinister glint snapping in his eyes, Procell drew his Glock and declared they were about to strike. The new chapter cover drops, and it screams, "Something big is about to go down." Stolas kept replaying those moments when she felt desperate enough to dump everything and bolt for freedom. Then, right when it looked hopeless, those devoted contract demons swooped in and saved her. She swore she'd rise and become a legendary demon king for them. The corridor was drowning in the blood of dead harpies. Stolas ground her teeth. Turns out that order she followed was a deadly misstep. The moment that army hit the front lines, the withering gunfire erased them in seconds. So tell me, does this monstrosity of creation really have a smaller chance than everything else? A ghostly white veil dropped in front of his eyes and stole the whole world from his sight. Memory snapped, laughing at the enemy's taunts, like her pathetic skeletons were nothing. Stolas snapped his head away, like he couldn't even bear to look. From above, the hulking lizard studied her like a target, sizing up every advantage she had. His jaws cracked open into a terrifying grin. The girl went totally still. All is in vain, the verdict thundered, and a tear slid down his cheek like it couldn't hold back the pain. Right out of nowhere, sharp little paws yanked her out of her trance. She just stared at her animals in stunned silence, then demanded they disappear from sight. Now they stood face to face with the enemy's lair, right at the entrance. Subordinates rushed back with urgent news. The king of creation was closing in. In that blood-soaked corridor, they stared the nightmare right in the face. Stolas leaned in, eyes bright, and asked, almost praying that they'd somehow manage to break through on their own. The demon screamed in panic. This floor is cursed, and no one can cross it. She snapped her eyes away, trapped in helplessness. The beasts leaned in and reassured her, promising that every single thing torn away by the war would come back. They lit a spotlight on her and made it clear the next demon king is right here. Stolas let out quiet sobs, like his heart was cracking in the silence. She yanked the tears away like a switch, refusing to let them stay. She snapped to face them, eyes locked because in that moment their entire lives hung in her hands. She snagged a razor-thin chance at victory. The giant's cannons rained chaos from up high, but they couldn't hit the target worth a damn. Stolas clenched the stone and declared their plan like it couldn't wait. They formed a tight wedge, copies up front, originals shielded beneath like precious treasure. Masamune's about to plant the windshield, and Rosalita's ready to rain down buffs. The more they chased the avant-garde, the faster they marched toward death. Everyone nodded and stepped up anyway, even when the price for the fallen was right there in front of them. The squad marched straight into the trap, and the danger snapped shut behind them. The adults were already lined up and waiting right there, tense and ready. Stolas's eyes gleamed like they were hiding a secret. A freezing barrel of steel locked onto the target, ready to strike. "Now do it!" she barked, leaving no room for hesitation. A blizzard slammed into the corridor, swallowing every inch in swirling white fury. The first ones tossed into the meat grinder were the harpy lures. As the cars careened off course, the squad surged ahead, fighting forward with pure urgency. A brutal explosion tore through the air, shaking everything in its wake. Masamune staggered as the hit crushed him. Masamune frantically blasted a wall of wind, trying to shield everyone with sheer desperation. Stolas realized that the windbreak was totally useless. In one brutal flash, the shot crushed the beast. She clung to the saddle of the Pegasus, Phobos, and rode him like a storm, charging forward without slowing down. Foam splashed from the horse's mouth, foaming like it was about to bolt straight out of the scene. "Stop right there," Stolas roared. Poisonous gas surged in and sent Phobos crashing to the ground. The Pegasus convulsed, trembling like it was fighting for its life. With his final shred of strength, Phobos blasted the poisonous gas outward into the air. The tables flipped. Now everything's white with shock. That stop cost a fortune. Rosalit got pierced through in the middle of it. Her body got ripped to shreds, pure, unstoppable blood and ruin. As death closed in, she grinned through it and passed everything to Stolas. A brutal shockwave blasted the girl forward, hurling her way ahead. She slammed straight into the floor. Lips trembled as they whispered the names of fallen friends. She shattered through the first floor like it was nothing. She snapped her gaze to Phobos, and there he was, still drawing breath. The poor, exhausted horse finally crumpled to the ground, dead. She got stranded, totally and completely alone. The moment it clicked, his face twisted. Two more floors just like this were still waiting ahead. A fresh barrel was already locked on her. The heart finally snapped, and it hit like a final goodbye. Darkness, thin crack. Space itself has split open right down the middle. Shattered pieces rain down everywhere. Void. Out of the pitch-black darkness, the king of creation burst forth, flanked by his loyal retinue. The enemy stood there like they owned the place, right beside the core of her dungeon. The moment he stepped in, the table practically jumped out of its own shock. He calmly admitted it. He let her demons crush his guard on purpose, just so he could slip through without a single problem. The enemy has made their move. He mocked her, drinking in every ounce of pain she carried after the loss. He launched a brutal swing at the crystal to seal the dungeon for good. "Back off," Stolas snarled, voice raw as he spat the words. She sprinted straight into battle, heart pounding, ready to clash. She slammed down the last trump card, the dragon medal. The artifact detonated ignited an uncontrollable berserk rage, and everything spiraled out of control. The colossal emerald dragon rips through space like a living comet. "Listen up! This is it! The final battle!" she screamed. The whole crowd in the stands went stone still in front of the screen, staring hard at the Lord of the Wind's ultimate trump card. The stands erupted in buzz. Nobody could believe the Procelian monsters could actually hold their ground against something like that. Procel leaned in and stared straight ahead, like he was hunting for something only he could see. Tenko, that tiny fox, and the elf went stone still. Then all three stared up at whatever was looming above. Before their eyes, a massive, scaly tail towered over everything. A massive paw slammed down on the floor like thunder. The jaws yanked open wide, and sharp fangs lined up like a deadly trap. The dragon slammed into the ground with another brutal step. It was the Emerald Dragon, an elite monster forged by fusing two of the strongest metals together. The enemy tossed away reason for raw power, and now they've climbed past even rank S. Protzel bellowed the command for battle, and the whole battlefield answered back. He and the elf fired at the exact same time with their guns, and the air detonated with shots. The dragon squinted like it was fed up with everything. A blazing magical barrier snapped to life inches from the monster's face. Those bullets ricocheted off everything, spraying away like sparks. The dragon's scale was way stronger than they ever hoped. It hit like a beast. The skinny guy with the shotgun sprinted straight for the detour. The elf snapped back to the real win condition: kill the enemy lord or shatter her crystal of power. Protzel snapped around and realized the worst was happening. The enemy ruler stormed out of the throne room, and when he did, an uncontrollable monster sprang loose behind him. During its very birth, the monster gulped down its power crystal, so the only shot left was simple: kill the thing. Suddenly, a colossal tail tore through the air, whistling like a blade as it cut forward. A crushing punch slammed Procel and the elf girl into the wall, knocking them both down hard. "Tattoo!" Tenko screamed, enraged. The fox snapped her weapon up and aimed it straight at the monster. She fired point blank straight into his face. The dragon didn't budge, no movement at all. The slap landed like a cannon blast, sending her flying back for several meters. The skinny one hit the floor with a brutal thud. Protzel couldn't wrap his head around it. Those attacks weren't landing at all. The creature hid behind a brutal wall of wind armor that smothered every bullet's impact until the kinetic energy died out completely. The elf leaned in and dropped the ultimate last resort plan: activate the hidden shotgun function. The target hesitated for a heartbeat, fully feeling the danger coming, then still nodded and gave the go-ahead. Tenko nodded like her mind was already made up. All three snapped into motion, dodging the very next attack like it was hunting them. Auto mode hasn't been tested yet, and if we hit it, that weapon could get ripped to pieces. Tenko darted across the floor, bracing to shatter the wind barrier. The dragon braced itself and launched a brutal counterattack. A storm of magical projectiles slammed down on the arena from every direction. Protzel felt sick with dread as he finally understood what this technique really was. The dragon blasted its own scales into the sky like rocket fire. Tenko's body was torn open by razor blades, and hot blood sprayed everywhere. A rain of blood blasted in like a nightmare, slicing every root to the monster off at the knees. The hunter barely snatched the wounded fox before it slipped away. Teetering on her feet, she managed a faint smile and whispered, "Are you okay?" With her final ounce of strength, Tenko dropped to her knees and begged the master to finally give her a name. The elf girl screamed that only a contract demon could give them a shot at surviving. She burst into tears and begged the fox, "Please don't risk it." Tenko slammed her weight onto the shotgun and laid down the rules. She wanted a name, and she'd only trust whoever gave it. The target ground his teeth tight, like he was holding back a storm. He stared at the raw, deep tear ripped into her back. Doubts gnawed at him from the inside out. A chilling warning slammed into his memory. Deals with cunning demons are straight up deadly. Dozens of lords got wiped out when their own servants turned on them, so from that day on, only total trust would keep anyone alive. Suddenly, the little fox snapped back and flinched when a voice whispered from right behind her. "Quina? That's your name?" Protzel blurted, shocked to his core. She snapped her eyes open, and that's when she became his very first contract demon. "Tattoo." Quina breathed it out, soft and warm like a secret only she could feel. Protzel pulled her first friend aside and demanded, "Show me what you can really do." Quina Kuina fired back with a confident, fearless smile. The dragon sucked in the air, then channeled terrifying power into a shot that promised destruction. Now, Kuina barked, cutting the air like a command that couldn't be ignored. The newborn contract demon was already primed to land the decisive strike. On the arena, Kuina got ready to strike, while Procel and Elle stayed glued to her every move, not blinking once. The fox girl snapped into her battle form the second the target gave the signal. Her eyes locked onto that hostile contract demon, and the air felt like it snapped into a fight. Kuina erupted into action out of nowhere. Right in front of her towered a massive scaled dragon, the demon lord's killer trump card, and the threat that just refused to quit. The fox lunged in front of the heavy shotgun. The dragon snapped its jaws wide and charged straight at her, roaring like it owned the sky. Kuina's transformation power surged through her body with brutal game-ending force. She finally broke past the emerald dragon's power, then spread her adult wings and shot into the sky like a legend rising. The fir tree stared at her friend with deep, worried concern. "Thank you," the elf whispered, like the words were made of moonlight. Kuina locked onto her target and unleashed her aim in midair. 3 deafening shots ripped through the air like thunder. The blast tore half the monster's face clean off. The crowd in the stands went stone still, staring in total disbelief. Kuina flashed a confident grin, like she already knew she'd win. The dragon fought back in panic, but before it could land a single move, she was already diving from the skies to finish it. The fox shut its eyes for a heartbeat and focused hard, gathering up the last crumbs of its energy. With the golden dance crashing down on it, the beast's shell started to split, crack, and crumble apart. A blinding explosion tore through the battlefield and slammed the final end on this fight. The system blared the verdict. Procel didn't just win, it crushed the competition with a victory everyone couldn't deny. Marco and Kuina traded excited looks, grinning like they both just hit the jackpot. The fox girl sprang onto Procel's neck with a quick sprint. She pressed up against him, brushing off Stolas's furious glare, and Marco's non-stop complaining about how shameless it all was. Kuina admitted they didn't win this alone. It took both of them working together. The fir tree dropped its gaze like it was scared to look up. Procel swept both girls into a tight embrace and declared that this win was all because of his friends. The fir's leaves rustled like a quiet thank you as it silently praised Marco for always having its back. After the fight, Quinn blurted that she was way too heated and bolted outside to grab some fresh air. Procel snapped around out of nowhere. Stolas came rushing in with his contract demons, turning heads as the Lord of Time somehow brought them back from the dead. Stolas shot them a sharp reminder of what he and they had talked about at that evening reception. The girl froze for a heartbeat, like her courage was fighting for its life. Stolas swallowed his pride and sincerely apologized for talking down to him like that. She confessed she didn't think he'd ever survive the first floor, and the dragon Procelia scared the life out of her. The boy remembered the girl's heartbreak, how she clung to her demons like they were her real family. He flashed a grin and told her, straight up, how happy he was to finally call her his first rival. Procel shot his hand out toward her, offering friendship like it was fate. The table practically blinked in shock. Flustered, she spun away and whispered that there was no way she could ever argue with him. A real warm smile flickered onto her face like she couldn't hold it back. She kept apologizing for the mockery, then smiled and told him she was happy to lose to him. They clasped hands hard, like the deal meant something real. They grinned at each other with pure, heartfelt sincerity. Old Astaros slammed his hands on their heads, then threw his thanks at Procel for the brutal lesson that would forge his daughter into someone stronger. To seal the peace, Procel handed them an original medal featuring the dragon and the dove demon, his personal gift for their correspondence. Astaros finally admitted he'd panicked for nothing, because the moment the appointment came, everything went perfectly. Procel clocked it. Marco was probably bragging hard about his latest masterpiece. The demon lord stiffened. What the hell was so special about the last one? Astaros gaped at the boy in shock, like his own eyes couldn't accept that he still knew nothing. Turns out every demon lord lives for exactly 300 years, and Marco, who's already hit 299, has less than a year left. Procel jolted up from his seat and sprinted out to find his mentor. He cried out in despair, begging to know why she'd kept her impending death a secret. He couldn't wrap his head around it. This insanely powerful girl was about to vanish for good. Mark flicked her hand like it didn't matter. matter, basically shrugging that once the deadline hit, everyone would just scatter. She beamed and told him she was thrilled to be his guardian, then steered the talk straight to plans for his dungeon. Protzel shot his gaze downward. Now he finally understood exactly what he had to do. The boy slammed his fist down and swore he'd build an entire city from the ground up. He flipped back to that urban planning book, and suddenly that ordinary dungeon didn't feel safe for his friends anymore. Right in front of him, Stolas's tears sprang back again, spilling over the battered Pegasus. The pain of losing the ones you love crushed him to the bone. They shut down the whole idea of a dungeon that devours foreign sorrow and despair. He finally clenched his choice and decided no turning back. His city will glow with happiness and hope, like those feelings are the fuel that powers everything. His imagination blasted loud feasts into existence and filled the air with carefree laughter from his friends. Marco leaned in, eyes locked, hanging on every word of his own idea. She burst into laughter, genuinely thrilled that his idea was this brilliant. Mark swore he'd guard every one of his wins until the final moment. Procel grinned, stared straight into the future, and marched forward like he already owned it, ready to become the real lord of the Demon City building. Procel slammed his decision in place. He'd build a safe city instead of a deadly dungeon, all to keep his friends alive. But the plan hit a wall almost instantly. Quina showed up to corner him and demand an update on how the construction was going. The boy let out a deep sigh. Marhosius' library was stuffed with secrets about traps, but it said not a single word on how to build cities. In the end, these books were forged by destructive demons. El, still locked on the laptop screen, whispered that they should forge a weapon. Then Kina hit me with a simple idea. Forget guesses, let's see a real human city with our own eyes. And there they are, standing on a hill, staring up at those massive walls looming over them. This is Eklaba, the region's main shopping hub, packed with 100,000 people calling it home. Wonderful reference. The three of them burst straight toward the main gates. Out of nowhere, a deadly hail of arrows slammed into the ground right in front of them. After finally escaping to safety, Protzel yanked out the gifted clothes and slipped into the building through a different entrance, trying not to get caught. But there was one last problem left: Quina's fox ears and tail. The girl stiffened instantly, and in the blink of an eye, she buried her animal instincts. The company shattered right through the walls, stunned as they stared out at the roaring commercial district packed with life. The tourist leaned in, soaking up the local infrastructure like it was a secret map only they could decode. Just then, Yell lifted her shotgun and, in a dead calm voice, suggested they wipe out the whole crowd. Protzel barely kept his head up, because the crowd had just jolted his companion's monster instincts awake, way too dangerously. Then some filthy adventurer shoved himself right up to the girls with zero shame, and it only made everything worse. The target stood there in total silence, right between them. A tense silence slammed into the room, and nobody dared to move. Instead of backing off, the scoundrel just jeered at the boy and shamelessly groped for Elle's chest. The girl's patience snapped right then and there. Protzel snapped a razor-sharp look at the attacker's gear. The very next second, the suitors bolted in terror, screaming as Elle's giant sword, driven by pure rage, crashed down. The boy clocked it instantly. Those fighters' blades were dulled to the brink, and their armor looked like it had seen better days. The prosecutor tore into their cheap rations, studied them closely, and somehow understood the whole truth. These tiny treasure hunters were gathering in droves, getting lined up for slaughter inside the Time Lord's dungeons up north. Death's threat didn't even rattle them. Wealth burned hotter in their hearts. Eklaba blew up to these massive proportions because the daredevils just kept charging in endlessly. The whole thing was personally suggested to him to go pay the Time Lord a visit. Kuyina snapped into a tense crouch, convinced something was about to strike. The boy leaned in and promised her it'd be a quick, painless courtesy stop at the neighbor's place. He knew exactly what he was doing. The farther they got from Eklabi, the land turned harsher and drier with every step. Night slammed down like a curtain, and everything went dark. Kuyina and Protzel crumpled onto the sand, and that brutal march kept stretching out, an exhausting 80 kilometers with no end in sight. Huddled around the fire, the weary travelers sat shoulder to shoulder, drained but still holding on. Then, right in the dead dark, those creaking wheels rolled in like a warning. A cart rolled up to them, and a stranger grinned like he knew a secret, offering to sell them supplies. The man greeted him with a warm, heartfelt smile. He stepped up and declared, loud and proud, that he was an agent for the trading company Kurdord. This caravan raked in money by selling their goods right in the scorching heart of the desert. Protzel stared at the prices, and his jaw dropped in shock. That boring healing potion set him back a wild 30 silver from the cosmos. The merchant didn't even try to disguise it. He charged double the price the moment they hit the city. The boy just couldn't wrap his head around how blatant that markup was. But that dealer's sneaky grin masked a brutal reality. Those clients had no power at all. The bloodied adventurer nearby handed over his last coins for that vial, practically buzzing with relief that he'd made it out alive. Trying to haul yourself back 80 kilometers through monster territory, bleeding and battered, is basically signing your death warrant. The merchant coldly snapped that life is worth far more than any pile of gold. Procel snapped, calling it pure greed. Right in front of him. It felt like lightning hit. If even one more city stood between Eklaba and the underground, the whole market would have been flipped upside down. The cart crept forward, then slowly vanished into the pitch-black night. The very next morning, a towering clock monument loomed in front of them, its face stuffed with clocks like it owned the sky. Right by the entrance, dozens of the exact same resellers were swarming and buzzing like a live wire. Procel swung straight into Dantalion's possession with zero hesitation. Inside, monsters clashed with frenzied crowds, and a bloody battle erupted all around them. Quinny and Elle had to bulldoze their way through the fighters to reach their goal. The protagonist snapped to it, tearing through 100 floors just to trade a simple greeting was pure madness. Suddenly, a razor-sharp shout sliced through the air. The whole battle screeched to a sudden stop. Right as the sword came down, the adventurers instantly froze into stone. Protzel couldn't believe a word he was seeing. He spun around hard. Those dark corridors were gone in an instant. Boom. Now they stood right in the center of a lavish hall, staring up at a giant clock face. An unseen voice boomed, and for them alone, time got frozen in place. Time Lord Dantalion lounged on his throne, grinning like he already knew everything because he'd been waiting for these guests all along. And that's where the story slams the door, with one last twist that leaves you hooked. Procel and Quina locked eyes on the guest, and they instantly felt his massive, soul-crushing aura slam into the room. Right in front of them loomed Dantalion himself, one of the oldest demon lords alive, wielding the terrifying power of time. At the recent party, he chuckled about Procel's wild antics. Then he leaned in and straight up asked why he'd shown up. The boy thrust a box of sweets toward him and grinned, like he'd only stopped by to say hello to his neighbor. Dantalion narrowed his eyes and gave off this sly, plotting look. After that meeting, he made it clear the creator had finally lit the fuse, officially letting the new arrivals dive into wars and dungeons. The guest leaned in and asked if Procel had already picked the location for his base. The young man didn't even get a chance to lie, because Quina, innocent and excited, cheerfully blurted out their whole plan. Procel had to snatch the initiative right now before the moment slipped away. He sucked in a deep breath, like he was about to dive headfirst into the storm, and he promised he'd forge a brand new city right along the trade route between Eklaba and Dantalion's holdings. The moment the demon's grin appeared, it was yanked away in an instant. With an ice-cold snap, he reminded the adventurers from Eklabi that they were his personal clients. Procel didn't even blink. He knew he was boldly stepping into someone else's domain. Just like that, Dantalion erupted into view behind him as a nightmare shadow. The girls snapped into action and snatched their weapons, stunned that the enemy had frozen time itself. Then, boom, the killer's aura vanished. The demon cackled, swung his hand like he was bragging, and acted like this whole city couldn't stop him. He dragged his feet toward the throne, fessing up that Marco already warned him about this visit. That fox could see right through Procel, and it knew the honest kid would come crawling back to bow without fail. The Lord of Time didn't even hesitate. He gave the green light for the construction without breaking a sweat. But right away, he demanded a super strict condition on the compensation. Procella's eyes nearly popped out when he heard that price, the one for his legendary creation medal. After the party, Dantalion straight up said that everyone's already dreaming of cracking the secret behind this rookie's power. It was a no-brainer, either hand over the medal or get kicked out. The young man went completely silent, like the whole world suddenly cut the sound. His eyes darkened with gloom, yet his resolve stayed unshakable. With zero hesitation, he shoved the priceless medal into Dantalion's man's hand. An elf girl fidgeted and yanked the master's sleeve, her nerves screaming for answers. But Procel makes it crystal clear: snag a powerful ally right now, because an enemy is the last thing you want. Naturally, the elder lords weren't allowed to lay a finger on the young, and with that huge age gap and pure cunning, those rules could have been bent in a heartbeat. The girls wasted no time when they saw it was right. They snapped to attention and agreed. After the ransom hit the deal, Procel leaned in and demanded to know why he needed to stage all that terrifying intimidation in the first place. The mighty demon stopped cold, like the world just hit pause. Then he snapped and muttered that everything in the world just kept getting on his nerves. The Lord of Time snapped back into motion, racing the distance down in a heartbeat. The girls cowered in terror, whispering creepy, creepy as he popped back up beside them again. Then, boom, hysterical jealousy detonated in him because he couldn't stand the fact that Procel was living under the same roof as his beloved Marco. The boy's eyes snapped wide in shock as the terrifying ruler's tears spilled right in front of him. He smartly kept his mouth shut about how often he catches Marco after a bath, because if he said it out loud, he'd be dead on the spot. So Procel smirked and pushed the idea of ordering a good word for Dantalion before the chosen one was picked. The Lord of Time couldn't stop trembling. Pure joy was exploding through him. He instantly softened, then tossed 2 priceless medals to the young man as payment, with a grin stretched wide. Dantalion shrugged it off like it was a gift from some caring sir. Procel gawked at the 2 medals shining like gold in his own hand. Right at the doorstep, a new question snapped into the air, and the young man froze for a split second. With permission finally in hand, and that bizarre new ally on their side, the team swaggered out of the castle, satisfied and ready for whatever came next. They finally reached the spot they picked, only to find it was a full-blown swamp. Procel and Quina froze in horror, staring at the stinking mud. The young man slogged through knee-deep mud, his hope sinking with every step. In that murky water, poisonous frogs leapt up, only they never saw the danger last night, swallowed by the dark. Trying to build a city in that toxic wasteland was pointless, because it would poison the underground right alongside it. The girls made a solid case to ditch this spot and hunt for a fresh area instead. But Procel dug in his heels and refused to budge. He immediately clocked why this spot at the crossroads of the trade routes was the perfect strategic jackpot. In his head, a gold mine of exhausted adventurers was already simmering, ready to burst. He was plotting a massive, exclusive trade launch. Big stakes, no shortcuts. Procel went still, clenched his fists hard, and knew without a doubt that he'd made the right call. Even that familiar merchant who'd already vouched for it swore this city would make its creator richer than ever. First, they had to slam the brakes on the deadly poison filling the air and tainting the water. The young man bet his life on it. This new Dantalion metal would cleanse the water for good, but to beat nature itself, someone had to come in and take control of the wild. Procel snatched the letter from his ally Stolas and reread it again and again, like the words were burning a hole in his hands. With a grin blazing on his face, he bragged to anyone who'd listen that he'd finally forged a demon using the gifted metal. The young man stared at the letter, reading every line in silence. Then his smile finally twitched at the corners, and he ripped into everyone. Wasting resources on pointless nonsense was a hard no. The inspired kid hurled the metal of the wind up into the sky, like he was summoning his fate. He shrugged off the terrifying news that a massive coalition of lords had banded together, sworn to fear and stop him for good. The aura of synthesis blazed to life, smashing together the metals of wind and man into one unstoppable force. Procel clenched his fist hard, and the power of creation surged through him, reshaping into the magic of the star. A blinding flash tore through the sky and hurled a luxurious ancient elf into the world. This demon was a total beast, so specialized in nature magic that it seemed nothing else could touch its power. That elf girl shot forward and wrapped her arms around her new friends with a joyful squeal. Procel squirmed his way through those tender moments, then awkwardly blurted out a task to break the mood. The girl giggled and playfully wiped her saliva, then saluted her master like it was the funniest, happiest thing ever. The elf steadied her breath and lifted her hands. Magic surged through the air like a thunderclap. Her spell snapped across the wasteland, and in an instant the toxic swamp withered away, replaced by a lush green plain. Little Quina beamed and clung to Procel like she'd just found her whole world. Dantalion stared at them in ruthless silence. In the dungeon of Marcosia, Procel finally spilled the truth and told everyone he'd already gotten word from Dantalion. She was honestly stunned. The young man had decided to build a whole city right beside foreign territory and somehow pulled it off with zero conflict. The boy strode up and pressed the door with total confidence, like he'd just found the one place fate was waiting for. Marcosia let out a breath of relief. Until that moment, she'd thought his plans were nothing but a joke. She dropped her eyes, voice barely above a whisper, and asked if he was really leaving her nest today. Procel shot a quick, confident nod. Huyina and Elle were rushing around the dock, throwing supplies onto the boat like they were racing the clock. The young man leaned in and said that building a whole city is basically the same as designing a dungeon you can live in. A crystal blazed in his hand, glowing like a gift forged by the creator himself. The moment this stone clicks into place, the demon lord gets locked to that spot forever, so if anyone lets their guard down while they're gone, they might come back to a brutal backstab. Marcosia shut her eyes like she already knew. Procel stood out way too much at that party, so he needed total protection. With a heavy heart, she admitted it was time for him to go, and once he left, the loneliness would hit her hard. Suddenly, she spotted a creepy black crow perched on the crates and snapped. "Is that Dantalion's spy?" She figured the neighbor left the bird there just to keep an eye on it. Procel smirked like a villain with a plan. He'd use the raven to convince the neighbor he was safe, while keeping his real trump cards locked away. Marcosia finally calmed down, because that bird's magic was about to be the perfect key for teleporting too. She giggled, patted the bed like it was an idea waiting to happen, and urged him to build a teleport straight to her. Procel went speechless as the woman grinned and said he could show up every single day if he wanted. The silence got super tense. Then Queena's booming shout from the stairs snapped it in half. Everything was ready. The young man strained as he hauled that brutal heavy barrel, then gulped an apologetic breath and announced it was time for him to go. A wave of crushing sadness slammed into Marcosia's eyes. Procel snapped around and admitted he'd really like to leave one last farewell gift. He stretched out his hand, and a gentle glow spilled from it while he cursed the brutal rules the demon lords had bound him to. A dazzling diamond erupted onto Marcosia's neck, glowing like it was meant to last forever, just like the bond they shared. The young man leaned in and promised with quiet certainty that their bond would never break, because just like this stone, it wouldn't fade. She froze in shock, then let out a soft laugh like she couldn't believe it. Marcosia wiped away a tear and confessed she hadn't cried in over 100 years, then snapped that his move was nothing but dishonesty. A young man broke into a warm, genuine smile that instantly lit up the whole moment. She scooted closer, wrapped in warmth, and murmured that she'd been thinking of the perfect gift too. Perfect, even if it couldn't be held in your hands. Her lips suddenly sealed over his mouth in a blazing, passionate kiss. Their kiss stretched on and burned with raw, passionate intensity. Procel flinched hard, still stunned as he touched his own lips. Marcosia licked her lips and let her finger glide across them like a teasing promise. The young man blinked in pure confusion and demanded to know what any of it was supposed to mean. She flashed a secret nod at him, and behind his back the girl's deadly jealousy hit the air like a blade. The woman jerked the stunned guy onto the bed, smirking as she teased, "So we're continuing, right?" He barely squeezed out a breath, shouting her name in furious indignation. From the stairs erupted Kina's jealous shout. Procel shot up to his feet in an instant. Rage-laced exclamation tore through the room like thunder. The young man snatched up his things in a hurry and swore he'd invite Marcosia the moment he finally built the city. She flashed a soft smile and warned him to stop stalling and move on. She slumped against the wall with a grin, soaking up the young guy's ridiculous excuses as he tried to crack the girls up. Marcosia softly cradled the gifted diamond, like it might shatter if she breathed too hard. With a bitter whisper, she said it was downright cruel to hand eternal light to someone who was about to vanish forever. Procel and the girls burst out onto the empty plain, itching to take that very first step. The young man snapped his fingers and unleashed brutal creation magic. His eyes burned with raw determination, vowing to forge these wastelands into his very own dungeon. A colossal magical circle erupted around the stone pedestal, blasting bright light into the air. He carried the crystal up to the altar and sealed the territory as his forever. A glitchy system interface tore open in mid-air, and Procel slammed together a rough 3-story layout. A gigantic projection net stretched across the ground, meant to summon his city on the very first level. The fir tree tore through the ground, clearing a path so the young man could stretch the plane a full 10 kilometers in every direction. He smartly claimed the second and third floors for gathering resources and housing everyone inside. The girls lit up at the idea and pushed to start a mine right away. A giant mountain range rose up like a wall, and then the mine entrance roared open with a deep rumble straight from underground. But even the dungeon's magic couldn't build houses or carve roads. Procel shot his hand out toward them and pleaded, "Help me build a real city, one we create with our own hands." The girls snatched the tools with full confidence, and the massive construction finally roared to life. The second they busted out of Marco's dungeon, Porcel slumped and let out a long, exhausted sigh. The city's development was roaring full speed, but everyone was running on fumes, so drained they were one breath away from collapsing. A brutal labor shortage hit like a disaster, and everything ground to a halt. Ahead, a rough, bare, grassy field stretched out like it was daring anyone to step onto it. The young man set his sights on a monstrous 10-kilometer city, right on the dungeon's very first floor. He's already called in a fox spirit for Quina, and dragged in a dwarf blacksmith for El. Even managed to forge a high elf. The protagonist bit her lip hard, furious, because the dungeon's supplies were completely gone. In that regular dungeon, he could just whip up anything he wanted with magic. But it was a city, so every single stone had to be set by hand, one brutal piece at a time. The workers' rage hung in the air, thick and ready to explode. A swarm of skeletons shuffled around nearby with no rhyme or reason. These skeletons were so awkward on the construction site that they just kept tripping over everything and getting in the way. The young guy spun the last 2 fake medals in his hands, lost in thought. Realization hit him like lightning, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In one hand, the death medal glimmered weakly, like it was toying with the dark. Right before the Stolas fight, he pulled off a perfect trade for her at the party. On the other side, he clutched the Medal of Man like it was his ticket to everything. The plan was simple: forge a brainy demon that could command a whole army of skeletons. The synthesis is underway. Now, everything is about to kick into motion. The target suddenly jerked with a sharp jolt. The whole thing spiraled out of control. He couldn't feel that newborn demon at all. The human metal came with a wild, unpredictable danger, because that monster might just snap loose and become impossible to control. The boy jolted back as a burst of magic erupted in front of him. Through the choking smoke, a towering skeletal figure wearing a crown rose like a king from a nightmare. The darkness finally began to thin out, like it couldn't hold on anymore. The air crackled with pure magical tension, like something unbelievable was about to snap into existence. Those heavy shadows finally pulled back. The stranger calmly asked, "Tell me, are you standing before the Lord of Demon Creation?" The skull's hollow eye sockets stared straight into the young man, never blinking for a second. He totally got caught off guard. A bizarre creature calmly introduced itself as Vitom, the Duke of the Underworld. The young man let out a stunned breath because even at a low rank, this monster wasn't dumb at all. It was a jackpot. Procel barked an order right away. Take control of those brainless skeletons and get the construction going. Vate nodded hard, sealing the link in his mind with the lower undead. The Duke's eyes ignited with blinding light, like they could burn the world in one stare. At that exact moment, the skeletons burst into motion, snapping into a perfect acrobatic pyramid right on a bicycle. Skeletons swarmed and kicked up a non-stop racket, like the whole graveyard just erupted into chaos. One of the guys even teased her with a playful compliment, like he couldn't resist making her blush. Sam White, with fearless charm, pressed a kiss to his bony companion's hand. He gave her a sweet name, and Protzel, still grinning, nodded like, "Yep, our tastes really do match." He leaned in and poured out his dream: build a real happy place to live, no more meat grinder life. He snapped his head toward White and zeroed in on every word, hanging on his tone like it mattered. The Duke leaned in and whispered that demons don't crawl from nothing, they're born fully formed. They snap into action the very first second, ready to tear people apart without blinking. Procel finally cracked it. Now he knew exactly why his companions were so hungry for blood. After dozens of reincarnations under brutal masters, White didn't feel rage or hope, just a crushing, endless loneliness. Long ago, he devoured the memoirs written by the local skeletons. The Duke praised Procel Procell as a true good man, because he never dumped spineless servants onto the trash heap. The moment White imagined a peaceful city, pure excitement lit up his whole body. He gazed over the green hills, and just like that, they became his new home. The Duke dropped to his knees and swore his allegiance. He saw right through Procell. No crown, no hype, just pure principles, and that's why he knew he was the true king. The elf beamed and asked with bright excitement if he'd take the job. Vate vowed to grind himself to the bone until the day his own bones finally shattered. The moment White showed up, construction went into overdrive. He barked perfect orders, and the skeletons snapped into action. That Duke even cracked open the dwarves' books and taught himself architecture. No help, no shortcuts, just pure obsession. He cemented himself as the dependable second in command and got the whole team running like a well-oiled machine. Meanwhile, everything takes a wild turn somewhere else. The ground just snapped with a violent jolt. Something gigantic tore out of a deep well, and a roaring surge of water blasted straight into the sky. The girls burst into squeals of pure joy when they finally saw a real hot spring. And just like that, the city suddenly found itself with a brand new attraction. Procell and White kicked back in the water, eyes drifting as they weighed how to split the bath into a male side and a female side. Their brand new city has finally reached the last, final stage. Procell and his loyal crew stood there, chest puffed out, soaking up the sight of the brand new houses they'd just built. The grand blueprint of the brand new city finally surfaced on the sketch. The headline blasted the start of something huge, the birth of the very first apple, kicking off a brand new stage. Procell stood atop the hill with his companions, chest puffed out as he looked over the brand new streets they'd finished. He beamed and declared that every building and piece of infrastructure was finally finished. The elf grinned and said the houses were already set and her magic had blessed every field. They just needed to lure people in, and that skeleton rasped, proud as can be, that every ounce of hard work had turned this place into something special just for them. Kuyina's voice shook as she asked, "Will anyone really show up? Because during construction, not a single person even so much as glanced over here." Procell told them the whole city had been hiding under camouflage this entire time, and the second they peel it back, everyone's eyes will finally land on the entrance. But for the moment, they stayed up on that hill, calm as still water. On the day the construction wrapped up for good, he pitched the idea of throwing a little celebration. The company crept over to that lonely tree and finally set up lunch under its lonely branches. Right ahead loomed the sprawling apple tree of beginnings, the same tree he'd planted on the very first day the city was born. In this world, apples didn't exist, so he conjured them from nothing using his magic. Potatoes weren't just food either. Alongside apples and hot springs, they were set to lure in every guest. A ripe apple slipped from the branch and splashed downward with a soft crunch, spilling sweet juice everywhere. Procell lunged, and at the last second, snatched him out of the air with his own hands. The Queen stood there, spellbound, staring at him in pure awe. He chomped down, and the sweet juice hit like instant fuel, wiping out his exhaustion and blasting his body full of wild electric energy. The young guy flashed a grin and held out a bitten apple to the girl. Koyina leaned in and took a careful bite of the fruit. Her eyes snapped wide open with pure shock. Beaming with joy, she thrust the apple into the elf's hands. She sank her teeth into that soft flesh, frozen cold by the shock of the taste. Koyina beamed and pressed her palm to her cheek, swearing she'd never forget that taste. The skeleton nodded like it was sealed in stone, promising her that this city was going to explode into success. Procell stared up at the sky, absolutely certain the future was his. Koyina demanded the name of the city, and the young man snapped that everyone needed to slam through the last preparations before tomorrow's grand opening. With a grin, he christened his masterpiece Avalon, this city of hope where smiles never stop. The girls hurriedly slipped into the maid uniforms, getting ready to take on their very first clients. The very next morning, a desperate man's scream ripped through the air like a warning no one could ignore. Exhausted, the whole adventuring crew could barely lift their legs, while the bald giant collapsed on the ground, begging to be left right there. They spat curses at the monsters, panicked that their food would vanish before they ever reached Eklab. Suddenly, the bandits snapped to a stop, staring at those unfamiliar walls ahead like they'd been hiding a trap. That glowing sign practically beckoned the guests into the shop with a neon promise of fun. Inside, died. Quinn crumpled behind the counter, sobbing with pure, helpless despair. She was shrieking in full panic, demanding they grab every last working hand they could find. A girl darted between towering shelves of junk as tired adventurers finally stumbled inside. They traded wide-eyed looks, shocked to find a kid running the whole store. Kuina followed the instructions to the letter, asked word for word if they wanted potatoes with their order. Meanwhile, Procell strolled through the square with a grin, clocking the huge, unexpected surge of people pouring in. He didn't worry about the shortage of workers at all. He was convinced the demons would follow the manual to the letter. Right in the middle of his thoughts, a huge, excited shout exploded out of nowhere. Adventurers couldn't stop chasing the city's mystery dishes and secret drinks, going back for more every time. One of the girls let out a happy sigh. She'd never tasted bread this delicious in her life. That fox adventurer worshipped the gleaming mithril sword he snagged for a measly 2 gold coins, straight up twice cheaper than his rusty old blade. His companion gawked at the weapon too, eyes shining as they marveled at its downright divine craftsmanship, and someone even pointed out a luxurious sword sitting right there in front of the shop entrance, like it was daring anyone to notice it. The robber, still chewing on fresh bread, froze. Wait, an elf? So this isn't a human town at all. Is this a gnome city? They told her this city was built so humans and half-humans could live side by side in total freedom. Procell beamed and warmly thanked the guests for coming all the way to his city. The young man stepped in, introduced himself as Procell, the boss of Avalon, and then quickly apologized for accidentally catching every word of their conversation. Seeing these adventurers could turn into prime advertising, he wasted no time. He pulled them onto his side. Procell personally swept them into an unforgettable city tour. He guided them to a cozy hotel, and its masterful design hit the guests like a wave the moment they walked in. Suddenly, the bandit jerked back, because something massive lurked in the shadows, and it just caught his attention. Right ahead of them loomed a massive skeleton lich, and with a polite little bow, it greeted them like the ultimate host of the place. Lich slapped out laughably low room rental prices like it was a deal you couldn't refuse. The second she heard about free hot springs, the witch sprang in place like she'd just been struck by lightning. They fantasized that soaking in steaming hot water felt like a sweet, dreamy paradise. The robber begged the bald man to turn this city into their new home base. Zdorovani hesitated because if they didn't loop back to Ecklaby, they couldn't cash out the loot and the money would vanish fast. Procell wrestled with it. Then hit the real problem. If people are staying long-term, they've got to have fast, steady money right there on site. Queena's thunderous cry ripped him out of his thoughts. Then she barreled straight into his chest. She's shrieking in pure hysteria, swearing the instructions have stopped working, and the customers in the crowd are roaring for real service right now. Quina pleaded, desperate and shaking, insisting that Elle's guide could no longer shield anyone from the buyers crashing in. The girl begged, screaming for more demons, but Procell snapped into panic, hissing at her to stop before she exposed his real self as the demon lord in front of everyone. Down in the basement, skeleton bakers pounded and kneaded dough non-stop, but Procellus couldn't summon fresh minions because he was dead broke on dungeon points. The witch and the bandit grabbed the opening right away and shot their shot, asking for a job. Procell was racing against the clock, but the girls cut in and demanded the truth. No way out. They needed money fast to cover their living expenses. The moment the side job idea hit him, it felt like lightning cracked through his chest. He threw out a whopping 6 silver coins every single day, and the adventurers burst into joyful squeals. The girls squared their shoulders and jumped into action, and White promised them that with the hands they had, they could hold the line for now. Lich beamed and announced the bakery was running like a dream, raking in amazing reviews left and right. Procell let out a breath like a weight had lifted off his chest, because the beginning blew past every single expectation. He realized he'd have to crank up both the side jobs and the demon hunting fast, no time to waste. But don't you dare relax. Those rumors will swarm in fast, drag brand new adventurers to the streets, and plunge the whole city straight into chaos. Soon, plain old management won't cut it anymore, so he had to find a real pro in the service world, and he needed it fast. The young man stared at the buzzing streets, already figuring out who he could trust to run the business and keep the order from falling apart. Meanwhile, a cart rolled toward Avalon with a crafty merchant grinning hard, chasing 1 gold. goal, a deal that would rake in a fortune. The man swept through the city, scrutinizing every street to make sure the rumors about that settlement that sprang up overnight weren't a lie. A wooden sign flashing "Welcome to Avalon" greeted the newcomers, and the merchant wasted no time. He hurried to scout the place. The demon lord Procelia's city, Avalon rises like a nightmare on the map. A massive crowd packed the streets right in front of the stores, buzzing like something big was about to happen. People were practically brawling over bread and weapons, and the shelves were getting stripped clean right before their eyes. Two maid demons shrieked in total panic, getting crushed by the overwhelming tide of people. The girl slammed her hands together hard and barked, "Line up," at the crowd, her voice sharp enough to snap everyone into place. The crowd obediently formed a neat line, and the startled maids just kept blinking like their brains couldn't catch up. The demons let out a breath of pure relief. Turns out the hired crew were absolute beasts in the workshop. The girl said those fiery gnome blacksmiths would bicker with clients nonstop, so humans stepped in as middlemen and smoothed everything over. Meanwhile, Queena the Fox was already fuming, snapping that the human disguise felt painfully tight and suffocating. Right after she finally calmed down and told herself nobody would get in, the door suddenly burst open. Both demonesses snapped, still in shock. The girl standing there on the threshold suddenly couldn't speak anymore. The disguise crumbled the moment it mattered, and those fox ears were already impossible to conceal. Everyone gasped when they realized the girls standing there weren't human at all. The maids shot their hands up in full panic, scrambling to talk their way out of it. Still, the adventurer's leader lifted his hand, his voice steady, and commanded his fighters to snap their blades back into their sheaths. He reminded everyone these girls weren't playing games. They worked honestly and weren't a threat at all. A sneaky grin slipped onto his face. He sized up the tiny fox rocking that cute maid outfit, like he was judging it in a single glance. "Isn't that just adorable?" the big guy blurted out of nowhere. The adventurers whooped with crazy delight, while the girls snapped back in shock at the sudden feral wave of fan love. The organizer stumbled over her words and confessed she was only trying to spare them because she couldn't stand the thought of forcing them to mask what they really were. Queena stared at her in pure shock. They broke into loud laughter, swearing it was even better this way. The fir tree shot up its thumb because for a city where humans and demons live side by side, this is the perfect outcome. The girls finally admitted it, starting now. It doesn't feel like people are just dungeon fodder to them anymore. One of them suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Queena asked, smiling bright, "So that's a compliment?" And when she got a yes, her whole face lit up. That tiny fox shot a finger at the fancy sword in the display, and with zero shame demanded it on the spot as its reward. But then the master took one look and shut it down. "This is her finest work, forged for the Lord alone, and it's never for sale." Queena pouted in a sulk, grumbling that carving through those dungeons would be way easier with a blade like that. Suddenly, thunderous footsteps crashed in, and a loud shout ripped through the air. That massive warrior grinned and blared, "All right, time to storm the Dantalian Tower again." With every single item gone, the girl lit up and eagerly agreed to join the hike. She swore to Queenie she'd be back in just a few days, bringing gifts in tow. The witch snagged the gnome's name, then proudly declared to everyone, "L." The maid said it was totally normal for half-breeds to get nothing but a label, just the name of their race. And then it hit her. Pure clarity flooded her mind. She realized it was official because Queena has her own name. She's not just a character, she's one of a kind. Only the chosen are allowed to earn the Lord of Demons' names. Then he binds them as his personal contract servants. Dark memories slammed into his mind, one after another. The contract demon's title. Bright flash. A holy seal bestowed straight from the Lord himself. At the party, the fur caught the fox's ruthless fighting power, and then bitterly realized all at once just how weak it truly was. The female gnome trudged off, shoulders slumped, already daydreaming about the day. Procel finally gives her a name too. She let out a heavy, defeated sigh. She's been doomed to churn out creations, an invisible shadow silently following her master's every move. Her thoughts got smashed to pieces when White Dono's voice cut through the silence. Elle spun around and froze. Her loyal assistant stood there, White, the skeleton. skeleton. She leaned in, eyes warm on the skeleton, ready to hear every worry he couldn't keep to himself. Suddenly, a stranger with a sneaky grin slid up to them like he already knew their secrets. White flinched hard when that stranger shot him a direct question. Where do you even find the ruler of this city? Meanwhile, at Procell's residence, everything was eerily calm. White burst into the office, shouting for his master as soon as he crossed the threshold. The butler nearly toppled the tea, then snapped at the servants to knock first, because walking in without warning was not happening. The moment he heard about the merchant, seriousness snapped onto his face like a switch. The lord strode into the living room, and there, right on cue, two guests were already waiting for him. A thick-set guy with a monocle stepped up and introduced himself as Conan Crutrudo, the kind of modest merchant you'd find in Eclaby. Procell grinned. Crutrudo was the biggest trading company on the entire continent. He leaned in and studied the guy like every detail mattered. The lord's eyes snapped over the guard. He'd spotted him long before, near the Dantalian Tower. The merchant just chuckled, sprawled in his armchair, while the guard blared about the fortress-level security like it was nothing. Crutrudo spotted rare, unseen fruits, and straight up demanded to know who in the city was producing something that legendary. With zero hesitation, he swore, straight-faced, that he hauled them all the way from the far-off east, crossing the ocean like it was nothing. He said he's trapped into hiding the exact name of his homeland like it's a deadly secret. White clamped down on a breathless gasp, stunned by how insanely good that acting was. White peeked from behind the door and muttered that the start was oddly smooth. Thanks to his overseas backstory, he could instantly brush off any mystery they didn't even see. The skeleton dragged their memory back to those brutal, sleepless nights, literally glued to books about the art of negotiation. Everything was falling into place exactly the way the Lord had mapped out. Meanwhile, the merchant bragged through the roof about his own company, saying that if a giant like theirs set up shop here, the city would explode overnight with people, shipments, and fresh life. He admitted he carries a drop of demonic blood, claimed that's why he's been hunted, and said the only way forward was to push the negotiations to a clean, winning finish. A merchant latched onto a wild legend about a city of half-humans built by fugitives who refused to stay hunted. Crutrudo clasped his hands and urged, "All right, let's cut to the good stuff, right to the main topic." The mandate slammed past him, hard and clear, no exporting goods, and not a single word about production secrets. Crutrudo's face jerked with raw displeasure. The moment it hit him, the protagonist broke into a triumphant grin. He clocked their entire plan from the very first second. The merchant didn't waste a second. He immediately started haggling, slamming his offer at triple the price for local swords to fund their production tech. He promised he'd fork over 1 gold coin for every blade they managed to sell. The guest leaned in with promises of thousandfold profits through his connections, but Procell shut him down coldly, calling him stubborn. He slashed it all away. His only mission was building the city up, not chasing trade from the outside. The merchant went ghost white, and his mouth shut tight as confusion swallowed him whole. Procell beamed like he'd already won, and in a flash, he fired off a counteroffer if Crutrudo wanted. He'd back him 100% to open a business right here in Avalon. He cracked open the first big trump card right away: free trade. The merchant and his guard gaped like they'd just seen the impossible as the young man stood there. With the city's upkeep fully paid for by sales, Procell had enough cash left over to indulge in pure luxury. Then the Lord swore he'd hand over a whole building for the store, no cost at all. And to top it off, he even dangled a golem for heavy hauling, leaving the guests blown away by how wildly generous he was. Crutrudo only had one job: build the city up and haul in their own profits. The prosecutor just shrugged, calling it a simple compensation for turning down the export, like that somehow made it okay. White, behind the wall, clenched his fists with pure joy. Yes, the fish is on the hook. Yell leaned in eagerly, soaking up every detail as this trap snapped shut on him, an insanely perfect setup with conditions so good it practically guaranteed a win for business. Crutrudo threw in the towel, admitting that this insanely lavish offer more than made up for the swords he lost. Then, without warning, a guard lunged in and snapped his boss to a stop. The stout merchant jolted, his eyes widening in shock. Procell narrowed his eyes with pure frustration. The guard said, in a voice like winter steel, that there was no way in hell you'd be agreeing to those terms. His lips curled into a razor-sharp, predatory grin. He leaned in close to Procell, cell and hissed. This whole city reeks of deceit. The chapter kicks off with Protzel sitting across from a fat merchant and his long-tailed buddy, and the two of them waste no time calling this new city suspicious to its face. The big guy wrings his hands and pleads with his partner to stay silent until the negotiations finally end. The long-haired one is laser-focused, studying the demon lord like they're hunting for a weakness. He flashes a nasty grin and swears he remembers the meeting's exact purpose perfectly. It's all about figuring out if that ban on wholesale sales of their products can finally be lifted. He drives home that this is the one non-negotiable condition of their deal. That merchant is bragging up a storm and basically warning, "Don't you dare underestimate our guild." Pause. The man coldly says they can just hire adventurers one by one to snatch up every single item for them. Silence. They already ran an experiment, buying swords and apples to test profits and figure out exactly how they're made. Kuina stares in disbelief, blinking like she can't process what she just saw. The merchant snaps. "If we grab everything ourselves, the city has zero reason to open its own store." Then the whole plan turns darker, begging you to rethink everything. The long-haired guy shrugs like it's nothing. This is just insurance, he says, ready to save him the moment the talks crash. The purpose drills into Queenie's mind to breathe, calm her nerves, and map out the next move before she acts. A breath translated into meaning. He yanks out his final ace. Because supplies are running dry, every sword gets locked behind a rule. One per person, no exceptions. Darkness. The portly man squints hard after he hears how blacklists are made for suspicious buyers. Empty screen. Before anyone can react, the partner fires back. Local weapons are forged by dwarves, and the harvest gets blessed by elves. The target is trembling, and you can tell something's about to go down. The Lord's eyes bulge with pure horror. The big man next to him is drenched in cold sweat. The merchant won't back down. He swears that half-humans really do live free across this entire continent, and those super high-ranking race reps rarely show up anywhere except deep inside dungeons. Demons? The worst suspicion hits Procell's mind like a gut punch. The tension snaps to a breaking point. Those arrows in Eklab weren't just weapons anymore. When you bring up the rain, it hits with a whole new meaning. Light background. Behind that door, White and the elf, Elle, pressed in close, silently eavesdropping on a conversation so tense it felt like it could snap. The merchant can't forget the golems, deadly monsters they somehow turned into laborers here. He leans in and demands to know how that young man could raise a city full of half-people when not a single one of their leaders is even under his control. That verdict is ruthless. Turns out this peaceful settlement is nothing but the dungeon of the Lord of Demons. The man surges in close, boxing the victim in like there's no way out. The mission starts to slip away, because if that rumor spreads, it's game over for good. The trading company wields so much power that it can bend everyone's belief to whatever it wants. Then his creation won't just exist. It'll become a weapon for heroes to chase, turning everything he built into loot, while the people living inside it turn into monsters begging to be wiped out. The crystal's already locked in place. There's no way this city can be moved now. Void, built on hope alone. This project was one heartbeat away from total collapse. White screen. The target bows its head in total surrender, crushed without a shred of fight left. The merchant kicks back with a smug smile, because right now, the real hustle is finally starting. Frame shift. The conditions are pure predator bait. Traders shove in demanding they buy for half price, then flip it for 10 times the cost. The fat guy exhales in pure relief, happy they finally pushed the guy into giving in. It's like the choice is ripping in two. Either burn the city to ashes, or watch every last bit of profit vanish. He clenches his teeth, bracing himself to step into financial slavery. No hesitation. Void. With a thunderous bang, the door blasts open, and White and Elle burst onto the threshold. Bright flash. White smiles at everyone so politely, it's almost suspicious, then hands them his signature apple sake. Pause. As the fat man savors the drink, Protzel clenches with tension, desperately trying to decode the servant's next move. Vate secretly slides a note before the Lord and warns him. The enemies only want profit. They won't raise the city. The moment the Ghoul takes a sip, the chill slams right back into his head, instantly sharpening his mind. The cup slammed onto the table with a brutal thud. He jolts upright and slams his denial again, refusing the wholesale route for the second time. The long-haired one tilts his brow and dares him. "Are you really really ready to face what comes next? Dazzling light. Procell is pulling off a flawless bluff. If they don't want him here, he'll grab the half-people and carve out a utopia somewhere else. Empty frame. Even though the dungeon rules forbid it, the merchants have no clue. Silence. The target lunges for the softest spot. By walking away, he'll crush the company's massive profits. And that frantic urge to grab ready-made goods just screams one thing. Deep down, they'll never create quality like that themselves. The long-haired merchant snaps his hands together with respectful flair. A gritty ritual links their hands and forces them to seal a compromise. Empty background. New immigrants? Fine. These people aren't about to get any control over what they make. White page. The city is giving the company permission to fly in its top specialists and train everyone on the local technologies. Merchants get real freedom to move and make their plays if they plow their money into building up the settlements. The big guy hums under his breath, eyes narrowed as he weighs the odds. The setup is perfect. They pour money into the duty-free zone and wipe out the net profit. Even so, the long-haired one can't shake it. He still fears betrayal is lurking, just waiting to strike. He demands the one final proof. Clean, undeniable, and impossible to doubt. Pause. The whole purpose evaporates. L doesn't know what else to do until he suddenly steps forward, eyes locked in, and makes his move. White frame. The girl strides toward the table. The target snaps to attention, then freezes in shock. Bright flash. With a delicate chime, a lavish blade that shimmers like starlight appears on the table, humming with magic. The elf leans in and snaps. This weapon isn't for show, it's meant for action. She whispers that this sword is her exact clone, every power she's got, and her very soul poured into it. The girl begs, "Trust me," with tears in her voice, while the victims scream tears through the room in pure shock. The stocky man stares at the blade, unable to look away, because sacred weapon power is pouring off it like a living force. Void. Procell panics and blurts, "Do you know what you're doing?" Elle just nods. She straight up admits she can't match Queena's destructive power, so she decides to still save the city, at least this way. She knows, in total silence, she's paying the price for everyone. White background. At the auction. The merchant's eyes gleamed as he smugly counted it up. 10,000 gold for this masterpiece, enough to buy a real castle. The long-haired one flashes a warm smile and hands the weapon right back to its owner. The fat man and the elf girl stared, frozen in pure shock. His partner ruthlessly crushes his companion's greed before it can take over. He leans into Elle and lays it out straight. Lying to a partner you're building a long-term business with is basically suicide. Pause. And if this sword ever landed in the enemy's hands, they'd wipe out every half-human in the city in a blink. White frame. The merchant drops his head, eyes wide, stunned by Procell's steel resolve to throw away a trump card just to seal the deal. Void. He drops a heartfelt apology for every doubt and urges them to wipe the slate clean and start over from scratch. The Goal and the fat man forge their alliance with a crushing handshake. From this moment on, they're official partners. No more doubts, no more hesitation, just the real deal. The sunrise bursts over the quiet city, painting everything in warm gold. White background. The protagonist slumps weakly into the sofa, and the cunning merchant has drained him dry. He grins, then beams at his servants and thanks them with real warmth. Interruption. He admits that if the elf hadn't made that desperate play, the negotiations would have crashed and burned. She's blushing hard, cheeks burning like she can't believe what just happened. White wears a silent grin, fully satisfied. The prosecutor finally admits he should have rewarded her long ago for forging weapons during the night defense. Empty frame. He solemnly declares Elle as his second contract demon. The door slams open with a thunderous bang, and right on the threshold, a bright, joyful Kuna bursts into view. Transition. The fox instantly clocks the bright, happy smile blooming on her friend's face. "Guess what? I'm not Elle anymore," the girl declares with pride, standing taller like it's a whole new identity. "My name's Rorono." Rorono mulled over her new name, repeating it again and again like it was changing her life. She swore she'd guard the master's gift with her life while Queena beamed and celebrated like she'd just won the world. She pouted hard, then flat out confessed that she was painfully jealous of all those girls. Queena clung to Rorono and reminded her with absolute certainty. Both of them had forged their names the hard way through sweat and struggle. She shot the city a sly look, then hinted right through her smile that she had what it takes. The queen snapped at the elves' complaints about her disappearances, while the culprit just laughed, light as air. White flash. Protzel let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, his silence doing all the talking. Vate calmly nodded, like he was finally about to get to the point he'd been circling. White said he's already got the thieves on the run, because they've been sneaking around stealing their apples. Dazzling linen. Protzel slammed the brakes on the conversation and refused to talk about it, at least not right now. He spun to I, and with zero hesitation, confessed that she'd done way less than everyone else. The girl pressed a playful finger to her lips and dared them to kill the Lord of Demons, all for a name. Her chilling words made Procel shudder, but he swore he'd think it over. Queena beamed and said that once they'd won, nobody would dare come for them. Procel chomped into the burger, and in his head he declared that AI was an absolute nightmare. Vate swooped in with the drinks and declared with full confidence that deep down, this stubborn demoness is actually a good person. Pause. Queena burst into laughter and sprinted straight toward the skeleton. He carefully slid a stack of prepared papers into her hands. This wretch busted his guts for the city's sake, right up to the seventh sweat. Protzel started plotting to kick off food sales. In the kitchen, an army of skeleton chefs worked in a frenzy, kneading and baking bread like their lives depended on it. Silence. White earned the residents' total trust and became the administration's main pillar, the one they leaned on without hesitation. Transition. Fresh immigrants even mistook him for the real ruler of the city. White page. Procel finally swallowed the weight of his guilt, because day after day, he kept cowering in the dungeon beside the crystal. He crept up from behind with bated breath, ready to strike the loyal servant while they least expected it. Vate snapped around, startled by the master's footsteps. Protzel admitted the wild truth. He built it in his own image, yet he can't understand a single bit of the AI he created. Instead, White became the one the Lord trusted with his whole heart. Silence. It was that raw devotion that crushed him from the inside, drowning the young man in guilt. Void. The skeleton busted its bones so hard it felt like its master was forcing it to keep going on purpose. A tiny spark of light cuts through the darkness. The commander's regret burned hot. He couldn't hand Vate a massive fighting force. Rage and resolve surged across the young man's face, like he was about to take the world head-on. He straight up asked White right there, "Wanna pick a name?" A sickening shock ripped through the cold's empty eye sockets. The young man shot his hand out like he was done hiding, and chose this moment to spill his biggest secret. To win the party, the creator handed him a mind-blowing special power. With a nod from both sides, he could turn someone into a metal, and somehow trap every single memory intact. That means Vate could be reborn, only this time as a demon far more powerful than before. The skeleton stood there, utterly frozen in place. He bowed his head so low, gratitude poured out of him. Then he softly lifted the mask, touched it like it mattered, and confessed he loved that fragile body more than anything. In the end, it handed him everything: an audience with the Lord and the chance to stand right beside him. The target was stunned by that kind of unwavering devotion. A skeleton dipped its skull with flawless respect. He smirked and admitted it before they even hit the road. Trouble was coming, and it wouldn't be predictable. The creator's last name and the gift tied to it will turn into the ace of salvation when it matters most. So yeah, there's no way they can be spent right now, not under any circumstances. Flash. Protzel flashed a warm, genuine smile at his friend. Vate let out a warm chuckle and admitted he couldn't even tell anymore which one of them mattered most. The young man lifted a finger and fired off a new idea to reward White, something even better. The skeleton froze in embarrassment, then stammered, quietly asking to set up a wedding with Skeleton Chan. Procel's face froze in pure, jaw-dropping shock. His eye jittered uncontrollably, like it couldn't stop freaking out. Queena let out a wild shriek, completely stunned she'd even heard it. Vate couldn't stop pressing the host for the ceremony date, even as the host scrambled for for the right words. Pause. The demon muttered that he wasn't against demons dating, he just said that, and then paused like he had more to confess. But he let out a defeated sigh, knowing their first test had just turned into a wild, unpredictable mess. Silence. Later, he strolled through the city with one hope burning in his chest, peaceful days ahead. White background. An uneasy dread crept into my mind, tightening every thought like a noose. Space got swallowed whole by a storm of black obstacles. The darkness swelled in, choking the light. Trouble burst in from the one place nobody dared to look. From the shadows, three brutal silhouettes lunged into view, one right after the other. From the shadows, the Lord of Viscosity, Ronove, crawled into view, his grotesque face staring you down. Then the arrogant Lord of Steel, Zagan, crashed into the scene. Next up was Morax, the Lord of Evil. He rolled in with a jaw so huge it looked like it could bite the world in half. The enemies snatched up their weapons the instant war was declared outright. The enemies surged forward with a brutal attack, and the black blade slammed into the threat before both forces tore the moment apart. The whole screen got swallowed by pitch-black darkness. Prosel slumped in a chair buried under messy papers, sighed like the weight of the whole city was crushing his chest, and admitted being its leader was just too damn hard. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, shocked by what he saw. A magic-sealed letter rested in his hands, humming with power. The skeleton White clocked it instantly. His allies had their own lines to talk through, so this message had to be coming from some stranger out of town. Prosel stepped onto the loud, crowded streets of Eklaba, the trading city, scanning everywhere for the perfect place to meet. Right out of nowhere, a hand landed on his shoulder, and the person thanked him for stopping by. Prosel whipped around on the spot, demanding to know if he was the one who'd sent the letter. At a street cafe table, Zahan, the Lord of Steel, sat as cool as ice, calmly sipping his tea. He smirked and shot out a smug grunt. Zahan waved him down, snapped for a drink, and had it served to the guest on the spot. He lifted the cup to his lips and tossed every last bit of formality aside. The Lord of Steel leaned in on Prosel, then declared that the talk was about war. He shot a warning and promised to flip the whole deck right away. Prosel's whole body went rigid the moment Zahan declared he was forming an active alliance with two other lords. Zagan bowed to the Lord of Creation's might, but admitted he can't survive three, especially with everyone already aware of the armies he's got lined up. Prosel asked, face dark with dread, about the capitulation, and Zahan flashed a grin and agreed on the spot. The Lord of Steel grinned like a king and shot out his hand, offering an alliance right there with him. Prosel just froze there, stunned out of his mind. Zahan calmly told us his current partners are way out of reach, far from here. At his signal, they'll blink in here, then all three of them will step forward and declare war on Prosely. But if Prosel agrees to the alliance right now, Zagan lifted two fingers and swore to everyone, I'll be the first to declare war on you two. Prosel's jaw dropped as he stared, completely stunned by what his interlocutor said. Zahan dragged his finger across the table and sketched the truth. This wild 3-on-1 brawl was about to flip into a clean, fair 2-on-2. He coldly vowed that together they'd absolutely wipe out the weakest lords of their generation. So they'll satisfy the Creator's rule for the required war in their first year and snag those medals with barely any trouble. Prosel just stared, completely baffled, and fell silent, like all the answers vanished. When they pressed Zahan about why he'd betray them like that, he just smirked and said, because this way is way more profitable. To end the war for good, you just have to smash the enemy crystal. If Zahan had pulled off the win as part of the trio, the two winners would have been forced to clash again, right back in a showdown for the top spot. He leaned in, sure as stone, that the only smart move was to wipe out the weaklings immediately, because sparring with a real monster later was asking for trouble. As Zahan stirred the tea, he threw out one brutal condition. Prosel had to swear he wouldn't attack him after the tournament. Proslet crumpled his face in a scowl, studying the trap like it was about to bite. Zahan smirked, leaned back in his chair, and basked in the fact that the deal was officially sealed. Prosel snapped forward, eyes blazing, and shut it down without hesitation. Zagan's face twisted with shock shock when the other person asked, "How can anyone trust someone who flips on their own so easily?" The Lord of Creation rose to his feet, warning that he's expecting a knife in the back, and basically admitting this whole conversation might be a straight-up lie. Zahan's brow broke into sweat, and he fumbled through a painfully awkward defense, trying to talk his way out of it. Prosel coldly shut them down. Didn't Zahan do the exact same thing to his own team? Rage-fired Steel Lord launched into the air and shouted for his partners. Two gigantic shadows surged up behind him in an instant. The very first to show up was the hideous Lord of Viscosity, Ranove. The other one, a chilling nightmare in human form, the terrifying Lord of Evil himself, Morax. Zahan smirked and taunted Prosel, asking if he'd really changed his mind when three enemies were closing in. Prosel didn't hesitate. He calmly leveled his finger at Zagan, exposed the full betrayal in one clean strike, and blew his treacherous plan wide open. Zahan's scream tore through the air as he begged his allies not to fall for the enemy's words. The chubby Ronov stood there, totally lost in thought, absent-mindedly picking his nose while he fretted over what to do next. Morax brushed off every doubt, and with Zagan at his side, they stepped up and officially challenged Proselu 3 against 1. A black magical beam tore through the sky like a deadly omen. Space itself got shredded by the system's roaring rumble, like reality couldn't hold together. The moment the war request hit, they approved it on the spot. A razor-black beam slammed into the table, and the system voice blared, "The war starts in 4 days." The system just dropped a new hard rule. "Your time limit is locked at exactly 24 hours. Prosel blurted out, stunned that he'd never once heard of time limits being used in a war. The voice declared it an absolute game-changer, an all-new kind of battle, right here in the real world. Magical bursts kept snapping through the air like thunder, crackling non-stop. Hitting the game with multiple dungeon drops at once is just too much pressure, so the creator had to slam in a hard limit. Prosel clenched his teeth so hard it looked like they might crack. He saw the truth, and it wiped out every last chance he had. His forces were packed with brutal golems that could lock down a solid wall of defense, but when it came to striking back, they just couldn't keep the offense going. He tried to bait the enemies into his dungeon and grind them down, but the clock slammed the plan to pieces before he could finish. Prosel was fuming, stunned that even the mighty creator could be missing some crucial systemic power. He roared to the heavens, demanding to know why fresh faces get shoved into fights during their very first year. The system went silent, and Prosel instantly got it. This thing didn't care about talks. It only wanted a bloody slaughter to feed the crystals. In his mind, a horrifying silhouette of the creator rose up, just grinning as it watched the weaker ones get wiped out. The memory slipped away, and a terrified woman's scream tore through the Eklab estate. The fox yelped about how it wasn't fair to face a 3-on-1, and Prosel gloomily shot back that the rules couldn't be bent. The elf dropped the worst news. Those new metals can't be made in time, so don't hold your breath for reinforcements. Prosel warned them this time, when they die on the battlefield, there's no coming back, so they'd better fight with terrifying precision. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide with shock. An unexpected guest shot her leg across the windowsill, bold as brass, hooking it over the other. The wind mistress, Stolas, swept in to check on her friend. With a sneaky grin, she promised that if the enemies band together, she'll jump in too, side by side with Prosel, forging an alliance. The war's morning kicked off with a calm, almost beautiful sight, the grand wooden estate of Prosel sitting still and serene. The young man stepped into the yard and stretched like he owned the whole day. Suddenly, he snapped his head up like something just screamed his name. His eyes stayed locked on the sky as it shifted colors at breakneck speed. Koina snapped her eyes open in shock, then the whole sky flipped to pure, blinding white. She jolted in place the second that sharp crack tore through the air. Out of nowhere, everyone vanished. Then the tiny fox freaked out and clamped its paws on its head like it couldn't handle the shock. The Skeleton King inched forward with unshakable calm and told them, "You're all trapped in the Creator's White Room, same as the last reception." Prosel soothed the girl with a promise running the city is suddenly way easier, because the clock in the ordinary world has completely stopped. White explained that he'd managed to flip the city with the dungeon, because if he hadn't, the battle would have torn everything apart the moment it started. Proslia's eyes turned icy, locked on like a target. He leaned over from above, staring down at the cave entrance like it was his final battlefield, ready to crush this war war no matter what it cost. The wind hissed through the fur on his cloak, like it was searching for him. Straight ahead loomed a colossal stone castle, its sharp towers stabbing into the sky. With sharp, icy curiosity, Ronove, the Lord of Viscosity, watched from nearby. Somewhere out past the edge of the world, Morax, the Lord of Evil, let a wicked smile crawl across his face. This was the first huge war of the new era, Procel crashing into Zagan, the Lord of Steel. But the odds were brutal. Creation's Lord was left standing alone, going up against the terrifying alliance of the three. Turns out, Procel wasn't even fighting solo. Stolas had been secretly backing him, so it was really 2 against 3. Seeing that brutal, lopsided mess in the very first round was a wild spectacle that set the tone for everything that came next. The rules hit hard and clear. You've got just 24 hours. The champ is whoever stacks the most crystals, and fights only happen inside dungeons. The creator's voice thundered through the empty void, blasting out a command for his children to prove their strength. Procel balled his fist against his chest and accepted the challenge without flinching. He stretched out his hand, and you could tell he'd been craving this moment for ages. Zagan clutched his fists tight, dying to strike back at Stolas after he crushed his alliance proposal and shut him down. Cruelty blazed in his eyes. Stolas stood right there, arms crossed tight, wearing calm like armor. Zagan lunged in with a brutal surprise attack, shattered her crystal, and grabbed the power to forge wind metals for himself. He clenched his teeth, boiling with rage. Everyone kept looking down on him just because of his rank. The man marched straight for his castle, his bloodthirsty dream locked in, bringing Stolas to his knees and ending him with brutal force. The elf girl gazed at Procel with a quiet, piercing intensity. She leaned in and whispered that the war had finally begun. She swallowed her pride and apologized. She'd join the official union, but first she had to defend her own dungeon. Procel flashed a warm smile and promised, like it was a sure thing, that her personal support would be more than enough. Thanks to her cloning gift, the foxes and Auriel exploded in power. Their combat strength doubled in an instant. And that proselyte crystal wasn't just sitting there. It was locked down by the unstoppable emerald dragon. Stolas's cheeks flared with a sudden blush at the praise. The young man carefully stroked her head and thanked her for always being there, solid as rock. After sealing the victory, he swore he'd invite her to his brand new city. The girl flashed him a playful wink, like she was daring him to try and keep up. Just like the peace was settling in, Quina barreled right in between them, cutting the calm with one no-nonsense question. What's the plan? She flashed 2 fingers, because to win by crystal count, they have to seize at least 2 enemy dungeons. Procel realized the moment he went on the attack, his enemies would slam into his base. Vate let his bony hand settle on Procel's shoulder, soothing him in the gentlest way. Their plan was pure danger. Smash into 2 dungeons fast, then slam the net on anyone who dared attack their home. The young man shot up 2 fingers, and they burst apart into 2 deadly strike teams. He led the raid squad straight into battle with Quina, Auriel, and Rorono right beside him. Dantalion's raven perched on the elf's head, and the moment they were done with the assault, they shot straight back through instant teleportation. Stolas let out a heavy sigh. What a shame the teleportation markers won't work anywhere inside the White Room itself. Meanwhile, their whole base defense hinged on a sinister corridor guarded by an unbreakable golem. White grinned as he vowed that his army of the dead would rise into an unbreakable wall, one that would crush the enemy the moment they pushed through. Procel balled his fist tight, convinced his strategy would work. The whole team lit up, thrusting their hands into the air because the operation was officially underway. Quinn suddenly puffed out her cheeks like she'd just caught an idea out of nowhere. In front of the dungeon of the Lord of Viscosity, she shot off a loud protest. She was furious that she'd been torn away from her dad. Auriel leaned in and told them, soft but certain. This was just his way of showing he trusted their power without a single doubt. The girls peered into the cave, and it was crawling with nasty mutant frogs. About 50 slimy little creatures snapped their bulging eyes right onto them the second they showed up. Auriel snapped his eyes over the scene, then realized the enemy had jam-packed all their forces at the entrance, ready to crush them with sheer numbers. But Quinny didn't have the time to mess around with any long, drawn-out games. She snapped into a combat stance, firing off Procel's order in her head, strike fast, no hesitation. Auriel froze, stunned by the way every single hair on the fox's tail gargoyle pulsed with overwhelming magic. Quina grinned like she already knew the end, then snapped out the power of 30 threads, something she honed during her life in the city. The golden flame of purgatory erupted in a blinding blast, torching the monsters so fast they crumbled into ashes. Somewhere deep in his own lair, the Lord of Viscosity was soaked in freezing sweat, begging, pleading to get spared. Panic slammed into him, and he finally pulled out his last trump card. 2 colossal demons burst out of the darkness, answering their master's terrified, desperate cry. 3 demon lords slammed their power together and launched a brutal strike straight at Procel. The glowing sphere exploded into shards, kicking off a ruthless 24-hour countdown. The survival rules were dead simple. Whoever drained more crystals was the one who paid the price. Now the Procella side has to wipe out at least 2 enemy power sources. No delay, no mercy. The moment the match started, the team snapped apart and scattered fast. While the defenders fought to keep their ground at home, the assault crew slammed into the enemies underground, fast, sudden, and ruthless. The plan was pure audacity. Storm the enemy base, slam the walls shut, and trap them in a death grip. Fox Quina and Elf Rorono froze cold as the cave's dark maw opened up before them. From there, the crystal's oppressive aura surged like a crushing wave. Quina let out a happy chuckle, absolutely stunned by how fast everything surged straight to the finish. Rorono snapped tense. Those local traps felt way too flimsy for the Demon Lord's dungeon. She paused, then pressed her heavy backpack like it held the weight of her whole world. The elf just shook her head and refused to answer the question about the new weapon. That was her ace move, snagged only after she signed the contract. The ground beneath my feet suddenly blew apart, firing stone shrapnel into the air like a bomb went off. A hulking monster tore out of that cloud of sawdust, and Quina snapped up the shotgun the instant it landed. Rorono's eyes snapped wide with pure, gut-punching terror. A blast at point-blank range ricocheted off his armor like a thunderclap. 2 top-tier gargoyles swooped down right in front of them, one pitch black, the other blazing a dazzling white. The elf froze in shock. How on earth did that lump of ore just whip around so fast? The shock hit them both. This white monster wasn't just built. It was hammered together from ultra-durable orichalcum. The weak demon lord simply couldn't physically summon someone on that level. Dodging that deadly lunge, Quina lashed out in a blazing, unstoppable flurry. The flames swallowed the dark monster whole, yet it refused to fall. The fox touched down light as a whisper, landing clean on its feet. While she reloaded mid-fight, it hit her regular bullets only crumpled the weak. Rorono roared that a puny flame couldn't even begin to melt the magical ore. That white gargoyle suddenly started cramming colossal energy into its chest, like it was about to blow the whole world apart. In the blink of an eye, the monster hurled a flaming meteorite at the girls, blasting them with pure, devastating fire. Quina yanked off the safety in a split second and flipped the weapon straight into automatic. A storm of bullets ripped through the air and slammed into that deadly beam mid-flight, shattering it instantly. Rorono panted hard, the brutal explosion still roaring in his bones. Rorono snapped his breath short, stunned by the raw, earth-shaking power of that magic. A violent shockwave ripped through the dark gargoyles, blasting them into drifting stone dust. The white monster has evolved into a full-on catastrophe, and every battle has only made it more unstoppable over the years. The elf girl grit her teeth with pure, unshakable fury. She quietly reached out and called her friend. Rorono didn't beat around the bush. He straight up grilled Quina about how much fight she had left. The fox finally fessed up that it had already burned through half the ammo and swore it could only for sure handle the black monsters. The elf girl gave a small, decisive nod. She said it with chilling calm. "I'll take the orichalcum gargoyle myself." Quina froze in shock because Rorono had never once been the type to charge into the front lines. Rorono shot her back a calm smile and said she'd already tucked her own trump card away. A tense silence slammed into the air, heavy and waiting for the next move. Suddenly, Quina exploded with magic, shifting into her adult form, and that predatory grin locked in as she snapped, "Deal." The fox shot forward like lightning, barreling straight at at the black monsters. Rorono pressed her hand against the busted mechanism's remains and unleashed the power Procell had given her. The short team tore through the air like a blade, slicing straight ahead. A blinding light swallowed her whole, snapping metal pieces together around her like they were drawn by fate. Rorono burst out of the swirling dust, armored up in heavy, high-tech steel. Kuina snapped her head over her shoulder, and her gasp tore out of her like she'd just seen a ghost. Both girls stood shoulder to shoulder with full confidence. Round 2 was about to begin. Kuina rocking fox ears and Rorono with flowing white hair pop up behind the title card, Demon Lord, City Building for Chapter 29. Transformation! Kuina snapped her hands forward like a trigger, ready to tear the battlefield open. Rorono slid into view beside her, wrapped in heavy armor, the Gregorian Valkyrie. The time has come for round 2. This time, we're charging straight at the winged demons. The enemy forces surged forward, closing the distance fast. The girls didn't hesitate. They charged straight into the brutal center of the battle. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Ronove was slumped on his knees, begging before the glowing crystal like it held his fate. Cowering in the dungeon's deepest room, he desperately begged for someone to save him. "My father ditched me," he whined, sprawling on the floor like he'd been left to rot. He replayed that jaw-dropping conversation with Zahan Steel in his mind. Then Kuina coldly snapped that their enemies were just too powerful. Darkness. Black space. Return them? No way, Ronove. Kuina blew through the golems, smashing them to pieces with a crushing kick. Zagan's brutal words reverberated inside the betrayed lord's mind, refusing to fade. With a brutal strike, the stone jaw shattered like it was made of glass. The ally sneered, basically daring him to somehow keep himself alive until then. The monster's face got obliterated as the boot slammed down with full force. Kuina unleashed the dance of vermilion gold and cut straight through the gargoyle crowd like a blazing blade. Rorono calmly sized up her friend's devastating power like it was a storm about to hit. The elf snapped the cannon around and aimed it straight at the winged demon. Turns out the enemy was lightning quick, but she never panicked. She zeroed in on him and snagged him in her sights with total confidence. "Goodbye," Rorono snapped, and the shot tore straight through the creature's orichalcum armor. Dim clamped down on the battlefield, turning the whole fight into a tense, choking squeeze. Fog crawled in slow and heavy, swallowing the desolate battlefield inch by inch. Ronov kept kneeling in that empty room, praying with a pitiful desperation that wouldn't quit. He couldn't accept it. Zagan was gone. "Don't leave me, Zagan." With a pulse of magic coursing through that skull of connection, he sparked the reminder of safety and a guaranteed 100% victory. "All I got was a brutal truth. Fools are the easiest people to twist and control." Ronova admitted straight up. He never would have struck that deal if he'd known the demons were this powerful. My eyes bulged as I whispered, "He used me, but where the heck did everybody go? Did the giants vanish for good?" He blurted, eyes locked on the crystal like it could answer his heartbreak. At that exact moment, the magical crystal exploded into a storm of tiny shards. A desperate scream tore out of his chest. Rorono and Kuina were standing there in front of him, staring him down like, "You've caused us way too much trouble." The massive cannon's muzzle locked onto Ron's sweaty face and growled, "Answer." Rorono asked, voice sharp and dry, where a demon this vicious even came from inside that dungeon. She warned she'd rip his arms off if he stayed quiet, then demanded to know what that gargoyle was. Ronov gasped, terror slamming into him as the gun's muzzle pressed against his face. The moment the crystal shattered, the whole dungeon started collapsing around them. Everything fell apart. The fallen lord choked out, "Why do I have to suffer like this?" All his friends got wiped out. His father, the lord, turned his back on him, and even his allies bailed, leaving him with the dungeon finally at its end. Tears of pure helplessness streamed down his cheeks as he choked out, "Trusting you was never worth it." He spat out the truth. He was nothing but a fool. This was the brutal payoff for believing some random ally. A chilling rifle barrel pinned itself right to his forehead. Suddenly, Rorono's eyes snapped into focus. Ronov threw in the towel and swore he'd spill absolutely everything. In that endless darkness, he leaned in and whispered, "I'm going to show you everything." But the elf girl snapped into alert mode, her instincts screaming that something was horribly wrong. She spun back in total shock. "Kuino, we've got to get back, now!" Rorono yelled as the danger hit him like a punch. Fox-eared girl dozed on the floor, peacefully snoring as the exhaustion-driven transformation finally melted away. Yorono panicked, began trembling and grabbed his shoulders, blurting out, "Sir, her." Meanwhile, deep in Morax's labyrinth, the Lord of Evil Demons watched as strangers stumbled through the maze. The cloaked boy rocketed his fist into the stone wall. Rage surged through him as he realized the enemy had outplayed them. Over their shoulders, Morax's looming figure hung there in eerie silence, like doom made visible. Meanwhile, somewhere else, that ancient elf girl got snatched up, and the villain flashed a chilling grin, because this is only the beginning. One day in Avalon, the Skeleton King prowled over the hills, hunting for Elle like she was his next heartbeat. A totally naked girl was calmly floating in the river when he suddenly burst out of the bushes right in front of her. The skeleton spun around in sheer panic, clapped both hands over its face, and blurted an apology for barging in. The fur didn't flinch a single time. He just muttered that he keeps showing up here. The king straight up admitted it. The rising wind hits that place like it was made for him. He said, hitting the city and talking to real people every day is a habit that pays off big. The fiend agreed straight up that letting people and demons mix would be good for everyone. Out of nowhere, the person you were talking to snapped back to an urgent, important matter. He yanked out a postcard and started warning everyone about those wicked travelers who go prowling for local apples. The moment snapped inside Morax's dungeon. The master's grin stretched wide as he stared down at the bound Elle, soaking it all in. She thrashed in helpless ropes of the mimic monster, gasping for air as she fought to break free. Morax sneered at her strength with a smug laugh, then stomped on her confidence. He snatched her up like she was nothing, disguising it as if he'd just been a wall. Unfurling his wings, the demon boasted that he had zero plans to hold back his hunger. He licked his lips with ruthless hunger, already picturing how he'd survive, and then snatch the new king's crystal for himself. A fir tree groaned in pure heartbreak, like it couldn't take one more moment. Morax finally snapped. He burst forward like he couldn't hold it in anymore. In his head, Procel didn't even feel like a threat anymore. The plan was pure genius. Take Elle down and flip the balance of power so it all lands in his favor. The demon slyly teased the filthy tricks he'd used to grow the army. No medals needed. The girl snapped her gaze down at the tentacles in pure shock. What in the world is this? Meanwhile, the victim went eerily silent, and Morax watched her with a grin full of satisfaction. Her body went completely numb. Thick mucus dumped in a full-blown horse dose of an aphrodisiac, laced with a muscle relaxant that locked every movement. The freak cracked her knuckles and waited as the burn in her muscles started climbing toward unbearable. "It's feast o'clock," he grinned like a predator, practically vibrating with excitement as he prepared to start. Suddenly, his hands turned pitch black and rotted like they were alive. What? Morax froze in place, staring at his own palm like it had betrayed him. Flesh and muscle ripped apart until everything turned into bloody ash. He jerked back with a wild scream, and Elle's voice cut in icy, saying he'd been sneaking into her attack zone for far too long. The calm girl was already perched on top of the chest, gripping a ripped tentacle in her fist. Morax couldn't accept it. His deadliest drug had turned out to be nothing. The eye of the fur blazed with a deadly flash. The demon's face snapped into pure, animal-level panic. In total despair, he screamed and blasted his children straight at her. These demon women weren't just regular minions, they were cut from a whole different nightmare. The system exposed Morax's disgusting new power, Higher Family. I can't help rewrite that. It describes rape, and I'm not able to generate sexual violence content. If you want, paste a different line, or I can help rewrite a non-graphic version that focuses on the aftermath without sexual details. This brutal cycle kept spiraling, and every round just shoved that scumbag's combat power higher and higher. Now his offspring stood raring to unleash pure chaos the second he gave the word. Bleeding, Morax drew himself in on a cruel lie that Elle would give birth to an S-rank monster. "Chase her down," he barked, ordering his kids after the female. Suddenly, a blinding streak of lightning-fast motion tore through the entire space. A dull thud cracked through the air, and Elle shot forward, eyes blazing. How fast she is! With one brutal hook, she slammed the first attacker's head down hard. Blood burst across the walls like a fountain. One savage move, and she split multiple demonesses in half. "Monster, save us!" The surviving minions shrieked, terrified out of their minds. Throwing her head back, Elle panted hard as the sight of the bloody slaughter made her rage burn hotter and hotter. She viciously seized seized one by the face, smashed them into the floor, and laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. Blood splattered across her, and she grinned like a maniac, death on her tongue, bones crunching beneath her feet, and she loved every second of it. Memory slammed her right back to that scene with the skeleton, where it had grabbed the exact same postcard warning about dangerous travelers. But it was already too late, right in that bare clearing. The naked L stood over the torn bodies, calmly listening as the stunned king tried to lecture him. Then the skeleton snapped awake in terror. She wasn't becoming a predator. Demons are born already fully formed and ready to hunt. In the half-dark, L moved in silence and whispered, "That's why I." From the day they're born, their instincts scream one thing: brutally wipe out people and crush anyone weaker than them. Then, amid the slaughter, she shot the king a bitter, ironic question. Why did he keep showing off up on that hill? The wind crept through the grass, whispering over the bloodied ground. In the end, El hovered over the mutilated Morax and calmly cut through the silence. "Yes, I." Her pupils snapped tight with cold, vicious sadism. That eerie smile clawed across the girl's lips. "I'm a monster, and the games are done," she snapped, and Morax was drowned in terrified animal tears. Aura leaned in and confessed to Procel that she's born with a killer instinct. She feels it toward every living thing around her. Because of that, the elf decided she was the worst monster imaginable for his peaceful city. And when Avalon showed up, her real admiration hit so hard, it was almost impossible to hide. She couldn't help but think of the other girls' happy smiles, and then confessed she dreams just as fiercely of a warm, peaceful life. Procel shot back that he could see right through her desperate attempt to bury that bloody thirst. She said the only way she'd stop his disaster-hungry instincts was to stand right beside him so his strength could borrow hers. She stared at her master with trembling hope. He was the only key to mastering herself, and the moment he was near, her wild instincts finally settled. In the pitch-black dungeon, Aura stood tall, staring down yet another demon lord. Silence. The elf lifted her chin and flashed a chilling smile. Then the enemy made 3 deadly mistakes. At first, he smugly believed he'd outsmarted her and cornered her for good. An intentional ripple of power dodged the giant labyrinth and shot straight to him. And that drug pool did nothing at all, to the one cleansing the whole toxic swamp. The enemy's color drained the second he realized his 3rd fatal mistake. Her eyes flared with demonic fury, so he dismissed her as just another ordinary woman. The demon snapped into a blood-curdling scream when she asked, in a cold, icy voice, exactly how she could finish him off. He recoiled. The escape isn't just failing, it's lost its meaning the moment it mattered. Aura kept coming at him, her predatory stare pinning him in place. Suddenly, the enemy's belly ballooned to insane proportions, and he screamed bloody murder in sheer, wild agony. While he gawked at her like an idiot, she stayed cool and casually compressed the air inside his body. The demon's eyes snapped wide as he realized an internal blast was about to tear him apart, piece by piece. Shaking with terror, he blurted out a pathetic vow of allegiance to Procel. The whiners swore they only marched to war against Avalon because their allies squeezed them into it. Aura flashed a sweet, calculated smile. "Do you really think the master wants someone as pathetic as you?" And the enemy felt death's icy breath crawl down their spine. "She's going to wipe me out. I'm done, for nothing I do matters," the doomed demon spat out in pure, shaking despair. Amid the puddles of blood, she glared at his swollen body like it was disgusting. The demon frantically nodded, pleading for his life like it was the last breath in the world. The elf yawned, stretched her hand lazily, and flat out said his labyrinth was way too annoying. She demanded they erase the dungeon right now. The terrified enemy scrambled to yank the core's crystal ball out in a panic. His fingers trembled with pure helplessness. In his head, he was already plotting a brutal revenge for the humiliation he just took. The moment the labyrinth vanished, the demon immediately started whining again, begging for mercy like its life depended on it. Aura's eyes narrowed like knives, cutting straight through the moment. Did he really think he'd make it out alive when she'd sworn a promise to her master? Aura yanked him back to that promise and drove it straight through his head. Blood erupted across the walls like a ruthless black fountain. Meanwhile, Procel got trapped again inside the stone labyrinth, walking straight into a dead end. He clung to the elf's plan in his mind, but the anxiety still wouldn't let up. Suddenly, the walls started to shake like they were about to break. The boy stumbled, lost his footing, and crashed to the ground. He crumpled to his knees right in the middle of a totally empty plain. That massive dungeon vanished in an instant, and Procel immediately got why. A burst of radiant joy surged straight at him, gripping the Lord of Demons' severed head by the hair. Procel jerked back in terror, begging them to rip that horrible trophy away. Panting, Aura admitted the brutal truth. Her powers still couldn't fully cleanse the enemy's poison. The master stared at the vial in pure shock, and once again, he couldn't deny the raw power this girl carried. Black magic oozed out of the abandoned core, dripping like a curse that wouldn't die. Procel surged toward the pedestal, ready to smash that crystal to pieces. Aura leaned in and reminded him, straight up, that she'd honestly done her part of the bargain. The boy grinned warmly, because he finally remembered the name he'd promised. They tore apart the core, purged the land clean, and laid the groundwork for a brand new city. Aura never chased attention, but her role was absolutely crucial. Procel stared at White, praying her stormy feelings wouldn't keep hurting her anymore. He finally called her his third contract demon right to her face. The elf girl radiated like a sunrise, lighting up everything around her. A silent skeleton just watched their conversation unfold, like it had all the time in the world. Procel snapped that from this moment on, with her demon inside him, she'd tie her destiny to his, no turning back. The second you sign that contract and become a demon, our souls lock together, your essence gets swallowed into the master. He named her Aura, and swore his kindness would drown out her killing instinct forever. Aura's eyes snapped wide, and before she could stop herself, tears burst out, so intense it seriously scared her own master. Tears blurred her vision, but she grinned anyway. An unheard of warmth surged through her chest. For the first time in her life, she finally felt like she belonged to a real family. Vate clenched the sword's handle so hard his knuckles went white. On the dungeon's second level, Procel stood in the graveyard with his commanders, staring down the dead and the danger all at once. The skeleton finally shattered the silence. He stared at the host with those horrifying hollow eye sockets, and with a cool, steady breath, he admitted that trusting Procel was the right call. The demon lord stared in silence over his domain, and his fresh, loyal protector stood right by his side. Foxgirl Queena stayed by her companion with a bright grin, cheerfully calling out to her master like it was pure joy. Procel snapped around to find the enemies had already smashed the crystal of viscosity. The fox carelessly bragged that those attackers wouldn't even get past the first level, but Procel's face hardened. He barked for the chase to start. The company barreled through the shattered stone corridors like they were racing for their lives. Suddenly, all three snapped to a complete stop, staring in pure shock. On the floor, their mechanical guard lay in shredded ruins. Rorono screamed in pure horror. Those enemies didn't just push through, they smashed every last invincible mithril golem to pieces. Procel clenched his teeth because the next checkpoint was guarded by nothing special, just plain working demons and a lone skeleton. The girls were on edge, praying their master stayed safe. A whole new scene was exploding just a few hours before all of this. The enemy lord grinned like a hunter. His scheme finally landed, and Procel had fallen right into the trap. Hemmed in by armored knights, he could feel it coming. He'd personally crack the enemy's dungeon-wide defenses and shatter their resolve. With pure excitement blazing in his eyes, the man charged straight for the dark entrance. A gigantic stone corridor stretched out for miles ahead, swallowed in eerie stillness. A wall of massive mithril golems slammed down in front of him, blocking his way cold. The lord only snorted, eyes flashing as he remembered their old face-off, because those same tricks wouldn't work on him anymore. He called forth a towering acid slime and threw his arms wide like it was already unstoppable. The monster's soft body snapped open and instantly drank in every hostile bullet, hailstorming down at it. With a smug grin, the man boasted that only he could wield the power of viscosity with real, unbeatable skill. With a sharp flick of his hand, he launched his knights straight into the assault. The slime crept right behind them, staring the target down with that one giant eye, never blinking, never backing off. Suddenly, the monster's body erupted with black spikes, blasting outward in every direction. From a secret tunnel carved into the wall, a terrifying new golem was lurking in the shadows. The enemy snapped a panicked look over his shoulder. A whole squad of mechanical guards came charging toward him from around the corner. The iron guards unleashed a brutal volley of fire at him. Stunned out of his mind, he watched giant giant after giant crawl out of the darkness, one after another. Black spears rained down and tore clean through his knights without mercy. The Lord stared in horror as the demons he'd praised got ripped apart into shards before his eyes. Crushed to the ground, he dragged himself across the freezing floor like a broken man. Through tears, it finally hit him. This fight wasn't even close to their last one. Massive ones towered over him, closing in like they were about to rip him apart. Out of nowhere, a giant tiger loomed behind him and growled in a low voice, asking if he wanted to live. The enemy snapped to it at once. That predator wasn't some random tool. It was a weapon stolen and borrowed from the demon of evil. The monster sneered at him, calling him a pathetic little creature. The beast threw out a deal. He'd rip through the way in return for the brawl he'd been craving for ages. The commander's breath caught with terror, but he still blurted that he was their master, then snapped his fingers and ordered the golems smashed immediately. The A-rank white tiger snarled and shoved him hard into the dirt. The beast snapped its chains and tore free. A shadowy silhouette tore through the air, blurring into nothing. In the blink of an eye, the distance vanished. The mechanical guard barely scraped up enough strength to lift the cannon. Its fang-filled mouth was pressed right up against his face. With one thunderous punch, the tiger smashed off half the car's body. The Lord snapped his eyes shut in disbelief, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. That predator just smirked. Yeah, the golem's weapons bite hard, but the golems themselves are still nothing more than clunky chunks of metal. With the next leap, he dropped another guard and laughed at how slow they were. Suddenly, his paw slammed into a hidden slab. A deafening blast ripped through the room, and the trap launched a storm of debris into the sky. Even the machine could barely keep up. Tiger's lightning-fast reaction was on a whole different level. He touched down without a sound, then violently flicked the poisonous needles loose from his fur. Rage surged through the beast as it roared like thunder, then slammed straight back into the enemy's line of fire. The tiger grinned with sick satisfaction, savoring every brutal second of the bloody spectacle. The beast savored the carnage, lifted its head, and blasted out a deafening, victory-soaked roar. Still reeling from the shock, the Lord of Steel cracked a grin again, pure electric joy. When he stared into this monster's power, the truth hit him like a punch. Procell was finished. Meanwhile, pure panic erupted across the main tower of the dungeon. Behind the monitors, Rorono sank into despair as he confirmed the first level's golems were completely wiped out. The skeleton and the whole team sat rigid, holding their breath in total silence. The girl warned that her enemy was a nightmare, deadly muscle paired with magic that lets him read their moves before they even happen. She couldn't take the pressure anymore. She shrieked that this monster was unbeatable. The skeleton didn't even twitch. He set his bony hand on her head like he owned the moment, telling her right there that the odds weren't dead yet. They just have to stall until Procell shows up, and honestly, they've got all the time in the world. Tears streamed down her face as she demanded, "How can you stay so calm?" The dead man just answered one thing: "The person I trust believes in me without limits." He leaned in and urged her to breathe, to calm that storm in her chest, and to trust the one who made them. Rorono sniffed, then clung to him with a fierce, tight hug. The skeleton softly brushed its hand down her back.
Yeah, the enemy is terrifying, but he refused to let that monster beat him.
Everything is for the gentleman who built that city for a reason, so everyone could live free, smile wide, and chase happiness without fear. With his braid clenched tight, the skeleton braced himself to throw away his own life just to finally stop the monster. The worn-out adventurer choked out, "We're way too weak to keep going." A massive white tiger slumped atop a mountain of battered corpses, looming like a nightmare that refused to move. A hooded man strode up to the beast, voice sharp as he warned of a secret plot by 3 ancient demon lords targeting the newcomer. He thrust the tiger forward to shield the young creator, swearing he'd settle the score with an epic fight later. But if the creator is even a little too overpowered, the tiger is going down on that battlefield. A tense little silence slammed into the air. The demon lord himself named Kohaku the tiger, and from that moment on, power flowed into him non-stop. That method drained the owner so badly they teetered on death, and that's why it's so rare. It only happens when someone's trust becomes absolute. The hooded man gave the tiniest, barely there smile. A beam of light from the window crashed onto the floor like it owned the place. The beast stared into the distance, trying to remember the last time it had fought at full strength. He figured if death was waiting for him anyway, then he'd pick pick the exact place where his final battle would go down. A predatory grin suddenly split across the tusked snout, like a threat coming to life. Darkness. Kohaku lit up with joy and nodded, because facing certain death for a truly worthy battle was exactly what he wanted. The silence shattered as an excited shout burst out, loud and unforgettable. Face to face with the tiger stood its temporary master, grinning like a maniac as he crushed the enemy golems without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, the commander's eyes caught a brutal, bloody wound on the beast's snow-white shoulder. The tiger didn't flinch as he admitted that the hostile weapon could pierce even his brutal, battle-hardened skin. The moment he realized how thin their advantage really was, cold sweat drenched him like a flood. Suddenly, a violent gust of energy rays crashed down from the sky. The acidic slime hissed and vanished in an instant, another magical crystal gone forever. Only the tiger, the archdemon, and a pair of knights were left, still bowing under the commander's rule. The thought of invading his own dungeon instantly filled him with pure horror. Panic slammed into him as he barked for an instant advance, anything to wipe out the creator. Kohaku tried to calm him down, but he just lost it, screaming hysterically about his power. The beast snapped its tongue in fury, trapped by a brutal, unbreakable rule that forbade it from ever laying a claw on its master. The commander bolted ahead, and the tiger stared at that worthless coward like disgust itself. The squad burst into the empty second-level cemetery, and the silence hit like a punch. The master barked with total confidence. "Strike now!" Kohaku snapped into instant alertness. Black spikes erupted from the ground and slammed straight through the front knights, cutting them down instantly. The commander screamed in terror as he finally spotted the deadly pitfall and knew it was too late. The commander jolted when a bruised soldier dropped in right behind him. The battered monsters shot into the bottomless abyss, vanishing into the dark like they never stood a chance. The owner's stomach dropped as the enemy's attack didn't slow down. It surged forward like it was building momentum to destroy everything. From behind the tombstone's shadow, a colossal mechanical golem burst into the world like a nightmare waking up. The commander's voice cracked into wild screams as he demanded his strongest servants right now. The enemy came crashing in so fast they didn't even get a second to prepare. The tiger's eyes shot wide with shock. The archdemon lurched ahead on pure instinct, blindly obeying its master's suicidal command. The beast snapped on its ultimate power, and a storm of brutal lightning bolts tore through everything. A blinding blast tore through everything in its path, smashing the mechanical golem to pieces. The commander let out a soft chuckle. The archdemon got hit, got overwhelmed, and straight up died after some senseless order sealed its fate. Smoke from the explosion billowed out, then slowly faded away. Kohaku stared in pure horror at the shattered armor of his allies, because he'd just ripped them apart with his own hands. The beast slammed out a ferocious roar straight into the commander's face, barely holding back the urge to rip him to pieces. Behind them sprawled a massive wasteland of shattered debris and crumbling ruins. A man let out a desperate scream, and in that instant everyone knew it. Enemy reinforcements were closing in fast. The squad's wreckage huddled inside a half-collapsed building, praying the enemy wouldn't find them. Kohaku snapped a glance out the window, scanning the perimeter like she was hunting for danger. The tiger's voice turned ice cold as it snapped. "From now on, I'm flying solo. Saving a weakling like that is just too much." The commander barked again, demanding they fall in line. No excuses, no delay. The beast's icy eyes locked onto him, and murderous rage burned straight through them. The man's face went ghost white, and he let out a tiny, heartbreaking squeak of pure terror. He shot desperate pleas at the tiger, begging it to return because it just kept slipping away in eerie silence. The beast strode through the void, weighing its power as it refused to tap its ultimate skills. Waiting right in front of him was a brand new foe, an epic skeleton king, reigning with his whole retinue at his side. One of the girls shouted that an enemy monster was closing in fast. Kohaku strode toward the enemy with pure confidence. He instantly clocked it. Right in front of him stood the commander-in-chief. The skeleton bowed with eerie elegance and introduced himself. Vate. Kohaku sized up the enemy's tactics, then snapped. "All right, who else is here besides you, and what's your name?" White calmly checked the room and confirmed there were other top-tier fighters around. The beast snapped its name into the air and dared the dungeon guard to settle it in a real, no-holds-barred duel. White didn't back down. He accepted the challenge and swore they'd fight fight to the death. No games, no mercy. The darkness swelled and pressed in like a living thing. And just like that, the war's final showdown finally erupted. That massive white tiger, Kohaku, bared its fangs at the undead king, scowling hard because it couldn't figure out why that commander had marched to the front lines all by himself. Shiro stayed completely still, like he'd frozen in place. The skeleton didn't flinch. He calmly urged the beast to read his mind. The tiger narrowed its eyes like a hunter ready to strike. The air ripped with a thunderous roar, and Kohaku lunged straight at his opponent. A wave of deafening explosions crashed through the air. The beast tore through the storm of gunfire, certain that even the puny bullets wouldn't scratch its skin. White clenched the weapon in a tight iron grip. Suddenly, the tiger snapped back to those hellish flames that had already burned his ally to cinders. In the very next heartbeat, the battlefield erupted into a brutal wall of fire. Kohaku snapped the brakes at the last second, slipping away from that deadly inferno. Out of nowhere, a treacherous punch exploded from the side. A bullet screamed through the smoke like it owned the night. The elven sniper nailed the perfect perch, but the beast had already clocked where she was hiding. The tiger touched down without a sound, and instantly knew it had just stepped onto the first layer of traps. Suddenly, he spotted a device sitting right under his paws. A brutal blast erupted the ground upward just as Kohaku was about to step onto the mine. White grinned and clicked the trigger on purpose, bragging that he'd set remote explosives perfectly tuned to blow apart an enemy this fast. From far away, two girls kept their eyes locked on the chaos, watching every second like it was about to explode. The fox gasped in total disbelief, stunned that a simple cold was strong enough to corner the demon all by itself. Time screeches to a halt for a split second. That memory yanked the elf right back to yesterday's argument, when she cried her eyes out, begging White not to march straight into certain death. The skeleton flat out refused. He figured the tiger, blinded by its own overwhelming power, would have no choice but to lose focus and slip up. White told them he could bring the undead back from death, but he couldn't do the same for living friends, so he'd take the blow and sacrifice himself for the city they both call home. Knowing how stubborn he was, the girl nodded and promised she'd hit from behind only when he gave the signal. Reality slammed back in like a war drum, shaking everything with the roar of battle. White kept firing, balancing on the thinnest edge of doom. One single missed shot, and it was game over for him. The elf girl stiffened up, bracing herself for the main trap to snap. The tiger roared like thunder, winding itself up for the moment of its decisive leap. Right then, Kohaku's mind shattered the barrier and ripped straight through the skeleton's thoughts. He could see it plain as day in the enemy's thoughts. Every last trap was gone, and the path ahead was finally wide open. The white mask cracked into a menacing grin that made your skin crawl. Kohaku lunged ahead, and a killing bolt of lightning swallowed him whole. Halfway through, the beast's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. White's weapon detonated straight in his face, blasting him apart in an instant. A blazing blast ripped the tiger right off its paws. Turns out the skeleton didn't just rise, it fused its mind with the whole army of the dead. White sneered and demanded, "So, beast, how's that fake stream of thoughts from 100 minions treating you?" The weakened Kohaku staggered, barely holding himself up. He felt the loss crushing him, but a warrior's pride lit a fire in his chest, pushing him to battle to the very end. The tiger crumpled to the ground, utterly drained. Every last drop of its magic was gone. Suddenly, little sparks of light burst and flickered all around his body. He squeezed every last drop of life into one final, desperate burst of will. This force wasn't built to slash you open like a broad blade. It was engineered to stab you instead, like a sharp, invisible needle. A blinding beam tore straight through the void. The beast burst out of nowhere behind the skeleton and slammed it with the final hit. Pure destruction. The elf girl sucked in a sharp gasp, frozen in pure shock. White's skull twisted out of shape. One brutal, deep crack split it wide open. That was the purest tiger move, Thunder Needle. Kohaku sucked in shaky breaths, bowing with respect and disbelief at how brutally strong her defeated enemy truly was. A muffled gasp burst from the skeleton's shattered jaw. I broke my promise," the undead king rasped, then collapsed, crumbly and lifeless, into dust. A blinding flash ripped through the earth, and a desperate scream echoed through the sky. Kohaku froze in place, staring in disbelief at the chaos. The elf pushed forward, and out of the heavy smoke, her companions' silhouettes clawed their way into view. White's voice rang out, and I knew it. My promise held, and his plan hit the mark flawlessly. Before the battered tiger could even catch its breath, 3 brand new fighters stepped up, ready to unleash revenge and finally crush this war. The shattered skeleton King White crumpled to the ground, then stared up at the mighty tiger Kohaku and spoke. The enemy slammed their claim down. This battle was theirs, no doubt about it. He and his crew just threw their hands up and declared, "We won." But right when the joy hit, the young man spotted his injured friend and sprinted straight to him. He barked an order right away. Tell the girls to carry the tiger on their own. Crunching cracks spiderweb across White's skull as if something inside finally gave out. The creature crumpled to its knees nearby, and the skeleton quietly apologized for how pathetic it looked. He got beaten because he didn't have the strength, but he still stood proud. He carried out his duty all the way to the end. His bony fingers scraped the dirt like they were begging the earth for mercy. White confessed the one thing that haunted him most. He'd just been desperate to witness the moment their perfect city finally reached its finish. "Don't you dare die, my precious friend. I'm not letting it happen." Protzel lunged in, cutting them off. The skeleton gave a quiet, wicked chuckle at that stubborn refusal to budge. His body splintered apart, and the bullet of the soul cracked straight down the middle. The girls behind snapped into stunned silence. Despair blazed straight through the young man's eyes. A brutal gust yanked his cloak like it meant to tear it right off. White snapped back to the truth, the same creator-given power Purcell was wielding. He could turn his loyal partner into a metal, then bring them back to life, reincarnated with every memory still intact. The skeleton pleaded for one chance. Just let this magic work on him. He used to slam the door on privileges, but now he's begging for them because this time he wants them for himself. The target frowned hard, totally clueless about what was going on. The hollow eye socket locked onto the master's soul and didn't let go. Memories slammed into my mind like a speeding train. Then, in the calm square, Protzel pointed at Vate and declared him the perfect pick for the last contract demon. That recognition lit up the skeleton with real, bone-deep happiness. But the city still had to be fought for, no matter what it cost. Vate kept telling himself his body was strong enough, then he handed that dangerous belief out to everyone else. That brutal run-in with the vicious tiger flipped his whole world upside down. That brutal fight showed in no uncertain terms that ordinary training just wouldn't cut it here. If they don't have enough strength, their hopes and their friends' lives get smashed to pieces by the enemy. That brutal lesson flipped his whole worldview for good. Now that bony hand shot out once more, hungry for the power it had once turned away. A blinding white flash detonated out of nowhere. He dropped to his knees and begged to unleash the creator's gift right this instant. Vate only wanted one thing: to be the unbreakable shield standing in front of his friends, all the way to the very end. Of course, White, Protzel grinned, then snapped his hand out and cast the restoration magic. His hand blazed with raw, crackling power. The metal of the dead suddenly ripped into existence right there in midair. White was so hungry for power to protect everyone. So the young man jumped at the chance to risk everything. He grabbed another treasure, the mighty dragon metal. 3 metals, dead, dragon, and creation, whirled together inside one blazing ritual circle. Suddenly, the young man jolted with a violent shiver. The system blasted a warning about the berserker effect. Once it hit, sanity vanished completely. But you'd tear through anything with pure, rampaging strength. This was the crushing price fate demanded for the dragon metal. Purcell had witnessed a tragedy like this before, so he already knew exactly how badly it would all go. The fusion will birth a demon that towers above S rank, but don't celebrate because it'll just be a mindless monster driven by instinct, not a soul. He clenched his teeth. There was no way that option was going to fly. The power of creation could wipe away the berserker's curse, but it would have cost White his identity for good. The metal dropped midair, and Protzel snapped his eyes up the second he heard his friend's voice. White stared into the chaos. Sure, he could wrestle the madness under control by himself. "I believe in you," the young man snapped, then clutched the metal in his fist like it was his last lifeline. The girls behind yelped and scrambled back, terrified. A brutal wave of energy surged forward, nearly smashing them off their feet. The man threw his hands over his face as the thick dust blasted in. Through a choking cloud of smoke, a giant, horned figure unfurled its wings like a nightmare coming to life. life. The air zapped with tightly packed magic, buzzing like it was seconds away from exploding. Total darkness swallowed everything. Lightning white stripes ripped through the emptiness of space. The priest stood there in silence, watching the storm finally fade over the ruined streets. A colossal beast slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact, wiping out the last scraps of the walls. In the young man's eyes, one brutal question stayed locked in place. Did that ferocious animal rage swallow his friend whole? A monstrous claw slowly lowered itself, inch by inch, straight onto his head. The target let out a calm breath, like the danger didn't even touch them. A dragon softly patted him, and in a rush of regret, apologized in its mind for nearly knocking him out. A young guy flashed a grin, like he knew something you didn't. A colossal shadow surged over the battlefield, swallowing everything in its path. The commander slammed down his command, then the attack began. A few steps off, the white tiger crouched and got ready to rip apart 3 girls. The elf girl panicked and blurted out to Quina, asking if she could really transform. Suddenly, that deadly tiger aura vanished completely. A looming shadow swallowed the girls, and a voice they knew, ice calm, ordered them to retreat. Quina's mouth fell open in shock. The girl golem stared in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. A joyful smile burst across the elf's face like sunlight breaking through the clouds. The giant beast's armored bulk swallowed the horizon whole. Kohaku snapped into panic and stumbled backward, only to realize the person looming in front of him. Reborn White has become the black dragon of death, Zygworm, fangs bared, closing in to end the fight. The tiger froze in shock, seconds away from the defeat it couldn't escape. On the battlefield, a colossal dragon towers over Kohaku, roaring out that the final act has begun. With a burst of lightning-fast claws, the mighty tiger gets shoved back hard. The beast finally realizes the truth without magic. This hard shell won't crack, no matter how hard you try. The dragon's claw pins him to the ground with crushing force. Kohaku lets out a raw, broken scream of pain. Suddenly, a brand new silhouette shoots up in front of the fallen tiger. White in human form just smirks and calmly declares, "Victory is mine." A streak of light hair drops over his face, teasing his eyes. Now he's been christened Zygworm, the black dragon of death. His black cloak barely flutters as the wind brushes past. A dark aura quietly throbs in the shadows. Shadows swarm around his silhouette, tightening like a trap. The edge of his brand new outfit snaps and flutters in the wind, like it's daring the world to look. The girls are left completely speechless, staring at his transformation like they can't believe what they're seeing. Stolas gives Vate a warm, heartfelt thank you after the fight. Suddenly, he throws it back in her face, reminding her of the old agreement about his wedding like it's happening right now. And just like that, he slyly pushes for a reward swap right now. He drops to his knees beside the injured Kohaku and pleads, begging to make the tiger their companion. Stolas, hands shaking, warns them that once the fighting's done, the fate of the defeated is all up to the Lord of Steel. And right away, he shows off the bound steel, only to realize he grabbed him by accident on the way. The shaking captive drops to his knees and begs the victors for mercy. White beams with joy, soaking up the calm like the whole fight finally ended the right way. Suddenly, a brilliant magical crystal of steel streaks into view, flashing like lightning right in front of them. The bell bullet explodes into shards, and the enemy finally breaks and gives up. Astaroth crawls out onto the battlefield, piece by piece, until he's fully there. She tells him she's been watching the whole fight through her crystal the entire time. The girl lets out a heavy sigh. This win doesn't feel earned, it just screams how massive the gap in their power really is. Stolas rages back with a furious denial, then turns the blame on himself for every ounce of his weakness. He straight up tells them he only charged headfirst into the attack because she had his back. Astaroth awkwardly tightens his fists, like he doesn't know where to put his own rage. Her face lights up with a genuine warm smile that feels like sunshine. She whips back to White, panicking mid-sprint as she rebrands the name Zygworm. After the rebirth, the girl shoots him a suspicious look and demands to know if he's noticed any secret changes he can't explain. Zygworm straightens his glasses, and with his own race shifted, it's impossible to read what he really is. Stolas, shaking with nerves, leans in and demands to know why his friend is suddenly plagued by those thoughts. Astaroth snaps it off. He's saying the real trouble is buried right inside the rebirth spell itself. herself. She can't forget her mentor's chilling warning. This gift's power is way too wild, and it can consume her. It's insane. This sadistic creator handed them flawless magic, and there's not a single trick in sight. The second Stolas locks eyes, everything about his gaze turns sharper, heavier, and suddenly way more important. Astaroth can't even pretend he's calm. Anxiety claws at him from the inside. The boy swears he'll race to tell them the instant trouble starts brewing. He beats himself up. Did he really mess everything up when he saved his friend with that sketchy power? At that exact moment, a thunderous voice rips the very space itself apart. Pitch black darkness crashes down like the world just got erased. The invisible god steps in and declares the war is finally over. After this, the whole crew scatters like a stampeded pack, rushing back to their own territories. But this time, the winners get hauled into a meeting, summoned like something big is about to go down. Their heads buzz as the voice vibrates straight through their skulls. The creator summons the lords and gathers them for a tense, no-holds-barred joint conversation. He carved out a special spot just for them. Darkness explodes into motion, spiraling in like a furious storm. A sudden flash of light slams into his eyes, blinding him for a split second. Stolas can't believe it. He's actually hearing the creator with his own ears. Astaroth goes completely silent when God publicly lavishes praise on them for their amazing entertainment. Space dissolves into a blazing white so bright it swallows everything. The boy narrows his eyes as the world suddenly flips on him. Astaroth blinks, utterly thrown off. They stumble into a gigantic table sitting in the middle of nowhere. Pure, endless emptiness stretching out in every direction. Everyone else is already huddled in their seats, waiting like the show's about to explode. Stolas realizes it the second he looks around. Every living fighter from the war has finally shown up right here. Someone in the room shoots a shaky glance and blurts out that Morax is missing. A chilling voice flat out announces the Lord of Evil is dead. His crystal is about to hunt down a brand new owner. A gray old man glides out of thin air like he's been summoned. He steps into position, then slowly scans everyone in the room like he's searching for something. God tells them to start small, just deepen the friendship, like that's the first move. Stolas's eyes go wide as he stares, stunned at this plain, ordinary old man. Astaroth can't believe what he's seeing. His eyes are wide open in pure shock. The old man grins like he knows a secret, and then he flat out confirms it. Yes, he really is that same sadistic creator. The Lord of Steel shrieks, and terror hits like a wild animal in its throat. All the other lords were left speechless, staring in shock like they couldn't make sense of his terrifying new look. Astaroth leans in and breathes out a single word: monster. A stunned voice blurts out the truth. This creature is beyond anything they can comprehend. The creator's face brightens as he nods, and he praises the boy's sharp insight with pure satisfaction. The table chills to the bone, and the old man reads every thought like it's right there in the air. God tells him, "For this incredible show, I'll add one more reward. Your choice." He lets Stolas fire off one question, his pick, his rules. The young man steadies himself and blurts out, "I've got a whole mountain of questions about who we are and how long we're going to live." But then, without thinking, the words slip out of his mouth. Who am I? Stolas confesses that, from the moment he was born, he's been remembering tech from another world. He's terrified. Once he starts remembering his past life, he might lose himself for good. An old man slumps hard against the back of the chair, like all his strength is draining out of him. The creator swings the blade in one brutal cut. There's no past life, not even a trace. Stolas's eyes bulged with pure shock. God swears this young man has been chasing the truth in the wrong place since the very first day. The lords don't come back as reincarnations at all. They're living fragments of the planet's own memory. They're forged from the memories of a whole world that once lived right on this star. That's exactly why they're known as the Children of the Stars. Stolas is slowly starting to digest the shocking reality of this massive truth. The scene flips. Suddenly we're back in a familiar city, and the dust from the battle is still hanging in the air. The creator slammed down fresh rules, banning anyone from borrowing demons for future wars. Defeated Zagan doesn't get to walk away. Now he'll live under the palace lord's unblinking watch. And Ronove threw away the title on the spot, chasing a life where he could finally breathe free. Astaroth smirks as he replays every single one of those wild upheavals in his mind. Stolas steps into the hall, and the second he does, a sweet, mouth-watering aroma hits him like a wave. Bright, happy girls beam beam at him, handing over a whole pot steaming his favorite stew. The Lord grins at his friends and at last declares, "It's time we're celebrating your victory." The old fortress's towering stone tower stabbed up into the dark, gloomy sky. In the dim glow of the hall, the demon lord growled in pure disappointment, muttering about the crystal of evil that got shattered. A predatory hooked grin spread across his face, like something dangerous was about to happen. He stared in shock as the enemy crushed his elite troops with terrifying ease. Only one name slipped out of her mouth: Kohaku. The memory of that towering beast, pure terror for the lords, came crashing back into his mind like a flash of lightning. Darkness. In that crushing abyss, only tiny fragments flashed like they were trying to survive. That crack tore through the crystal's last remains with a brutal, bone-jarring snap. Everything collapsed into dust. The idea of the deadly Kohaku teaming up with the enemy wouldn't let him breathe easy. The Lord of Creation just went and stole the spotlight from every newcomer. Now everyone's talking about him. The man slumped onto his arm, and the weight of the threat hit him all at once. In the pitch-black dark, his eye caught the light and gleamed like a warning. He decided to mess with the nerves of that cheeky upstart. Meanwhile, Procel fidgeted with two medals in his hands, rolling them back and forth like they held the key to something bigger. A few days had slipped by since that brutal battle, and at last, silence and peace returned, settling right back into his office. After that savage display of strength, the boy calmly figured the younger kids wouldn't dare lift a finger to attack. Those rules just handed him 9 more months of safety from the old lord's wrath. He's locked in, giving every second to building up his city from the ground up. But getting stuck with just one original medal per month felt crushingly restrictive. Now he clutched the medal of time in his hands. And water. The door slammed shut like a thunderclap, yanking him out of his thoughts, and the boy decided to hold off on forging another medal, just for now. Right at the doorway, Quina and Aura burst in with a tray packed full of fresh drinks. The coach greeted the girls with open arms, thanking them for every ounce of grit they'd poured into their training. They proudly unveiled those new rings, crafted with every ounce of effort they could give. After the war, he handed each of his 3 assistants a dazzling piece of jewelry, each one set with a priceless gemstone. It wasn't just a gift. It carried the weight of being the official contract demon status. The boy grinned like he finally found peace. To shake the noise out of his head, he decided to take a stroll straight to the apple orchard. A massive white tiger stretched its jaw wide and let out a lazy yawn, locking eyes on them. Fearsome Kohaku, who moments ago struck terror, was now stretched out on the grass, calm as any ordinary cat. Protzel froze in shock, like the beast's deadly aura vanished without a single trace. Aura stammered out that the contract had slammed a lock on his thirst for blood, killing it completely. The tiger was squinting at the blazing sun, then loudly praising the local apples like they were the greatest thing on earth. The boy let out a breath of relief, calling Kohaku the perfect guardian, and then his whole body froze. One tree blazed with dazzling light, like it was calling everyone's eyes to it. Aura beamed as she boldly revealed that her magic had been handed down to the blessed plants. Procel stared at that bizarre fruit like it was a curse, terrified, and refusing to take a single bite. They called the fresh new variety peach. With one bite, the boy leaned in close and listened to Kohaku. The tiger slammed the truth down. Don't you dare lean on the revived white strength too much. In dragon-human form, the skeleton burned through sheer energy, straining to hold back its berserker rage. Darkness slammed over his eyes for a split second. If he keeps using this power like that, it'll chew through his mind for good. The protagonist bowed with real gratitude and thanked the beast for the life-changing advice. A wave of anxiety crashed across his face. He dropped everything and headed straight to White's face-to-face, right now. The streets of Avalon buzzed like they had a pulse of their own. A massive slab of meat thundered on the grill, sizzling so good it practically made your mouth water. The protagonist tore into a hearty lunch at the city tavern, practically savoring every bite. The owner couldn't stop smiling as he eagerly talked up 2 human spots in the city. The shelves groaned under the weight of bottles, packed so tight they looked like they might burst. One bargain-stuffed tavern beckoned adventurers in, hauling them in with prices so cheap they couldn't say no. This one's all about top-tier dishes built from local ingredients. Protzel finally confessed that this is the spot he hits the most. Suddenly, a slick little voice, Curturdo the merchant, slithered whispered from behind him. A guy slid in beside him and smirked, clocking exactly how much the Lord loved this place. He hit the guy with the news that blew his mind. It was his company that opened this tavern. Curturdo snapped that Procel wasn't getting a moment to breathe after those recent wins. The merchant stepped in like a hard-nosed business partner, laser-focused on Avalon's prosperity. With a heavy sigh, the target grudgingly admitted the narrator was right. Curturdo's eyes sharpened, weighing down the room like a blade searching for its mark. He stared at how the Lord had transformed since the last war. Way more mature, way more solid than before. The boy's mind snapped tight when he clocked the danger in this man's presence. After the peace finally settled, Stolas felt that long-lost memory slam back into the conversation. She cranked her dungeon into a beast, spawning clones that powered it up and made it unstoppable. The mere thought of the dungeon slammed into his mind like a blade. Procel raised a ground city to keep his demons joyful, swearing off brutal traps for good. But the whole economy was hanging by a thread. Every bit of it depended on adventurers who risked everything inside the nearby time dungeon. If Avalon vanishes, it'll turn into a ghost town overnight. That's why he built a backup labyrinth with a single eye, praying he'd get a straight trade. Suddenly, a horrifying thought slammed into my head. Stolas rocketed in here on the back of a griffin. If the enemies cut off both the land and water routes, the city will get slammed into a full-blown siege. Curturdo smiled and pushed his glass forward the moment the boy finally clicked, then offered his help like it was already planned. That dull thud of glass slamming onto the table shattered the tension instantly. The drunk wight was bitterly sobbing at the bar, while Aura frantically fought to calm him down. Protzel went pale and recoiled hard, utterly stunned by the sheer disgrace. That non-stop whining ripped through the whole building, filling every corner with misery. Sniffling through tears, the skeleton pointed at Suke-san and sobbed that he'd shown intolerance toward reptiles. Protzel caught himself remembering White's old scheme to marry another skeleton, and it hit him hard because in every warrior the heart doesn't just break, it shatters. That girl had been his own adjutant back in the last war. The quail let out a shaky, sad sigh to the side, as if it could feel every ounce of someone else's heartbreak. Suddenly, Curturdo's voice dropped into a deeper, heavier tone. The merchant snapped that the enemies were hungry for Avalon, so ravenous they'd swallow the whole place in one bite. The biggest, most brutal city next door was already gearing up for the strike. The tense inscription blared out that the story wasn't over. It was about to roar back to life. That memory snapped like a blade, because the merchant had warned him. Avalon was right in the line of fire. Marco's face popped into view right before my eyes. A chilling threat hung over the commercial city of Eklaba, and right there beside them lurked a greedy, no-good neighbor. Procel strode down the street, his mind racing back to every old visit he'd made to the officials. Thoughts slammed to a halt. Their Avalon didn't just escape control, it sat out of reach, beyond anything humans could ever command. These outsiders had zero lawful reason to step in here. The door slammed open, and a trembling little fox maid froze right there on the threshold. Procel let out a crushing, heavy sigh right at his desk. Outside, the bearded ambassador from Eklaby was blasting the air with bold demands, openly screaming at the city's leader. His eyes locked onto the fox, and a wanton grin tugged at his lips. The ambassador smirked, eyeing the girl up and down like she was pure trouble because, wow, what a beauty. He shamelessly swore he'd take care of her until the ruler finally showed up. A sudden fistfight sparks between them, and he throws his back in the way to block the maid dead in her tracks. With a cold, self-proclaimed claim to power, the young man ruled this city like a shadow, and not a single ounce of kindness ever showed up. He grabbed the servant and led him straight to the door of his estate. The ambassador's heavy boot thundered over the manor's threshold, plopped in his seat at the table. The guest had the nerve to demand more food and drink. White shot Procel a quick update about the delegation's demands. He scanned the lines, and his frown deepened fast. Those conditions were downright brutal. The delegation from the hostile city rolled in and dropped their message right in front of them. Dark, gray clouds rolled in, choking the air and screaming that trouble was coming for their whole home. The bleak landscape hangs there like it's holding its breath, waiting for an imperial strike to crash down. The Empire bragged about protection for Avalon, then shoved it under the neighboring city's thumb like it didn't matter. It was a loud, no-questions-asked declaration that they ruled those lands with absolute, unquestionable dominance. The worst part hit hit like a hammer, an order to enslave or drive out every single half-human. Procell barely ripped the paper, stunned by the sheer audacity of these humans. White grimly pointed out that those conditions were written to be refused. That guess hit like lightning. Everyone was hunting for some official excuse to launch an attack. White finally admitted it. The nightmare was real, and war was charging straight toward them. Procell braced himself, ready to unleash every sneaky trick to dodge the massacre. Dance. The bearded ambassador burst into loud laughter, and with careless swings, he splashed wine all over the table. He sneered at them for being so fearless, like they don't still need the Empire and Ecloby's protection. Vate bared his teeth, fighting tooth and claw to stop himself from tearing the guest apart. Procell clenched his teeth and dropped his head, bracing for what came next. He flashed a flawless smile and lied through his teeth, saying he was infinitely happy to get the Empire's patronage. The ambassador flashed a smug grin, convinced the demon had finally bowed to total submission. The young man calmly pleaded for just a few days to explain everything to the city's residents. The delegation's carriage finally lurched forward and tore off down the road. White clenched his fists so hard his knuckles ached, furious at every ounce of humiliation forced on his master. Procell coldly shut it down. He'd swallow the image only as much as he needed to buy back time. Rain hammered the roofs like a drum, slamming the last hours of peace into the ground. In the conference room, the allied merchants were already lined up, waiting on the young man to arrive. Conan's nerves got the best of him, and sweat poured down his face as he sat there in that chair. The old man clenched his trembling fingers so tight they looked like they might snap. Ecloby has kicked off an open hunt, and he's targeting every trader who dares to roll into Avalon. Procell exploded forward in a sudden lunge. Mark ripped the truth out of hiding. Those neighbors got slammed with taxes. On departure, customs officers would usually crack down and only rummage for prohibited goods. But right now, Ecloby was raking in a massive tribute from anyone who even dared to head into the city of demons. The proof hit hard. One look, and it was clear the transit fee doubled. The rain wouldn't quit, and Marco shot out a warning before long. The whole market would be wiped clean. The merchant let out a deep, heavy sigh. Procell seethed in his mind and cursed the enemy for that vicious economic blockade. Avalon still couldn't stand on its own, and with the supplies gone, hunger was about to hit them. No delay, no mercy. Suddenly, the ruler's mind snapped into a brilliant thought: direct trade. Right in front of your eyes looms a massive griffin, your ultimate ride through the sky. The second Conan heard whispers of the alternative trade route. He shot up like he'd been hit by lightning. Procell gave a quick nod and then totally flipped the conversation on the spot. The economic war is about to explode, turning into a full-blown armed conflict, and it'll hit both sides with equal fury. He stared at the guests one by one, then pressed them for Ecloby's military strength. Conan blinked hard, stunned to the core. He sized up the enemy and guessed they had around 3,000 fighters ready to clash. But Marco made it crystal clear. The real danger isn't how many soldiers there are. The half-people of Avalon weren't weaker than the higher demons at all. They hit just as hard. But if even one legendary hero, or a titled monster slayer, stands among these people, the city won't just survive, it'll survive because it'll be fought for hard enough to stop its downfall. Procell sucked in a breath and held it tight. The merchants only shrugged, like that info was a locked-down military secret. No way they'd ever talk about it. Mark glanced away, nerves flaring like fire. With 0 spies inside the Ecloby, they had no shot at winning. Later, deep in the dark corridor, Procell slammed the brakes and stopped White cold. The old demon sank into deep, heavy thoughts like the world went silent. Tiger Kohaku had been dreaming up an intelligence agency for ages, and now the idea was finally ready to take shape. Certain creatures were born with a gift for digging up secrets. Masters of bugs, or people who can hear things so superhuman it sounds impossible. Or shadows that leapt between dimensions like they had a life of their own. Procell couldn't shake it. The shadowy, familiar Marco was burned into his memory. Spatial Rift's magic felt like straight-up cheating to him. If a spy like that sneaks into Avalon, it's game over for everyone. White threw his full weight behind the idea of launching their own sabotage network right away. Procell clenched his fist, and the cold truth hit him. Weakness was a death sentence. A spark of pure excitement lit up the young man's eyes. He already knew exactly who he was calling. The perfect perfect saboteur would strike from the easiest, most open environment on the entire planet. The young man strode up to the window, eyes locked on it. Cold drops crept down the glass, one by one, like the storm was getting closer. In his fingers, a shiny blue water metal caught the light like it was about to unleash something huge. Then the human metal hit the scene, awarded for top-tier brains and master-level lying skills. And just when you think it's over, boom, the song metal. Procell plunged straight into the downpour, and the pounding rain carried every bit of sound and signal to where it needed to go. The magic pulsed low and sluggish, like it didn't want to wake up. The air practically shook under the sheer pressure of all that raw power. Three metals slammed together, forming a blinding triangle beneath the open sky. The young man snapped his order and demanded the demon of the afterlife open a watery gate. With a thunderous splash and a haunting song, the Virgin of R'lyeh tore into our world, born to obey the command. The fresh subordinate stood trembling before Procell, and he shoved an important mission straight into her hands. He ordered his team to dig up every scrap of intel on Eklabah's trading city and to keep the enemy completely in the dark. She flashed a huge smile and promised with total confidence that this was exactly her specialty. In the dead of night, the great ancient's colossal shadow swallowed the darkness over her. Everyone kept darting nervous glances at each other, terrified they'd wake up the sleeping evil god and set the whole nightmare loose. She flicked her hand like it didn't matter. Her master was passed out, so she could do whatever she wanted. Procell refused to stall, so he borrowed a bit of magic and conjured servants on the spot. With a thunderous splash, two B-rank ocean singers burst out of the water like they owned the sea. The scout spotted his mark at once, the commercial city of Eklabah. She barked the order, and the slimes shot through the sky like a living storm straight for the enemy settlement. Demons slipped down from the shadows and touched down on the roaring city streets without a sound. They vanished into the bustling trading rows of Eklabah. She told him the demons weren't monsters at all. They were her eyes and ears, watching from far away. The old advisor stared in disbelief and admitted, with shaking awe, that this power wasn't even close to small. The very first data hit in an instant, and boom, food and iron prices in Eklab skyrocketed. The old man froze, pure shock hit him like a punch to the chest. He said with a grim tone that Avalon's population tops out at a measly 100 people. Procell couldn't stop asking, did they want to wipe them out, or was there some darker plan hiding behind it? The scout warned that the enemies were cooking up something special, something big was coming. Procell leaned in and demanded to know if she could size up just how strong the Eklabah soldiers really were. The Bunia girl nodded and promised she'd scout with sharper eyes, then write down every important place. The young man clenched his resolve and decided, right there, that he'd gotten more than enough for one moment. The whole showdown just burst into a crowded city square. Procell whipped merchants into a roaring crowd right in front of him. He went straight for the throat, blasting Eklabah's harmful policy to the core. The young man shot his hand up without warning. "This is the sky," he blared, like it was the biggest revelation on Earth. He said they'd become the world's first ever owners of the airways. Merchants stared in shock, trying to figure out what he meant because his words didn't make sense to them. A massive feathered wing suddenly burst open right before the crowd's eyes. In the golden blaze of sunrise, a towering hippogriff claws the sky, its rider seated high on its back, ready for whatever comes next. People started whispering in panic as the predatory beast came into view. The rider smiled, praised the smooth flight, and felt relieved that horses weren't needed anymore. People labeled him as one of Kurturdo Trading Company's biggest power players. He flat out told them Procella didn't just have hippogriffs, it bred, raised, and trained them there on purpose. He dragged in this massive hunk of meat from overseas like it was the greatest prize on the planet. The merchants flat out refused to believe meat like that could arrive in just days instead of taking weeks by cart. The flight let him straight up skip the mountains, dodge the borders, and leave the road bandits to someone else. Even with the smaller load capacity, the promised time savings could rake in massive profits. The merchants stared, mouths hanging open, as they heard about this brand new way to travel. Someone murmured under their breath, "Yeah, this is the real miracle." Everyone stared up, glued to the scene in pure awe. Yet some people still froze in fear, convinced those beasts carried pure demonic evil. Then that cunning merchant slammed his final trump card onto the table. Insurance policies. The company company promised to foot part of the flight loss bill if you paid them a reasonable fee. The young merchant instantly snapped to it and promised to set up the insurance. The crowd was buzzing, swearing Curturdo was a real sharp businessman, and then they all started lining up. How much would anyone pay for the kind of safety you only get when you're flying on hippogriffs? Procel grinned. Curturdo's approval only fueled his confidence and made every merchant around him take him even more seriously. And these beasts are drilled to race back to their den in Avalon every single time. This route was built to blast the city full of goods from every corner of the world fast, so Avalon would rise as the beating heart of trade, fully standing on its own, no Ecloby needed. Procel snapped open the gates to Ecloby's envoys, absolutely sure the city would never fold. The ambassador clutched his temper with everything he had, barely stopping himself from exploding. The demon lord sat there like nothing could touch him, totally, terrifyingly calm. His gaze snapped cold, like the warmth got ripped right out of him. The enemy exploded into a blood-curdling scream, and suddenly the recent oath of loyalty came roaring back like a fresh wound. It was a lie, the young man snapped, like the truth was burning his tongue. The ambassador erupted in rage, then charged at him, swinging his fists like a storm. Rage twisted his face into something feral. The modern golem, Avalon's knight, braced himself and slammed shut the attacker's escape route. Procel still remembered the last war. Ordinary golems got absolutely crushed because they were way too weak to hold the line. This armored machine was built like a weapon with one job: make the ultimate soldier. The young man straight up admitted he's fully aware of Ecloby's plans to seize his city. Then bring on the war, he shot back, and everyone knew more was coming. Procel brooded in bitter silence, knowing a brutal war with the neighboring city was coming no matter what. As the leader, he had to make a brutally tough call. His eyes hardened, and his resolve locked in like a vow. In the town square, the boy herded the people together and blared Ecloby's ultimatum to everyone at once. With his feet planted on a towering platform, he declared that the neighbors don't want equality at all. They want total domination, and once it starts, everyone's going to pay for it. The young man roared, "I'll fight for your freedom, no matter what." He promised he wouldn't drag a single soul up to the front. Procel didn't ask for help. He only asked for moral support. A gnome burst out of the crowd and shot a reminder straight through everyone's heads. Most of the locals once ran from the crushing oppression of Ecloby. The adventurers slammed the door on it. No way were they leaving the city. The young witch grinned and declared that regular soldiers can't match her, and that she'll pull in even more allies. Procel flashed a warm smile, thanked them, and then firmly turned down the offer. He made it crystal clear: the enemy might sweep into the city and loot it. No one can promise they won't. Instead, he ordered them to guard the residential areas, and then slow applause crawled through the crowd. The bearded summer merchant squinted hard, realizing Procel didn't just talk, he commanded the half-humans like it was nothing, and he wasn't even fazed by the sight of an entire army. Like the Lord of Demons almost, he muttered. The merchant let out a quiet chuckle as he clocked how the boy flinched hard the second those words hit. The merchant didn't just confess, he admitted, with calm honesty, that he used to be an adventurous bearer himself. On his wild travels, he stumbled across demon lords left and right. So many, each one more terrifying than the last. Some people threw themselves into the chaos and fought face to face, while the rest hid behind castle walls, watching the storm from safety. But some of them slipped into the crowd, whispering in the shadows as they yanked every string behind the scenes. Procella's eyes bulged with shock. The merchant's mind flashed back to their very first meeting, the moment he showed up right alongside Konana. Then it clicked. Procel wasn't just any puppeteer. He was the kind who could turn anyone into a helpless puppet. He was terrified the young man would twist his company's strings, steer it straight into ruin. "Be honest, are you already done with those thoughts?" the boy asked, cautious but desperate. The merchant shot a quick, confident nod, like he'd just agreed to something big. But even if Procel isn't the demon lord, one thing still doesn't add up: those insanely powerful half-humans. The gnome's sword, given like a promise, won the merchant over and proved their intentions were spotless. Now he didn't care who stood in front of him, person or demon, so he stepped up and offered Procel his help as a business partner. The boy let out a breath of relief and smiled like the weight finally vanished. "All right, get hyped. We're celebrating this victory," he said, with rock-solid confidence. Soon enemy troops poured onto the endless plain and formed up in battle ranks. Purcell and his crew sat tight, watching the army march closer. The fox girl blinked at the weird emptiness around her until the young man leaned in and told her, point blank, that this lifeless plain was the third floor of his dungeon. This showdown locked in the safety of the real city. No more shadows getting in. From the enemy side, a lone horseman of the parliament slowly rode out, daring everyone to stop him. That gigantic tiger demanded Purcell hop onto his back, because sitting there was all about status. The enemy horse shrieked and thrashed the moment it locked eyes with the giant predator. Out of nowhere, the animal shot upright and body slammed the messenger straight into the dust. The horse bolted from the stable and vanished into the chaos. Purcell awkwardly bowed from the tiger's back, apologizing mid-ride, while the terrified soldier clutched the battle terms with hands that shook like crazy. Suddenly, sharp trumpets blared through the air, screaming like a battle call. The war is officially on, and it's about to change everything. The cheerful scout swaggered into the mission, ready to snatch up every bit of data with confidence. Her Ocean Singers squad has already put in serious work, deck by deck, song by song. Thanks to the bugs, they finally spotted the enemy secretly building a deadly weapon right inside the barrier. A tiny listening device was hanging right on the enemy soldier's collar, perfectly hidden. Purcell couldn't shake one more worry. He still had no clue who really masterminded the attack. The merchant's warning about that puppet master demon wouldn't leave his head for a second. A scout crashed right into his thoughts, cutting them off mid-sentence. She spotted the enemy formation shifting out of nowhere. The enemy rolled out a wall of heavy infantry, towering shields up front, praying they could stall the golems. Behind them, the mages moved in perfect sync, already crafting a devastating planar spell. And on top of that, the enemy supercharged its elite strike unit with even more reinforcements. The girls spotted an enraged enemy commander packed deep in the crowd, and the whole scene suddenly felt like trouble. Purcell granted the go-ahead, and she steadied herself by pressing up against the massive sniper rifle's optical sight. The officer blared the next order like a command thunderstorm, snapping everyone to attention. The bullet ripped half his head clean off. The heavy infantryman snapped around in pure shock as the body crashed down. As the girl happily sang about a severed head, Purcell's stomach dropped because the officer's death still didn't make the army fall back. The enemy commander in that wide-brimmed hat stared in grim silence because the army's unity had turned too human and command had just been seized by someone new. With his chest aching, Purcell knew there was only one path left. No escape, no other choice. All right, every scrap gets cleaned up, the boy barked. Ice cold. Griffins burst into the sky, clutching their suspended boxes as they soared overhead. The enemy knights jolted and scrambled to hoist their shields, just as something came flying straight at them. The bird's talons yanked the straps loose, and the chests snapped open. Metal napalm shells crashed from the sky and hammered down on the soldiers' heads. In the next heartbeat, the entire field detonated in a blinding chain of fiery explosions. Purcell swore the second wave would be worse, screaming as the flames tore through the armored knight. Soldiers roasted alive in their own armor, and their screams tore through the air as the heat turned unbearable. Avalon's night robots slaughtered the survivors with icy efficiency, and Quina burst out in delighted cheers. Suddenly, foreign power surged through Purcell's veins like it had found its way in. The battlefield sat inside his dungeon, and the tormented emotions of the dead surged into him like a tidal wave. Their deathbed despair didn't end. It fueled him, turning their final terror into the power he couldn't stop. A sickening, dark craving suddenly slammed into his head. His pupils snapped tight with pure shock. A ruthless voice inside his head demanded blood like it wasn't asking, it was ordering. The enemy already threw up a white flag, and groveling begged for mercy. But deep inside Purcell, something cruel clawed to keep the slaughter going. Yet echoed like a hammer in his skull. The old elf frowned, feeling it in his bones. This battle ended way too fast, and something dark was already creeping into the young man. He tiptoed closer and called out to his master, barely daring to breathe. Purcell collapsed to his knees and grabbed his face, his body shaking with a brutal, bloody thirst that wouldn't let up. There was more coming. The sun-blasted mountain estate lay perfectly still, like it was holding its breath. Chapter 32 kicks off with a killer title, War Trophies. Purcell cracked his eyes open in bed, inch by inch, like he didn't trust the morning yet. He jerked himself upright, rubbing the back of his head like it hurt. Wait, is it already morning, the battle between Avalon and Eklaba blew up, and just like that, it was over. Lord Eklabai, soaked in cold sweat, quickly stamped his name on the repeal of those beneficial taxes. The old man would do whatever it took to live until a demoness secretary dropped right onto his head. Procel realized their plan hit like a bullseye. Every enemy loss piled up, and their side took 0 damage. Then boom, he miscalculated, and massive black wings tore out of his back out of nowhere. That battle crushed him with despair and terror, and the darkness sank into his body, turning into a living, unstoppable force. The door blasted open there. Right in the doorway was joyful Queena. "Dad, breakfast is re." In that instant, Procel's thoughts went foggy, and he swung with cold, ruthless force, landing a brutal punch on the girl's face. A brutal hunger for blood crashed through his mind. To kill. A single command blared inside his skull in enormous glowing letters. Kill. A desperate fox shriek ripped through the dark. "Master," Procel snapped back hard, choking on a scream, while Queena shook on the floor in sheer terror. He clutched his chest like it was slipping away. Those wings drenched him in dark feelings, and he was slowly unraveling. Instincts blared. If he stayed like this, he might never be able to tap into the magic of creation. Because if he uses it now, he'll never snap back to normal again. "Don't let this spiral out of control," the young man snapped as he dropped hard to the floor and folded his wings tight. He finally steadied his breathing and stared at the sheer size of this brutal, unexpected force. And just like that, another shocker dropped out of nowhere. That news hit everyone like a lightning bolt out of nowhere. Vate and Aura totally blindsided everyone by getting married out of nowhere. Aura seized the moment while White was wrecked by heartbreak, drowning his pain with one drink after another. And just when I thought it couldn't get wilder, I was hit with the shock of hearing they're already expecting a child. A child, a whole new life? Procel's heart lurched as he was overwhelmed. "My lord!" White snapped to attention, dropping straight into action. The battle ended, but the dead didn't stay down, and what crawled back was way too strange. Usually, White could share memories with his massive army of undead without breaking a sweat. But these brand new warriors, their souls were hollow to the bone. Empty. It's insane. Some of these hollow shells still carried the title of hero. Ralia suddenly dangled upside down from the ceiling, grinning as he snapped. "Empty, you say?" When Lord Eklabai finally came back home, the person he talked to leaned in and dropped something way too interesting to ignore. This time, those heroes weren't born at all. They were grown by artificial hands. Raised. Raleigh snapped off the bed and landed on the floor in one smooth jump, because she still had 0 clue about the details. "But I know exactly what they meant," the girl snapped, like she finally caught the whole picture. The trail slammed into the biggest world religion of them all, to the topmost priests of Rigdol. So Eklaba was pulling the strings from the shadows. Procel just froze, because there was no way she'd ever sink to that. "But why do they even need this, my lord?" White asked, dread curling in his chest. "In the last battle, demons poured into human shells by the dozens, hiding in bodies that weren't theirs." "Yeah!" the old man snapped, confirming that the pervert meant every filthy word of it. Somewhere among the mightiest demon lords, a master puppeteer was lurking in the shadows, yanking the strings behind the scenes. Why not run this question by the elder demon lord, sir? Black wings, a double menace, and something's closing in, so bad even the master can't stop it. So Procel kicks off his journey. Marco faced the dungeon's familiar gate, and a grin tugged at him as he said, "Man, I haven't stepped in here for ages. I yanked these golden apples out of the depths. Now my heart's racing. Will she actually love them?" A jagged gray stripe slices right through the scene, like someone just slammed the brakes on the moment. "Marco, I'm coming in." Procel pounded on the door. The giant throne room felt empty, as if the whole place was holding its breath for him. But on that throne, Marco sat like a king, towering, untouchable, and totally dominating the room. She slowly raised her eyes, like she had all the time in the world. Her eyes narrowed like a detective honing in on every detail. And then, boom, they lit up with pure, unstoppable joy. "Procelli, how many years has it been?" Marco came flying at him. "I'm not a child," he barked, and as Marco ruffled his hair, that grin said it all. Marco was thrilled to see how much he'd grown. "Phew, I'm honestly relieved. You haven't changed one bit. I was scared to death after seeing how wrecked you looked." "Yeah, it's because of that guy I ran into earlier. Trust me, you've got nothing to worry about." "All right, what'd you bring today?" they? Marco squinted like he didn't trust the answer. Black wings? She gasped, and instantly felt a brand new aura crawl out of him.
Yeah, it's all about them. So tell me, do you know what it is?
Darkness. A heavy, ominous shadow sprawled across everything. Solid blackness. Marco pressed a finger to his lips, deadly serious, like he was about to drop a secret. This forbidden power drinks in the real master's strength and turns it into something unstoppable. Yeah, you really are something special, she whispered, smiling through the sadness. But the price for this power was brutal. It stole years right out of the Lord's own life. Look, I wasn't about to use that unless it was an absolute emergency. Suddenly, his eyes snapped shut in shock. Marco's life, one wild ride after another. She had barely 6 months left to live, right as they were in the middle of their conversation. Her life was draining away, second by second. A pitch-black abyss was sneaking closer and closer, like it had a taste for souls. And just as her world is about to shut down forever, that bright smile is about to vanish for good. So, after death, you'll really live with me? Marco blurted, breathless. He stared at her with desperation burning in his eyes, and he refused to back down. Marco froze in pure shock, like the world just slammed into him. After I pull off this Vate reincarnation, I'm pretty sure I'll finally be able to give Marco a brand new body. It just burst out of him like the thought had been trapped too long, and he refused to let it slip away. Ah, I get it. So you're talking about me? Marco dropped her gaze. Then her face vanished behind a horrifying shadow. Procel went completely still with terror, his face drained to bone pale. Go home, Marco's voice cracked. Marco, your words spit in the face of every demon lord, every single one, unless you mean that person. Our rule is simple. Rulers get a short lifetime, then they drop dead and tumble back into the universal river of souls. And you just bulldozed right over it! Marco, get out! A massive door slammed shut behind him with a thunderous boom. Don't you dare say stuff like that. Grow up, Marco huffed, the sigh heavy on his breath. But I've already made up my mind. As I promised, I'll stay standing and see this through as the master, and then she sagged against the door, exhausted. I'll turn toward you, Amon. Just you wait. Meanwhile, a creepy, deathly hush blanketed the Rigdol religion's headquarters. Wow, I'm seriously impressed, I said, and the slow applause that followed rolled through the whole hall. The Lord of Creation, Procel, even with only a half-baked idea of a city, still snapped awake and refused to get swallowed by darkness like the rest of us, like two peas in the same pod. To that, Marco bursts from the magic ball. An old nightmare time has to crush with one final test. Look at that monster, the Lord of Rigdolu snarled, grinning like a predator in the pitch-black dark. The Black Lord of Demons locked eyes, and that stare promised nothing but a brutal, blood-soaked reckoning. A brutal crack echoed through the air. The inscription carved a path through the darkness as the screen finally got swallowed by the crushing gloom. Get out! Marco shoved him back with raw force, like he was done playing. She lay prostrate, face down on the table, crushed by the one thought that broke her. She hated him. The dwarf girl leaned in and whispered in a shaky panic to Old White, saying the master's been acting weird ever since he came back from Marco. White leaned in and said, "We all mess up, so maybe you should head back there and apologize right now. Maybe she told me not to show up there again, and now I can't even open her portal. If that's how it goes, Queena cut in out of nowhere. Then we hit plan B. Now. Come on, let's grab a drink and drown these troubles," she blurted, yanking Protzlia along with force. The tavern sign creaked in the wind like it was whispering secrets after dark. Whoa, it's Protzel! A familiar merchant burst in through the doorway, staring around the shop. The Procel was out cold, sprawled asleep on the table, while the crew toasted and clinked their mugs like they owned the night. Quinn leaned in with a sly grin. "So tell me, got any juicy rumors? And how's everything going?" I'm not sure it'll be that exciting, but honestly, things are going great right now," the merchant stammered. "It's the story of the castle of the Beastmaster out in the west. He's cornered and swarmed. Countless demons tighten the noose on all sides. What does this even mean? Tell me everything, the prince barked, yanking the merchant closer. Demons, were they adventurers, or did we just stumble into a whole army? I need to know the truth for myself, because no adventurer can reach it, and the hunger for answers keeps exploding. That desperate hop vanished in a blink. Protzel bolted outside toward the covered cart. Inside squirmed a bound succubus, an injured captive raging radiating a crushing, powerful demonic aura. "Succubus," he blurted, and the second he saw her, he knew exactly who she was. He yanked the bonds free, then snapped his question at Marco, demanding to know what the heck went down. Ms. Marco was ambushed, the succubus rasped, breath shaking with impact. The whole point of the nouns. What are they even for? This time, there wasn't a second to beg for help, because the Alliance usually swoops in right away. The succubus was absolutely certain someone had set this up, but she still didn't know who the client was. Did she just officially declare war? Pratzel snapped, totally stunned. During the war ritual, at the exact appointed moment, the dungeon doors slam shut, and the whole dungeon gets yanked into the White Room. No, if it were that simple, the enemy lord's demons and champions would have already shown up. But right now, the castle is getting raided on the spot. This is a real invasion, a filthy assault roaring in to obliterate everything. "So it's real, Marco's will," the boy gasped, staring like he just felt fate slam into his chest. "I get it. Marco's going to be saved, and I'm going for him right now." But that succubus slammed herself in his way. "Mrs. Marco doesn't want you here." Pratzel froze, completely stunned. Does she really want to sever every last connection with me? No, she's fighting to keep the old masters from getting to you. The old rulers can't lay a hand on the new ones unless they strike first. But if you step in, those ancient monsters will snap their jaws and drink from your throat. If you help Mrs. Marco, the old lords surged out of the shadows. "For your future, and for the city I helped build," Marco declared. "I got stabbed in battle, got dragged into captivity by those people, and Lady Marco was so desperate to help me. Marco, for days, she was losing her mind, screaming at me like a total madwoman." He balled his fist so tight it cracked, gripping onto the last thread of control, because that portal shut itself just to keep danger away from him. The boy whipped around to face his team. "I'm saving Marco. Lend me your power right now." The succubus muttered an ancient saying, "Kids will never truly grasp the weight of a parent's heart." "What? Are you really defying Lady Marco's will?" she blurted, face in full shock. "No kid ever realizes how much their parents would sacrifice for them. At least not until you're all grown up. Like me, doing exactly what I want." He sprang out of the cart, screaming that it's better to die in battle than to abandon her to whatever fate awaits. "All right, if that's the call, then grab the troops and prep the army right now," White said, calm as still water, obeying the order without a second's pause. "The Quena will rip those old lords apart," the little fox cheered, fist thrusting into the air like it already won. He finally got it. Charging into battle without a plan was basically signing his own death warrant. He needs allies on Marco's level, the Lord of Time, Santalion, and the Lord of Dragons, Astaroth. A swarm of crows tore through the sky, delivering urgent letters to the other pillars of the Alliance. Before they even had time to breathe, the whole squad was already lined up in front of that snow-white tower, the dungeon of Stolas. Right at the entrance, a witch guide stepped in front of them and barked, "Lady Stolas orders it. Grab them and take them right now." She ushered the guests into a hall that felt calm and controlled, yet dripping with pure luxury. Stolas stepped out in a scandalous dress and hit them with a grin. "Welcome, long time no see." She gripped his letter like it was fire, bursting to uncover every brutal detail of the conflict inside. "Stolas, thank you for jumping on my sudden request. And wow, you're dressed totally different today, and trust me, it looks perfect on you. I dressed like this, but not because Pratzel was supposed to come," she blurted out, cheeks burning hot. "I just wanted to share a cup of tea with you, but maybe the moment's not right, at least not right now. Do you have a direct portal to him? I need to meet Lord Astaroth right now." "He's my father, so yeah, I have to," Stolas said, yanking him toward the blazing magical circle. "Come on." Pratzel stared at the runes, jaws dropped. Those transport portals were ridiculously convenient. "Hand me the 2 fake medals, and in return, I'll give you the one you used, plus the secret behind how it was forged." Stolas was baffled, frantically digging through her dozens of awards like they were clues, trying to remember the exact formula. "Clear. I've got a medal that bends space itself. Deal. I'll grab the star and the song, and once they click, they'll sing in perfect harmony with my wind." The girl loved the deal. Now she was already cooking up her own war on that rude neighbor. But that look sharpened in an instant time to tackle Marco's problem. Space itself got ripped open by a brutal, blinding flash. A flash of magic ripped them hundreds of miles away in the blink of an eye. A massive, crumbling castle loomed ahead, dark and merciless, like the end of of hope itself. The squad inched across shattered cobblestones, and towering dragons hovered over the wrecked ruins. Debris and jagged stones blanketed everything in sight. This was his makeshift throne room, right there beneath the open sky. Astaroth sat perched atop a cold stone throne, towering scaly monsters looming on either side like living cages. His beastly face gave away nothing. No fear, no fury, not a single emotion. Look, there he is, Astaroth, the Lord of Dragons. Procelia fought down the crushing presence of that ancient monster. Astaroth pinned the guest in place with a savage stare, then dragged out a hoarse growl of his name, Protelli. He barely lifted his massive paw, and you could tell he had it all figured out. I know why you came, but I still won't lift a finger. Want to know the real reason? Dead silence slammed into the room. I'm done helping Marco, count me out. The protagonist froze at that brutal verdict. This wasn't the end, not even close. The envoy planted himself before Dragon Lord Astaroth's throne and fumed, demanding to know why Astaroth refused to lift a finger for Marco. Wait, aren't you Marco's friend? He demanded, firing the words the second that chapter's title page flipped open. The dragon let out a heavy sigh and finally confessed, yeah, I've known her for ages, but he reminded them that the three strongest pillars, Marco, Dantalion, and him, are chained to one unbreakable rule. Back then, they sealed an ironclad contract, mutual non-interference, right in the creator himself's presence. Astaroth flicked a sharp look over his domain, knowing every one of the thousands of lives under him rested on his shoulders. He refuses to let his emotions take the wheel, because one slip could get him killed. The dragon clamped down on the armrest so hard his claws tore skin and drew blood, and deep inside, he still craved to help, just as fiercely. The contract was already sealed, and there's no way in this world to break an oath like that. The goal snapped away. We won't help, but wait, is there truly no other way out? So does he truly have to step in himself and crush the war against the old demon lords? He was certain of it. Someone, somewhere, was yanking the strings behind the curtain. Then a wild idea hit the boy like lightning, and he spun back toward Astaroth. He spun toward the throne, brimming with urgency, ready to unveil his plan. Astaroth snapped tense, leaning in with razor focus. I understand, the dragon warned. I can't step in and help Marco directly. I'm bound by my contract. So yeah, he's banned from jumping straight in and attacking her enemies himself. But if Astaroth jumps into battle against the secret puppeteer for his own selfish reasons, it'll somehow accidentally end up helping Marco, and the contract won't break. The ancient dragon flashed a wicked grin. This surprise loophole just made his whole plan snap into place. He leaned in and demanded to know, does the boy even know the name of their real enemy? Purcell couldn't forget his newest showdown with the Rigdog cult in the human city. Their shadow strike tactic, it matched this new hit on Marco's territory to the letter. Somewhere behind the chaos, you just know it had to be one of the demon lords pulling the strings. The second Astaroth heard the name Rigdol, his face snapped into something cold and dangerous. Protzel went wide-eyed, then let out a shaky breath as a terrifying suspicion finally hit him. A massive dragon shot up from the ground, and the boy jerked back, snapping into shock. The puzzle snapped into place so fast, Astaroth finally cracked who was behind all these wild intrigues. He slumped back into the throne, clutching his head, because only he could mastermind Marco's faction with that kind of surgical precision. Now that his rage cooled, he stared the young man down and demanded to know why he was fighting so hard to steal back someone else's turf. The protagonist snapped his eyes away, because he refuses to let everything end like this. Because just recently, Marco and I ended up in a full-blown fight. Even if nothing had gone down, he still would have snapped into the same honest mode. I just like her, he confessed, without a single hesitation. The old dragon froze, eyes bulging, stunned by the sheer sincerity staring back at it. The fox and the gray butler froze solid, jaws hanging wide in stunned silence. Stola snapped his eyes open in shock, then a deep blush spread across his face. The mighty Astaroth threw his head back on his throne like it was a joke, and then suddenly lost the ability to speak. He mumbled under his breath that Marco had turned out to be a pretty solid guy. Stola Stolas clung to Procel with shaking excitement as Astaroth finally blurted out the truth of what he needed. The dragon made one brutal demand. When his life finally runs out, Procel has to protect Stolas. She's insanely talented, but she's still too young, and she won't take help from anyone except him. The girl's cheeks went blazing red as she snapped at her grandfather, demanding he stop treating Protzlia like she was a child. She yanked on Astaroth's sleeve and begged him to end the awkward talk right now. Procel didn't even blink. He was going in to protect Stolas no matter what, because she's his precious friend, and he'd tear the world apart to keep her safe. Those words made her cheeks burn even hotter, and with that, the deal was locked in for good. The boy thanked him from the heart, and the dragon smirked as he squinted, because now he could totally slip in an accidental rescue for Marco. With only seconds left on the clock, the whole team bolted for the exit. In the end, Astaroth snapped to Procel. If he ever tried to beg the Lord of Time for help too, he'd better brace for the worst. "Thank you, Stolas," the boy said, then burst out into the open air. He didn't even try to hide it. He straight up admitted he's shamelessly using the Time Lord's love for her like a tool. Stolas flashed a warm, genuine smile, brimming with joy that he could finally help. She quickly glanced aside, clearly caught off guard. In Procel's mind, a flash of determined Rosalia blazed bright and clear. Stolas declared she'd jump into the battle too, ordered the fox to roll out with him, and then blurted out, totally baffled. "So here's the deal. If Stolas only loans him some demons, the old lords won't turn around and mark her as their next target." The girl shot a confident finger straight at him and declared, "Friends fight side by side. I'm not hiding behind someone else's back." She clutched the edge of his cloak like it was a lifeline, refusing, absolutely refusing to let go. The little fox stumbled over an apology for the mistress's wild impulsiveness, and Stolas grinned, teasing that she was bringing her along. "That's nothing," she snapped, waving the worry away, and swore she wasn't about to quit. Chasing Procel's trail, Stolas's wild shout for the rescue of Lady Marco ripped through the air. Then the boy panicked so hard it was almost funny, terrified everyone would twist it into the wrong story. Before he even realized it, he was already standing right in front of his headquarters, right at the doorstep. His loyal maid beamed up at him with a warm, welcoming smile. Exhausted to the bone, Protzel blurted out the moment he could, "Are the preparations done yet?" Inside the lab, that skeleton kept grinding grass nonstop, turning golden apple medicine into mass production at last. The maid caught the alarm flashing in her master's eyes and blurted, "Is this really enough for the fight coming next?" She narrowed her eyes and read his feelings like they were written in ink. Then she shoved the sealed letter straight into his hands, sent by the Lord of Time himself. The officer snapped open the paper, and inside was nothing but one chilling command: "Show up right now." The boy grinned with pure satisfaction. His daring letter to throw his opponent into a rage hit perfectly. Compared to the negotiations with the Dragon Lord, this conversation should have gone way smoother, but it didn't. Turns out, he had a killer ace hidden up his sleeve. The Time Lord couldn't possibly ignore it. Reality slammed into him like a gut punch. The kid was on his knees, soaked in cold sweat. Did he seriously mess up his calculation? The Lord of Time froze the air with an ice-cold question. "Are you ready to die?" And the episode slammed shut on that deadly tension. With Astaroth, the Dragon Lord, in his corner, Procel steels himself and gears up for talks with the Lord of Time, Dantalion. He stares him down with pure venom, then fires off the question, did the guest really think his letter would make a fool of him? Dantalion surges upward, and that crushing aura slams Procel straight to his knees. The young man's drenched in sweat as he realizes he pushed his provoke them for advantage plan way too far. Dantalion towers over him, radiating pure, unstoppable wrath. The target clenches their teeth tight. He snaps to his feet and jabs his finger at the host, snarling that he's a lazy bastard who refuses to save the woman he loves. Huyina and the old assistant freeze in horror as their leader's gone utterly silent. Dantalion goes ice cold, wearing a perfectly unreadable face. Then a tiny, wicked smile creeps onto his lips. The target target blinks, completely thrown off. Dantalion just calms himself down and flat out tells the guest he's botching the role, forcing it in with cheap tricks just to poke him. The Lord of Time snaps for them to ditch the theatrics and dive straight into the real truth. The young man totally freezes, eyes wide with shock. Dantalion's monocle coldly catches the dim light and gleams like it's judging the whole room. The Lord of Time reads the letter and accepts one brutal fact. Marco is in grave danger right now. The mission flat out demands help because if we don't act, everything's about to go down. Dantalion clocks it instantly. He knows the young man just slipped into Astaroth's dungeon. He cracked it. Procel is recruiting allies in plain sight, playing the non-aggression pact like a perfect cover. The target wastes no time. He fully confirms every assumption with a decisive, undeniable answer. Sunlight explodes through the high stained glass windows, turning the throne room into a blazing rainbow of light. Dantalion drags his fingers across his chin, deep in thought. He grudgingly admits the plan isn't bad. But the moment he sees that guy acting all cocky while going after Marco solo, annoyance spikes through him. The master's gaze turns cold, like darkness rolling in. Under the looming giant clock, he drops a brutal truth on everyone. Marco only has 6 months left, so there's no point trying to save her. The goal screams like he can't accept these feelings are really coming from him. The Lord of Time just goes silent, like the universe held its breath. The young man pleads with his heart, swearing that real love means you'd do anything just to steal your beloved one more day of life. The prosecutor leans in and says, "That's exactly why I'm risking everything just to come here." Dantalion snaps his head away. His face disappears into the shadow, like the darkness is swallowing him whole. Suddenly, he whips around with a massive grin and tells the guest they're a total romantic. The Lord of Time remembers Marco merged too because the words lined up the same way. He asks the young man straight up if he's willing to drain the power of time to keep her alive. Procel claims he'll forge Marco a whole new life, powered by rebirth. The young fighter's eyes burn with icy, merciless focus. In his head, Marco's silhouette shows up and he's convinced she would have shut it down. But the boy tightens his fist so hard it looks like it might snap. He won't quit, no matter what, if there's even a single shred of a chance to save her life. Dantalion reaches out his hand and without hesitation agrees to help. A dazzling medal of the king materializes out of thin air. The Lord of Time summons a man named Sirius. From the deepest shadows, a brand new fox girl bursts into the light, Sirius Felsius. She snaps her eyes open, stunned by what she just saw. Kuina snaps upright and starts sniffing at her immediately because she's caught that familiar scent. Dantalion straight up admits he used the creation medal and Procel can't take it. He huffs and puffs that it totally wrecked his cool performance. Kuina shamelessly yanks Sirius's skirt up as her screams tear through the air, while Dantalion calmly tells everyone the girl isn't flesh and blood. She's built from the metals of time and the beast. The Procel slams the brakes on him. After the last war, borrowing demons from foreign lords is forbidden. Dantalion just sits there, calm as ever, knowing the creator is about to punish him for sure. He grins like a predator, chomping at the bit, ready to make a move for the one he loves. The Lord of Time softly orders Sirius to rush over and save Mom. The young man snaps his eyes wide, shocked at these wild family titles. Sirius stumbles over how to explain why he calls them parents. Turns out, it's the family connection tied to those medals. The Procel lets out a satisfied grin, then turns to Dantaliana and flicks a pin at all the romantics. He knows he'd still shatter that contract anyway, because saving Marco comes first. Dantalion bluntly confessed that he couldn't stand Procel at all. The young man spins around, starts walking off, and even slips in a small change of heart before he goes. He rallies the crew and then storms straight for the exit. In Marco's mind, the goal practically begs him, "Don't let go, hold on." As soon as he bursts out of the cathedral, he barks, "Move now, because every second is running out." All alone, Dantalion grins like he's already won, because he's about to find out what Procel has in store, stacking the dragon's power and time itself as he waits. A whole swarm of monsters closed in on Marco's dungeon from every side, trapping him inside their nightmare. A monstrous army of the old lords of demons has already thrown the castle under siege. Procel stared at the hill, silent silently sizing up just how deadly the threat was. "Time's running out. Let's move, squad," he barked. White flash. He lunged forward in a blur. The wind elf fired off a magic blast, yanking the air under his control and knocking the griffin riders into a stunned silence. Under Procell's command, the sniper already lined up the shot, sights locked on the target. She triggered the mounting skill, and the weapon instantly transformed into a full-on killing setup. A barrage of earth-shaking explosions ripped the heavenly enemies apart into nothing but wreckage. Procell checked the sky was crystal clear, then gave the landing signal. Massive birds swooped down and slammed bomb-filled boxes right onto the heads of those stunned monsters. A blazing inferno swallowed the land, roasting the enemy lines alive. The last surviving orcs shrieked in pure terror, swearing the flames wouldn't be drowned out. Procell grinned with pure satisfaction. Absolute chaos erupted inside the enemy ranks. He barked for Queenie and fell to strike, and the girls launched into action right away. That monstrous, hideous giant hoisted a massive club and slammed it toward Quinn. His terrifying, tooth-filled mouth yawned into a bloodthirsty grin, like it was ready to feast. Queena slipped out of the way with terrifying ease, totally shocked by his turtle-fast burst of speed. Fell twisted time and blasted the giant into a sudden, terrifying slowdown. The quail chirped with pure joy, singing praises to her best friend. She suddenly felt her body lift like a feather on the wind. Rosalita flashed a grin and reaffirmed her magical support. The monsters finally clocked the power gap, and they bolted, fleeing for their lives. Old White nudged his glasses into place, and with a dry little comment, pointed out that nobody needed a backstabbing during the assault. He loomed over a mountain of fresh corpses, gearing up to crush the last scraps of the enemy army. The surviving monsters trembled at the sheer force of him, and White just calmly offered them a deal: join his undead army. From the other side, the bone dragon blasted a black beam that burned the fugitives to ashes. Procell called forth Relia, and the thing greeted him with a bright, cheerful salute. The girl giggled and dropped herself onto the massive blob of slime like it was the funnest thing ever. She geared up for the next brutal phase of the cleanup. Meanwhile, in the dim, cold throne room, the servant hit his knees the moment his master showed up. He reported that Procell had just wiped out every single guard inside the beast's dungeon. The Lord flashed a smug smile, impressed enough to hail his opponent as a true genius. Then he sneered and snapped, "You're a fool," like it was the only truth that mattered. He had no doubt Procell had gambled everything, hurled his whole army to back his ally, so his own home would stand unguarded. Now that he smashed the creator's rules, the other old masters had every excuse to rip his defenseless city apart fast, like it was over in minutes. Far from the noise of the world in Procell, the peaceful people huddled together and listened, hearts pounding, to the terrifying sounds creeping in from outside. A shadow army is already marching into position outside the city walls, hidden behind that plague doctor mask. Their leader grinned, because victory was about to drop straight into his hands. He stood there with total confidence, daring the slaughter to begin. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. For the very first time in his life, he got outplayed by a kid. His eyes bulged with pure animal panic. Right before his eyes, Dantalion materialized, no less than the Lord of the Demon of Time himself. Right then, the huge doors of the confident intriguer's throne room blew apart, splinters flying as the explosion tore everything open. He rocketed up from the throne, stunned beyond belief at what he was seeing. Cold terror erupted across his face, and a sweat broke out like lightning. Astaroth, the Lord of the Dragon Demons, rose in silent menace atop the ruins of his city, surrounded by a squad of ancient lizards. The traitor exploded into screams when he saw his city blazing, and he pointed the blame at Astaroth for all the madness. The Dark Lord Barum emerged from the shadows, slow and deliberate, like a threat that already knew your name. He snapped that ditching defense just to throw some pathetic attack was pure, unforgivable idiocy. Then another masked Lord Bones, grinning beneath his helmet, ended it all by dropping the truth. Every one of the 6 armies meant to strike had already been wiped to dust. The schemer finally snapped and realized his flawless trap had trapped him instead. The massive tower of his castle crumpled into the abyss with a deafening roar that shook everything. The real demon lords towered over the shaking idiot, poised to carve him a bloody, unforgettable lesson. The holy city erupted in flames, People crumpled in the roaring flames, and their magic burned right along with them. Cornered, Dad clenched his teeth so hard it looked like they might crack. He glared at the ceiling with pure hatred, where Astaroth, the Lord of Demons, loomed over everything. Dad erupted into a scream, demanding answers for how his garden got completely wrecked. One more step, and I'm done forgiving you. The dragon flicked its eyes over, unimpressed and cold. Astaroth let out a calm, smug touch to his chin, completely brushing off the threats. Down there, the crowd was on its knees, begging for salvation, and the dragon just smirked while it sized up their faith. In the next heartbeat, a blinding beam tore down from the sky, and people instantly turned to dust. The bloodied Pope crumpled to his knees, spitting curses at the enemy for crushing his dream. Astaroth leaned in and coldly asked, like it was a threat, "So your head's just empty?" He calmly laid it out. Demon lords aren't masters at all. They're just slaves to humans. They get thrown into the impossible task of forging an alien civilization by their own hands. No shortcuts. Dad screamed in rage, baffled at how anyone could stand being humiliated like that. The dragon just shrugged and said, "Yeah, this is their fate, but they still decide how they're gonna live." The Pope's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. A giant dragon swung down with one crushing fist, and the pavement shattered beneath it. Astaroth couldn't forget the lords who couldn't stand to let their charges die. They chased peace with everyone, and still got crushed by the betrayal they couldn't see coming. "I was one of them," the Pope barked, panicked, like the truth was burning right through his throat. He was convinced the holy city would shatter their chains and set the lords free. "I did everything, every move, just to make sure they got what they needed." Astaroth caught the hypocrisy the second it hit the air. He brought up how the Pope struck Procel with ruthless force, yet still promised to protect the demons. The dragon clamped a man in its jaws and crushed him. Turns out fools are everywhere in the human world, and even in the demon realms. Who in their right mind dared to ask him for salvation like that? The darkness swelled, pressing in like a living thing. The air shook like something monstrous was about to burst through. From the shadows, a cold command ripped through the air. "Stop acting so arrogant." A massive monster burst out of the darkness like it owned the night. Darkness slammed down and swallowed everything in sight. Silence. Dad shot back that the dragon wouldn't get it, and then Astaroth cut in cold because the enemy hurt his friend. It was going to pay with its life, and he unleashed a massive blast of energy. Astaroth stood his ground, taking the full force of his own attack without flinching. Suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. With the smoke finally fading, that invisible Pope swore the world would get hit by swift revenge. The enemy vowed they'd slice down the beast first, and then hunt the dragon next. Astaroth figured it out. The Pope busted free with shadow magic, bending the color black itself to his will. He halted his beast, then Procel slipped in, because too much care can actually do damage. The dragon just watched, cool as ice, as it drifted out of sight. The messenger just showed up, and Dantalion has started making moves too. Astaroth's grin widened, so even the young lord could stir the oldest hearts. It punched him with memories of the old days. Meanwhile, Dantalion, the Lord of Time, marched onto the battlefield like the end of the world was clocking in. The Lord of Birds, Andrus, couldn't believe what he was seeing. "So tell me, is Dan actually helping Procel?" Dantalion calmly recognized it right in the face of the enemy army, like he'd seen the outcome already. He spills Procel's plan, send every last troop to rescue Marco, then the dragon slams into the leader, while Dan holds the empty city down. So they stepped in to help Marco, without breaking their non-interference deal. Andrus grimaced under that plague mask like it was choking him. He exploded into laughter, completely stunned that the proud Dan would team up with this fresh newcomer. Andrus threw his arms wide and bragged about the army of monsters he controlled. "Right on time. I'm going to end you right here." The eye of Dantalion shimmered with a chilling, unblinking cold. An invisible slash tore through the air like a ghost knife. Dantalion casually held Andrus's severed head in his hand like it weighed nothing. Blood blasted from the decapitated body as the mouth kept gasping, stunned to the very end. Dan reminded everyone he could stop time, and then he killed it. Still not obvious? Dantalion declared, "I am the Lord of Time," like it was carved into reality itself. Monster birds let out bone-shaking roars, roaring for their master. Dantalion suddenly snapped his fingers like, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you that part." The Knights of Kronos burst out behind him, closing in fast. His power power ripped objects out of another dimension and flung them into his world. With time magic, he stretched his space and snapped the whole horde in half before it could even crowd him. Andros's head spun in chaos because he couldn't believe it all crashed down so fast. Dantalion just sat there in silence, realizing without any doubt that the version of him who once would have refused this was long gone. Andros grunted, staring like, "Why'd you suddenly flip the whole plan?" Dan just answered, straight up, he wants to hang out with Marco. Memories slammed him back into the days of the Golden Generation. Then the four lords couldn't be beaten. Nobody stood a chance. East Marco, Dragon Astaroth. Their lives kept colliding again and again. Dantalion's hour. Then, still young and all swagger, no fear. I'm the flame of Amon. They clashed in full-on battles, then turned around and competed like it was personal. But every battle welded their bond tighter until their friendship felt unbreakable. They swore they'd laugh side by side until their very last day. Then everything spiraled. Amon's clash detonated the conflict, and Marco's tragedy shattered the world for good. Their alliance just shattered. Dantalion threw Amon into death without a second thought. Now he was locked in. No more deadly slip-ups. This time he'd haul his friends out of danger. His stare hardened into something unbreakable. That target felt way too much like Amon, and it hit him like a gut punch. Dantalion finished his move and tossed the baton to the young man in his mind. The target and his squad were finally geared up for the last devastating strike. Volodyar's beast castle loomed over the skyline, grim as doom and staring down the clouds. Kuyina fought tooth and nail, slamming into that colossal tusked monster with pure, unshakable force. Procel went rigid because for the first time he saw the old Lord of Demons' true power laid bare before his eyes. This was the enemy's main army, way bigger and far more powerful than those earlier detachments. A brutal hit slammed Quinn sideways, and the world tilted on impact. Rorono lunged ahead and snapped open the anti-magic barrier. Her golem, Avalon, drank every last ounce of Queena's tail energy and launched a bone-crushing lunge that hit like a nightmare. A brutal shockwave nearly sent Procel crashing to the ground. The enemy's massive bodies hit the ground with a sickening thud, going completely lifeless. Exhausted Quina hunched forward and greedily gulped down the restoration potion. Procel leaned in, voice tight with worry, asking what on earth had happened to Avalon. Rorono muttered grimly that the golem's main core had burned out from pure overload. All around, shattered golem rockets lay in broken, twisted heaps. She shot her gaze away and finally confessed she'd thrown them forward as human shields to keep the whole team alive. Procel swallowed his fear and silently accepted the brutal choice. Vate slammed into the silence. The Dragon Lord has already hit that old dungeon. Procel shuddered again, his mind snapping back to that other flank. News from Arlier hasn't reached us yet. While the girl worked her army of clones, she dumped molten lead over an entire swarm of monsters. Her whole group had to lock down this area no matter what it cost them. If the enemy broke through, Procel would get hit with a sudden, deadly punch. Creatures burst up from every single direction. She had to smash her way through and reach the allies with the supplies they needed. A machine gun blast tore straight through the monster, shredding it from one end to the other. But the bullets were running out fast. The giants, almost ironically, debated how they'd become the ultimate glamorous shield. Magic flashes crackled through the air like lightning. Rarlier snarled through clenched teeth, cursing up a storm because it had nothing to work with. The enemy's body was obliterated, shattered into pieces. The girl's chest heaved like she'd been running for her life. She jerked back in a panic as the dark whirlpools on the ground hissed and churned toward her. For the very first time, escape flashed through my mind, like the fight was already beyond saving. She could duck behind her subordinates whenever she wanted, and still keep herself safe all on her own. Temptation slammed into his head like a lightning bolt. Ralia's face contorted with pure rage, like it wanted to tear itself apart. She clicked her tongue, pure irritation flaring in every breath, and she lunged right into the heart of the enemy ranks. Escaping felt to her like the kind of coward's move she couldn't bring herself to make. The water curled around her hands, and with every doubt she tossed aside, she steeled herself to fight all the way to the end. "You did this, patron and white!" she snapped, hurling the blame into the void with rage burning in every word. The magical pattern erupted in a blinding burst of light. Memory snapped back to a fresh conversation that that had just happened inside the castle. Then she straight up blasted Procell as a worthless demon lord to his face. They crept at a snail's pace through the endless corridor with White. Ralia snapped at the way his loud, idealistic speeches kept blasting into the room. A real leader would drop pawns without mercy, like they were nothing. White stopped. The old man shot that down, saying Procell doesn't chase perfection despite his vulnerability. He chases it because he's vulnerable. He throws his love out like fire, and for him, people are so ready to rip open their own veins. White lowered his head and spoke with pure sincerity, calling him the greatest leader of all. Riley then twisted with disdain, mocking that painfully naive attempt at emotion. That smile was so perfect it felt suspiciously like a lie. Black shadow. The darkness swallowed every last trace of that memory whole. And now she was one mistake away from dying, just because she couldn't stop herself from saving her squad. That bloody smile said everything. She didn't regret a single thing. She could practically feel Procell spiraling into full-blown panic the moment she wasn't there. A brutal jet of water blasted the giant monster back, just barely forcing it to stumble away. His stern warning slammed into his mind. Your life always comes first. She swung her blade again and split the monster in two, then snapped that her leader was a naive idiot like it was the truth everyone ignored. A strange heat suddenly surged through her, and her heart lit up like it had found its way home. If he'd been a cruel tyrant, she would have never dared to make that kind of move. A blaring joint banquet memory slammed into my mind like a flashbang. Self-sacrifice isn't some empty performance, it's the real deal. Rillier chanted the spell of the great ancient medium, and from behind her, massive tentacles erupted like living nightmares. Space ripped open like it couldn't hold itself together. Dark black magic tore into the earth. The enemies stood there, trapped in a terror so twisted they couldn't even understand what they were seeing. Madness honed into pure focus, like it was locking onto its target. All his subordinates froze in terror as a giant, eerie eye slowly blinked awake out of the darkness. Darkness surged forward, swallowing every last bit of light. If I die, that chilling thought detonated through his mind. The moment the words "to be continued" flared across the screen, the whole scene got cut off mid-breath. Roriek thrusts out his hand, ready to unleash the crushing power of the great ancient. Her pupil tightens, and that forbidden power surges into her soul like a violent rushing tide. A massive Cthulhu swells up from behind the girl, towering into view. Two allies, weapons raised, stare in terror, then they freeze solid right in front of the monster. Roriek swears he's still got a clear head and full control of his thoughts. She bluntly tells them this won't be easy, then urges them to handle the potion with extreme care. She shoves the automatic weapon aside. Now it's time for the real show. A colossal tentacle lashes through the chaos and brutally scatters the hostile demon's crowd. That lizard-like monster sneers at her for crawling into the hive all by herself. She snaps her bare hands up and shoves aside every enemy attack that comes flying at her. And a rank demon freezes in shock, staring at its target, still completely unharmed. Ralik finds himself right in the dead center of the enemy horde, surrounded by danger on every side. Monsters tower over their prey, looming like a nightmare about to strike. The girl stands dead calm, while jaws snap and claws swing all around her. A predatory grin curls across her face like she's already tasting victory. Cthulhu unleashes a terrifying song of doom that wrecks everything in its path. The enemies are freaking out, clutching their heads like something inside them just snapped. The demon shrieks in total panic as its body starts to balloon and swell. The ally lunges in and snatches the weapon out of the way with brutal timing. The monster's body gets ripped apart into a brutal swirl of blood, eyes, and writhing tentacles. Another foe gets sliced clean in two by some invisible force. No warning, no chance. Demon's remnants explode outward, blasted apart by the sheer shockwave's fury. Roliek floats there in midair, blasting the survivors up close with both hands. A flawless white sphere of total annihilation erupts around her, like the world just hit the button to end it. The girls stare at the meat grinder, hearts pounding with horror and a wild, hooked fascination. Rorliek wheezes with heavy breaths, head hanging low like he's bracing for impact. She stands alone on scorched earth, surrounded by the wreckage of enemy bodies. The girl's shoulders drop, and relief floods her smile. Suddenly, her eyes darken like a storm just rolled in. Cold sweat pours down his face. Black smudges burst and race across his thighs. This is the cost of the great ancient's power. If those marks swallow it all, the end is coming fast. She's got just one more strike in her, so when it lands, will she still be able to keep her mind intact? The demon wolf shoots a worried look and asks if something's wrong with her body. Roliek leans in and quietly asks her companions, "So, are you scared of me now?" They slam the claim shut as she fights tooth and nail for them. Roliek glows with warmth, and a sincere smile lights up his face. A tough, wolf-like demon pads in, eyes locked on that brutal, soul-punching aura like it's calling its name. He suddenly starts sniffing her, forcing Rolier hard into the paint. The joyful girl rushes to her patron, Procel, and reports the dimension has been captured. No losses, not a single thing gone. The wolf gratefully swallows the healing herbs, and you can feel it. This is what keeps the fight going. Procel shoots her a worried look and asks what those marks on Raya's body mean, but she dodges it instantly and flips the whole conversation. The young man drops to his words, apologizes fast, and hands out 2 fresh tasks. The girl presses her hand against an invisible screen, hunting for the enemy's exact location. Procel's gaze hardens, ice-cold fury snapping into his eyes. He barks the command and orders the message to be delivered straight to Marco. He lunged forward with a cutting, unstoppable stride. The entire team is sprinting full speed through the stone corridor. Rarliek grins and says that splitting their forces makes an ambush so easy it's basically guaranteed. The foxwoman fires up the details about the first floor's preparations and delivers a message straight from the Master of Beasts. The enemy's all packed into one spot, so we tear down the walls around them fast and as hard as we can. Roliek fires up Protzlia and tells her the beast's army has already stormed the second floor. Everything ahead is wide open. The young man snaps tense, finally seeing just how huge the trouble really is. The old elf gapes ahead, completely baffled. The bespectacled assistant fidgets nervously as she addresses her master. A never-ending army of enemies swarms the horizon, closing in like a nightmare. The team slams to a stop right before a roaring sea of monsters. Those bloody brawls from before were just a warm-up, because the real army was about to crash in hard. Impressions are the whole game. This is how you measure the power and the number of demons. He snaps out a sharp command to the mechanical girl. Rorono orders her to ready their main trump card. The companions clench their fists tight, like they're about to explode into action. The Moab, the deadliest conventional bomb ever made, is finally coming out of the shadows. Protzel admits he couldn't build a machine like that in one single shot. They were forced to stamp those parts for 2 straight days, and all the while Rorono was frantically throwing everything together. Every demon and every so-called lord dies here. With doubts tossed aside, Procel commands everyone to flood the air with combustible gas and slam down a time-shielded barrier to protect them. The bomb rockets straight into the enemy crowd as the young man screams like his lungs are on fire. A crushing shadow from the shell sweeps over the doomed monsters. Right before the impact hits, a colossal explosion rips through the fabric of space, splitting everything wide open. On the front lines, demons don't even stand a chance. The shockwave just vaporizes them in a flash. The only surviving monsters lose their minds and stampede toward the beast's dungeon entrance. Marco and her accomplices snap with shock and shudder when that horrifying noise tears through the air. Every last soldier in the old lord's front line has crumbled into dust. The beast's demons thunder forward, grinning as they wipe out the last scraps of the horde. Mark lets out a breathy laugh, like the pressure just vanished, because it all gets settled in the blink of an eye. From the blazing wall of fire, a lone silhouette suddenly pushes through. The girl flashes a soft smile, and you can tell she knows she finally found her savior. Bursting from the flames, the perfectly unscathed Procel explodes onto the scene like a miracle. Marco stood in the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield, breathing out a heavy sigh full of regret because she never wanted to pull him into this madness. She tore into him for being too comfortable with the deadly power of creation. Picking a fight with the old demon lords was suicide for any green newbie. The fox girl strained upward, forcing herself to lift her gaze. Procel swung with ruthless fury and cut them off cold, even as he barreled through anyway. Then he crushed them. A tired face broke into a warm, radiant smile. The rumors about his alliance with Dantalion and Astaroth already reached her ears. And that's wildly impressive, especially with those brutal contracts hanging over them and 2 two lords refusing to budge an inch. Mark burst into bright laughter, thrilled by just how desperately he was willing to risk everything for her. She gently realized, with a kind awe, just how much he'd grown up without even realizing it. Now he could hand his dungeon over with total confidence and unleash his loyal demons without a single doubt. The whole village was left in stunned confusion, like the world had just gone silent. Cold sweat erupted on his forehead because her words hit like a deathbed confession. Marco's skin ripped open in a flash, cracks spiderwebbed across his body as he shattered into glowing shards of light. She nodded at her wounded warriors, thanking them as the healing herbs worked their magic. But before Procel even showed up, the enemy slammed them right up to the brink, forcing them to fight for every inch. To save her family, she had no choice. She ripped open the Forbidden Awakening form and unleashed it. The young man's face drained of color in an instant, because he knew without a doubt that this trance came with a horrifying price. The demon lord's life was mercilessly burned away the moment he finally woke up. A sickening realization punched through his gut like a fist. Marco calmly nodded and confirmed the truth. She'd burned her lifetime down to the very last second. Tears of goodbye streamed down her face. The whole village froze in terror, like every heartbeat had been ripped out of the air. When he realized all that hard prep led to a deadly delay, despair crashed down on him like a tidal wave. A warm hand settled on his head like a soft promise. Marco begged everyone not to fall apart, because after he pulled off the rescue, those kids were finally safe, and now they'd be under his care. She confessed she'd been poking fights on purpose just to dodge the crushing goodbye. The girl swore she was walking away, with not a single drop of regret. Procel snapped his head back, flat out refusing to believe it. The fox wore a sorrowful smile, then finally decided to spill her biggest secret. She spun away, and in a soft whisper, finally admitted she's ready to meet her beloved. Vate and the other demons in the back locked eyes wide with pure, frozen shock. Even the Procelia male girls were left frozen in shock, utterly stunned by what they heard. The young man blinked hard, stunned, speechless. Mark never forgot Amon, the Lord of Fire, because that blazing demon had stolen her heart and never let go. The moment Amon gave up his life, she vowed to chase after him and refused to stay behind. But she swore to him she'd live every moment and she'd defend her title with her life until the very end. And just like she promised, she followed through. Her job as a mother was done. Procel finally grew into a real man. Now she was begging with tears in her eyes. Just one thing: to be taken, smiling all the way. The young man bowed his head and forced his eyes to disappear. A vicious, predatory grin snapped across his lips like a warning. He exploded into a scream, refusing to let her slip away. Marco couldn't believe it. His old idea of rebirth came roaring back in her face again, and she shut it down the same way, like it never mattered. She leaned in and asked, softly but surely, if he still clung to her like a child holds onto a mother. Procel bolted ahead and wrapped her in a fierce, tight hug. Marco was totally stunned, thrashing and scrambling to break free, but nothing worked. He swore with his whole heart that he loved her, and he would never let her die. Tears streamed down his face as the young man yelled that he'd take Amon's place for her and make her fight to live. He clamped her in a steel grip and let all his pain spill out through his voice. The girl went rigid in an instant, her eyes bulging wide with pure shock. Marco burst into loud, genuine laughter right then. Wiping the tear from her cheek, she admitted Procel and Amon were nothing alike. No way the Lord of Fire would ever be that bold. A wicked little smile danced across her lips. Step forward. Mark confessed his bold move lit a spark in her. Now she wanted to stay and find out exactly what came next. The moment he saw it, his whole face lit up like a spark. Hope flared up, burning brighter than ever. Procel didn't hesitate for a second. He snapped his magic into action. He pressed his hand to her chest and shoved energy straight into her heart. The young man clenched his jaw and made a ruthless choice. He would bring her back to life, no matter what. He clamps Marco in a tight hug and blurts out that he wants to live with her for as long as time lasts. The whole village showers her with gratitude, then softly calls her by name. He fuses Marco's beast god with the king Dantalion gave him, then slams rebirth to life. Proselyte spins creation into light and orders Mark to be reborn. The demons exhaled in relief when they realized reborn Marco was totally fine, and everything was finally back to normal. Updated Mark leans in and quietly says his name. They grin at each other and dive back into conversation like they're meeting for the very first time. Barely clawing his way out from the Dark Lord of Demons' grasp, Procel slammed rebirth into the dying Marco right at the last heartbeat so he could live again. He lifted his wine with a shaky breath, toasting the girl's safety and their hard-won victory together. The lavish banquet guests erupted in loud, happy shouts, cheers, like thunder rolling through the room. Procel flashed a warm smile as he swept his eyes over his subordinates, the Beast Army and the reborn Marco. The demons toast and clink their glasses with savage smiles, all while thanking Procella like he'd just earned them the win. Barely their smile tugged at his lips. Because of those merchants, the capital is stuffed, dish after dish from every corner of the world, the finest in existence. On the tables sat a legendary wine, brewed from Aura's golden apples. He was convinced every single guest would go wild for this drink. The hall's breathtaking ceiling loomed above the celebration like it was daring everyone to look up. Stolas already piled a plate high with food, like he was ready to dive into the feast. Next to him loomed the massive Astaroth, the lord of the dragon demons, the wind demoness. Stolas flashed a warm smile. She was the same demon who once lent Procel her power. A little farther off, Dantalion stood tall, the lord of the demons of time. Procel didn't hold back. He admitted straight up that without their help, this victory never would have happened. Astaroth let out a warm chuckle and told the young man, straight up, not to ignore how strong he really was. Stolas leaned in and admitted that Procel had blown past every single one of her expectations. The dragon bumped Dantalion playfully to the side and teased him with Dan. He irritably tweaked his monocle, snapped Osto to stop, and fired off that reminder about the non-interference contract. Astaroth just grinned because his friend had finally slipped into his ancient, long-forgotten nickname. Procel tiptoed up and spoke to the Lord of Time with bated breath. He looked away and admitted, straight up, that he'd only come here to meet Marco. Suddenly, a voice Dan knew all too well cut in from behind. Marco told him to calm down just a little. Marco stands right there, casually leaning back, alive, unbroken, totally unharmed. Marco flashes a warm smile at the stunned lords, like he's just won something. The girl beamed at all three of them, radiating pure warmth. She poured out heartfelt gratitude to everyone who saved her. It was only because of these people that she's standing here right now, laughing like everything turned out okay. The men stared, stunned at their living, unscathed ally. Absolute calm snapped onto Dantalion's face like a switch, but he quietly fought back against it. The Lord of Time finally admitted it. Procel was the real savior, the one without whom they wouldn't have budged even a single step. Dantalion spins toward the young man and whispers his name like a secret, clutching the pocket watches tight. Dantalion nodded to the young man and thanked him for every second he'd spent with Marco. He slammed his fist to his chest, declaring Procel his equal and calling it the kind of honor you don't forget. Procel shot his eyes open in pure shock. He tossed all the formalities out the window when it came to talking. Procel blurted out Dan right away, and before the words even settled, she snapped back and reminded him there are strict limits. Astaroth whirled toward Marco and spilled the truth about her rebirth. He admitted he actually expected her to show up with the power of fire. Dantalion kept talking, and then he reminded her that once, the girl had flat out rejected his time magic when it tried to buy her more life. Mark's cheeks went bright red, and he barely managed to choke back a smile. She leaned in with a grin toward Astaroth, teasing, "So, do you really want to hear the reason?" Procel's face went deathly pale with pure horror. The young man crumpled with panic, shouting and begging, "Please don't tell Dantalion about this." But Marco was already lost in the moment, clutching herself and replaying how Procel had pulled her close and spilled his feelings. Stola stared as Dantaliana writhed in discomfort, and Marco drank in every desperate tear and devoted plea from the boy like it was priceless. She winked and teased, saying she couldn't possibly walk away and leave this kid stuck in that kind of trouble. Astaroth shot a poisonous question at Dantalion, demanding to know how it felt to get completely wiped out. Time's Lord ground his teeth until they nearly screamed. He scrambled for a logical reason because this confession was nothing but a tactical play to force Marco to accept the rebirth. A traitorous tear slid down his face, while Dantalion smirked darkly, rasping that he wasn't angry in the slightest, and he had zero plans to quit. Marco brightened up and grabbed the conversation, then sadly laid into Stolas with the heart-wrenching tale of how his love of a lifetime got snatched out of nowhere. The flustered elf girl swallowed her nerves and nervously asked Procel if she'd really respond to his feelings. Marco froze for a breath, forcing his thoughts to line up. Then she flashed a sly smile and said, "I'm putting this on hold for now." She clung to Stolas and told him, "Procel's amazing, but right now, I just see him as a kid." Meanwhile, Dantalion loomed over the terrified Procel, glaring that he was still nothing more than a total beginner. Stolas nodded along, saying the kid still had plenty of meetings and brand new experiences waiting just ahead. Mark pressed his pendant and murmured, "If my feelings can survive the test of time, then she'll finally give them a real no-jokes answer straight up." With those words, she flashed Dantalion a sly, victorious stare that said, "I won." The table was packed wall to wall with wild patterns. Mark burst out laughing so hard that her bewildered friend tried, desperately, to calm her down without a single success. Dantalion let out a breath of relief and nodded along. Procel was still way too young. That young man rubbed his weary forehead, and behind his back, two ancient demon lords started a playful argument like it was the greatest show in the world. Suddenly, Marco shoved him flush against herself, yanked him along, and grinned because she had lessons to deliver. They tore out of the noisy hall and plunged into the night field. When the boy blurted in panic, asking why it was so empty, Marco just grinned and teased, asking if he thought something special was coming. The earth buckled and trembled. Marco blasted out a massive dark awakening aura, roaring a warning that one slip with this power could snap your mind in half. Under a brutal wave of fury, Procel barely stayed upright, glaring and shouting her name like it was the only lifeline. From far away, Dantalion watched that sudden surge of energy erupt like a signal in the dark. Beneath the full moon's glow, Marco snapped. The Dark Lord will get his revenge for those plans falling apart, and before that day hits, Procel has to learn how to control this terrifying power. From the shadows, the Dark Lord's predatory grin snapped into existence. His plan had been wrecked, and he wasn't about to let it go. The sorceress stood alone in the midnight field, chin lifted, eyes focused, listening for the demoness like her life depended on it. She thrust her hand forward and promised to unleash his power in full force. The young man shot his hands up instinctively, shielding himself in a flash. "Is the Dark Lord moving already?" he snapped, muscles tensing. The demoness giggled and tapped her own cheek, like the perfect idea just struck her out of nowhere. The commander let out a shaky sigh of relief, still clueless why he had to gear up for war against a battered enemy. She nodded hard and said, "Yep, the Black's powers are fully drained right now. His main base lies in shattered ruins after the dragon army's raid. The colossal lizards tore through the battlefield and devoured every last scrap of the enemy garrison. And now you're invincible," she barked, thrusting her palm out again. Right before Procel's eyes, the faces of his loyal companions flashed like a blazing memory reel. The demoness herself didn't just come back, she was reborn with strength that somehow got even more terrifying. Her beastly army, commanded by a lion-headed brute, stood ready and hungry, waiting for the order to strike. Even the masters of dragons and time shocked everyone by forging an alliance no one saw coming. Taking on that coalition in open battle felt like walking straight into your own death, but her eyes chilled over in an instant. The Black's real trump card has always been the sneaky hits he lands right on the back, pure stealth, and it never misses. Before anyone could react, he slipped the demon lords, her allies, right into his corner, all because she wasn't ready for the trap. And yeah, he held total, absolute control over everything tied to the darkness. Even now, danger's shadow still clung to him, waiting to strike. Protzel shoved his doubts aside and straight up demanded, "Tell me how to conquer my own awakening." That predatory grin said it all. Knowledge doesn't come easy, it comes through pain. The sudden hit nearly tore the young man off his feet, as he barely managed to stay standing. He snapped his awakening on the instant it was time. A hellfire-like agony ripped through my skull, and my mind erupted with a ravenous need to kill. The demoness watched, stone calm, as he sank under the weight of his own hatred. A choking black aura surged and throbbed, roaring that it would not be treated like a kid anymore. Procel's eyes turned wild, pure madness staring back. A terrifying flashback ripped through his mind, the image of Quina choking, slipping out of his hands. He swung and smashed his own face, ripping this nightmare apart. "This is the heart you're so desperate to hide," the demoness voice whispered, like a secret slicing through the dark. A young man snapped to stillness, blinking hard like his world had just shattered. The shadows finally broke apart and vanished. He just couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that this brutal chaos was really who he was at his core. He leaned in and said, "Man, he's way too kind for his rank." He adored his monsters, stepped right up to ordinary people, and even reached out to the man who used to be his enemy. All this time, he kept the master's instincts locked down tight just to win everyone else's approval. And just like that, the awakening smashed these chains to pieces. Protzel sat in the pitch black, suddenly understanding he'd screwed up. If you want that kind of power, you've got to grab your darkest self and let it drive. Voices slammed into the skull, and you couldn't stand. Your body bent over before you could even fight it. "Don't call me weak," Protzel roared, then sprinted straight into the fight. The demoness slid in close, smoothly stopping him and pinning him to herself. She leaned in and met his frightened eyes, soft as a whisper, but impossible to ignore. Beneath the full moon's glow, she vowed with all her heart that she'd never, ever hate him. The very next morning, the elf girl slid up to him by the mansion, clutching a glass of juice like she'd planned it. Protzel fumbled for an explanation to cover his absence, while the demoness smirked nearby like she already knew. He muttered under his breath, cursing the fact that he had to lean on other people again. Now, the fully controlled force of awakening burst into a brilliant sparkle along his arm. When he finally accepted himself, a new power clicked on. He could tap into the skills of every enemy he'd ever defeated. A magical metal burst into existence in his palm, gleaming like the perfect weapon for every battle still to come. Suddenly, Quina burst in and sprinted up, eyes shining as she admired her father's brand new wings. The target jolted, blinking in stunned disbelief. He softly brushed his daughter's head, and that terrifying aura vanished like it never existed. While the rest of the chaos roared on, the Lords of Dragons and Time finally banded together, ready to head home. The evening settled into a warm glow, and while everyone else was already trading goodbyes, the demoness stayed behind, lingering like she had something on her mind. Surprise hit hard when the demoness begged right then and there to stay the night. The young man's cheeks flared as he blurted, then wildly waved his hands, saying they just needed to talk about something real quick. The real war wasn't coming next, it was already pounding on the doorstep. Stolas let out a sweet stretch on the couch, smiling as he thanked Procel for that seriously helpful conversation. Yesterday they were clinking glasses and laughing, and today they're sitting in silence, trading hard truths about the war that tore everything apart. The new lords had just 1 year to smash the enemy crystal, so the girl rushed in for advice. She gave a crooked little smile and confessed that his wild recklessness at the party had her shaken. Procel kept completely still as her sigh spilled out, complaining about how brutal that lesson really was. He leaned in and told her, with warmth, that she'd saved him from trouble more than once too. The girl shot out her open palm like she was demanding an answer from the universe. She nervously blurted out that they should be best friends, then immediately looked away like she couldn't handle the answer. Her words hit the air and instantly her face darkened like a storm rolling in. Procel blinked, while Stola seethed in his mind over how he kept missing every hint because Procel was deaf. Her lips twitched like she'd made her choice, no turning back. Say, she snapped forward in her seat and demanded a chance to witness her very first battle. Her gaze burned with pure, unshakable resolve. She was determined to prove, one way or another, that she'd completely changed since the day they first met. She sped toward the edge of the rules and whispered, "How close am I allowed to get?" Procel's face snapped bright with a sudden realization. He burst out, grinning, that she wasn't scared of the fight at all. She was just nervous. The whole table went still, like time itself got trapped in place. The German "huh" echoed in the air, like a question that just refused to die. Before she could even breathe, the boy grinned and dragged her through the city streets on a non-stop tour. Her heart hammered like crazy from the shock of walking together like this. Out of nowhere, Rosalite the fox hurled a telepathic scream into her mind, and she froze because the long-awaited date was finally here. Lady Marco was cleaning up the mess in her beast dungeon, then shut the door and left them alone. Rosalite shamelessly egged Stolas on, daring him to take matters into his own hands. The girl awkwardly swatted away every hint of romance. Right then, the local bald troublemaker troublemaker rolled up on Procell, smiling like he'd found something, because there was a girl waiting on the street. Stolas turned scarlet, then stammered out some weak excuse under his breath. Procell just shrugged it off, calm as ever, like he'd been drowning in adventurers' gossip for years. Then she clutched her resolve and barked, commanding him to come with her, because that's how it had to be. They strolled through the city, hunted for cool shops, and tore into sizzling street food like it was pure treasure. Stolas broke into delighted laughter and clutched her brand new plush toy to her chest. They ditched the road for a street cafe break. Cradling a steaming cup of tea, Stolas stared around the square in pure astonishment, watching the city surge and grow at lightning speed. Procell strutted on the second floor, bragging like his gold and silver mines were his personal treasure chest. Thanks to the elves' magic, the fields exploded with mind-blowing harvests. While everyone else rested, the hippogriff riders kept flying non-stop, hauling rare resources from every corner of the world. The boy finally admitted it. Those demon lord powers had shoved everything way past the original plan. Even at the start, the monsters barely managed to hold back their furious instincts against humans. But now they're utterly hooked on human food, and dazzled by every beautiful little trinket. Procell stared out the window, praying, no, demanding that his subordinates finally tasted happiness. The cup rang out softly as it kissed the saucer. Turns out, he can barely keep the direction development moving. Rorono's aura hasn't done the full takeover yet. It's only laid down the first building blocks. Every other piece of it, merchants and everyday folks built it with their own hands. The demon lord couldn't stop staring. People's life energy burned bright, and it absolutely blew him away. Stolas narrowed his eyes with a wicked grin, clocking him the second he tried to ditch his work and slip out. Procell jolted, then snapped that those brazen businessmen almost bullied him into opening a brothel. He slumped over the table, eyes unfocused, replaying every sweet fight they'd ever shared. And just recently, they cooked up a full-blown plan to build a real, proper casino. Stolas grinned instead of sulking, springing up and yelling that they had to build a racetrack right away. The boy just froze, totally stunned by her sudden, unstoppable energy. He scratched his chin, realizing this was the perfect move to seize control of the shadow business. A sly smirk curled on his lips, because keeping this city alive meant one bold risk was totally worth it. Even though the rescue of Marco had shattered the Golem army, the top priority now was fixing it fast. He let out a heavy, sad sigh, wishing he hadn't dumped all that crushing workload on Rorono. Stolas snapped to it and realized she hadn't spotted the artisan anywhere on the streets at all. Procell brushed it off like it was nothing, certain she was safe and hidden behind the monitors in the basement. Deep down, Rorono never lost her explorer heart. She refused to become anything like a seller. Now it was just Quina left guarding the store, while the rest of the subordinates went off and did whatever they wanted. The whole city clung on, balanced on the shoulders of its people alone. But these minor demons were kept on a tight leash by Old White. Even the fresh bread Stolas had just been devouring came straight from his orders. He'd had it baked just the way he wanted. The girl chewed to a halt, her eyes widening as she realized Procell's trust in this subordinate was absolute. "You actually trust this demon?" she snapped, locking eyes with the old servant. The boy proudly crowned White as his right hand, but Stolas cracked the sore spot perfectly. White still didn't have a real name. Procell's face contorted with helpless fury, like he couldn't do a single thing to change his fate. He collapsed into the chair, knowing deep down that this old man deserved it more than anyone in the room. Stolas batted his eyes innocently and asked, "Why would you lock yourself down to just 3 names?" She took another bite of the bun, cool as ice. Procell just stared at her like he'd heard the funniest joke on earth. But the girl said, dead serious, that there's no limit at all. Names and power can go as far as you want. They both just stopped cold, locking eyes and holding a dead silent stare. No words, no sound, nothing. That stunned what cracked the silence and instantly threatened to flip every plan on its head. White froze on the spot and blinked, absolutely stunned when they offered him the chance to get his real name. Procell calmly said he could summon more than just his contract-bound demons. The aura cozied up to its master like it owned the place, and he fumbled through some shaky excuses to justify it. That fox girl flashed a grin and warned him, "This kind of tyranny is a crushing weight even the Lord can barely carry. Because of one single name, I'm forced to quit magic for an entire month." But the young man just grinned warmly, like he'd already decided he was willing to pay every last bit of that price. He thrust his hand out toward his loyal staff officer. White lowered his head in awe, and when that long-awaited gift finally landed in his hands, you could feel the reverence in every breath. Duke, the moment it hit, the space around it convulsed. Dark energy thickened instantly like a storm rolling in. The Duke clenched his fist so hard it looked like it could crack the air. Procell shuddered as his reserve started to run out, fast. The newly christened demon surged in a blinding aura of power no one had ever seen before. He leaned in, whispered his brand new name, and felt the awe hit like a wave. The girls swarmed Duke in pure delight, cheering as they handed him the gift. That harsh demon finally snapped and erupted into tears. He slammed his hand to his chest and swore, with stone-cold resolve, that he'd give his soul and his body to the master. Suddenly, Procell crumpled to the ground in pure helplessness. Sweat poured down his face as it hit him. Calling a monster above S rank was way too much to handle. His magical power is totally gone, straight up vanished. Darkness, deep unconsciousness. Sunlight danced across the ripe golden apples, making them glow like little treasures. Procell snapped back to awareness at the desk beside the tent where the white tiger Marhosius was curled up, resting. The young man snapped his eyes up at the tree of beginning, and pure aura power surged through him. The tiger yawned and stretched in pure comfort, basically proving this place heals you the moment you step in. Procell gave the tent a nod, like, yeah, it's not like we've got to build a whole bedroom right on the street. The aura shot down the idea with total confidence. Being near that tree isn't a big deal at all. She backed up every word by brewing a special potion from those very golden apples. Aura started whipping up a whole stack of golden apple dishes and potions just for him. The young man accepted the care with a heart full of gratitude. He could still feel his subordinates' panic in his bones, and the terrifying thought that he might lose his powers forever. Aura beamed as she vowed she'd have him back on his feet in just a week. Marhosius snarled a warning. When the demon lord has no defenses, enemies can snatch him up like easy prey. Procell swallowed his medicine and immediately quizzed Duke about what was going on. The tiger narrowed its eyes like it knew a secret, because this brand new officer had just unlocked a power that could get him killed. An hour had already blasted by. A few days later, Procell ripped back into the city. The Duke rushed out at once to meet them head-on. The young man waved off every question about his health and pressed straight toward the real point. They burst into a huge chamber where elf maidens rushed around, tending the sick like every second mattered. The Duke leaned in, grinning, and declared that his name had pushed his power over death to an all-new level. In his palm, a ghostly skull blazed to life because now he controlled the very idea of death itself. The city was built for adventurers who would charge straight at the neighboring Tower of Time, storming it like it owed them answers. And like clockwork, those wounded, cursed souls will keep dragging themselves here again and again. Even after everything they faced, the adventurers still slapped on plain potions to mend those scratches. People like that rarely made it. Once they were hurt that bad, they'd collapse and die right there on the streets. Procell's breath hitched as he remembered the corpses piled in the pitch-black alleys. Beasts had chewed them down to the bone. The Duke twisted dark magic into a blinding white sphere that lit up the whole world. Energy crackled in the air like it was about to explode. From this moment on, he could heal wounds that should have killed him, and shatter curses no one else could ever undo. That's why the demon founded the hospital. Higher elves kept coming in with small injuries, and he had to be ready. And the toughest patients? Duke himself grabbed them back from the edge. By cheating death itself, their city snagged a colossal edge over everyone else. The cheerful dwarf girl beamed as she added yet another detail. This fresh power let the dead climb back to life. Same memories, same skills, perfectly preserved. The townspeople who died in the last war didn't rise as zombies. They just kept grinding flour and working the underground bakery. While the living inhabitants stayed calm on the surface, the resurrected dead groaned and toiled deep underground. Once they heard the safety rumor, families of displaced people poured into the area in huge numbers. Procell finally cracked the mystery behind that mountain of construction requests, right before his sick leave. He shot the officer a warm, friendly look, like he genuinely meant it. By offering that name, the young man was basically saying, "Thank you for every bit of loyalty." But the Duke turned that gift into something powerful, one that protected the whole settlement. Procell flashed flashed a sincere smile and swore he'd live up to that trust with everything he had. The city's development plan is about to explode. New chambers need to be built, and demon medics must be added to the mix. He even started daydreaming about building an air ambulance powered by griffins. The calm reflections shattered as excited voices erupted from the corridor. A rich guy with a monocle strutted into the hospital, trash in tow, his shabby companion trailing right behind. They snapped in shock, realizing it was the Duke, and they blurted that he was a doctor. The satellite scanned the room, then let out a calm breath. This place was finally safe. The rich man gave a slow nod, thrilled by the rare purity standing out, even as the air reeked with charred corpses. Procell tensed up instantly. He knew exactly how powerful human medicine could be. Rusty tools littered the place, and every inch screamed unsanitary, like it was the new normal. Fortune tellers would often read the signs and call out the diagnosis. Local doctors didn't hesitate one bit to chop off limbs and treat the burns like it was the only way. And yeah, his demons didn't just show up. They tore through reality using magic. But he was dead set on transforming his settlement into a real city of doctors. The young man spun around to the guests and demanded, "Why does it smell like smoke?" The monocled man let out a deep, heavy sigh. A deadly infection ripped across the continent at breakneck speed. Their region had held on so far, now the threat was barreling straight in. A trusted hospital right there decided who lived and who didn't. Procell's face drained of color, like fear hit him all at once. He leaned into Duke and whispered, "Tell me, did the Vlad set this up as some kind of prank?" But he shot that claim down hard. No demon in the world could pull off a power that precise. The young man nodded, because wiping out all of humanity would spell disaster for their own species. It could only mean one thing, a massive natural disaster leveling everything in its path. In the end, this world wasn't just humans and the lords, it belonged to something bigger. As soon as Procell stepped outside, he snapped his orders. "Ori, double the potion production right now." Suddenly, he snapped around in a sharp turn. Stolas's bluebird plummeted from the sky at full speed, dropping fast like it couldn't stop the fall. In his razor-sharp claws, he clenched a stack of scrolls. Procell thrust his hand forward. The bird swooped down onto his forearm and dropped not one, but two messages at the same time. The young man flipped open the first page, and his body went still like he'd just been hit by a shockwave. He gave a shaky smile, realizing the epidemic and the sudden theft of his strength weren't a coincidence, they were linked. The second message came straight from the Dark Lord of Demons himself. Procell stared at the letter with a grim scowl. This Dark Lord of Demons was demanding a face-to-face meeting in just 10 days, and if Procell refused, he'd rip Stolas apart. That moment wasn't picked by luck. The enemy counted on one thing. Once he named Procell, his powers would fade for a while. The demoness leaned in and said, "Since Procell crowned the new duke, our city's wide open, and there's no way to dodge the spies." Then she snapped him out of it fast. His strength would be back in just a couple days. And that ultimatum's exact date proved the enemy spy never got anywhere close. The fox burst into hearty laughter at the Black Lord's naivety, because he was dead sure Procell would just sit powerless for a whole month. And the enemy had zero clue. She'd already been reborn and switched sides to Procell. A predatory thrill flashed in her eyes. She was ready to toy with her opponent. Procell nodded calmly, but the moment the name Stolas was said, it hit him like a gut punch. He clenched the paper in a vice grip, because the first war of Stolas was only 4 days away. A nasty thought flashed through his head. Please, just let everything go right. 4 days later, right by his dungeon, Stolas burst with joy and raced to meet Procellu and the rest of his entourage. Rosetta, the harpy, flashed a grin and blurted to her friend just how terrified she was that he might not even show up. Old dragon Astaroth snapped at his daughter right in front of their guest, scolding her for her improper behavior. Stolas shot a blush of pure embarrassment, and Procell jolted with shocked blinking. He asked whether Astaroth had come to watch the war too, and the dragon let out a heavy, defeated sigh. The old man jabbed jabbed a finger in his face and reminded him that he'd just wiped out the sacred city of Rigdolg, the Dark Lord's stronghold. Ever since that day, he's been locked in a relentless brawl against his fanatics, one attack at a time. Astaroth knew they were crushing that war. Then a whole new nightmare snapped into place. Too many enemies swarmed in, and even the Demon Lord couldn't stay away from his own lands for long. The dragon burst into a silly little tear because he was about to miss a huge day for his daughter, leaving Procel squirming with guilt and feeling painfully awkward. Astaroth snapped in right away, assuring the boy he held no grudge at all, and he was genuinely grateful that Marco had come to his rescue. But then he shot his finger up into the air. The dragon cornered Procel and demanded he hand the creation medal to Stolas for him. The girl whipped her hands through the air in fury, refusing the generous gift outright. Astaroth declared loud and unshakable that as a father he'll give his child the very best, no exceptions. The creation medal would massively supercharge her trump card, turning her into a whole new kind of threat in battle. Stirred by the old man's heartfelt words about parental love, Stolas fought his reluctance and grudgingly took the gift. A massive hand lowered and gently stroked her head, like it was soothing the storm inside her. Astaroth snapped his head toward the exit, ready to bolt. Finally, he handed Procel the mission to protect Stolas and took off on his own. The old dragon's face snapped into a hard, stern look the instant it happened. Procel tensed up the second it happened. He leaned in and told a stunned Stolas that Astaroth had just picked up the Black Lord's troops moving. Right then, the system's voice thundered, announcing the war was about to begin. Wind Mistress Stolas was about to lock blades with the Sword Master Sabak. No backing down. Just a battle about to explode. All eyes snapped to the lone waiting room as the rule for victory hit: break the enemy's crystal or lose. The fox lit up and cheered that even the spectators can hear the creator's voice. She urged him to move into the room with the Stolas crystal so they could get an unbeatable view. Procel snapped back hard, making it crystal clear that today they'd stay right where they were, watching only. Since there was no official alliance in place, any interference or even stepping onto the battlefield was a total rule break. Realizing what was happening, the demoness grinned and offered to livestream the whole fight from another dimension. Procel weighed his odds with deadly focus. This brawl was headed straight for the dungeons of Stolas. Those endless deep canyons and the brutal height of the sky gave her flying demons a straight-up unfair advantage. Trying to capture that exact territory was brutally hard, like hunting a shadow you can't quite pin down. The fox leaned in close and listened to every word of his analysis. Right then, a spell-summoned clone of Stolas popped up in front of them and started spilling his battle tactics. She set out to forge demon copies for the assault, then left the originals right where they could guard the crystal and stop anything that got too close. Stolas flashed a sly grin. No matter what happens to the copies, the enemy will be wiped out and barely standing by the time they even get near her real army. The proselyte gave the plan a green light, and the clone shot off, vanishing into thin air the instant it was approved. The young man snapped back into thinking about his opponent again. The Sword Master Sabak held a blazing rank B medal. Proselyte weighed her odds and muttered, "If a B-rank lord and I try for an A-rank demon, we're looking at less than a 30% shot at that birth." That meant his army was stacked mostly with demons, same rank as him, or even lower. Back then, Stolas carried a rank A wind medal and commanded demons with real bite, powerful fighters at his side. Everyone saw it. There was no way she could fail. Suddenly, a scream shattered the air, warning everyone that the enemy was closing in fast. Stolas smirked, narrowed his eyes, and waited like he already knew the Sabaka soldiers were about to crash onto the scene. Her eyes snapped wide with pure, stunned disbelief. She snapped, still at the cliff's edge, as a massive swarm of twisted, horrifying monsters crashed through the ravine, way beyond what anyone expected. Procel and his crew gaped in pure horror at the broadcast blasting across the screen. That young man instantly knew it. Dark Lord stepped in for real, and he handed the dog those powers to turn the war. Despair twisted Stolas's face, because with an endless armada bearing down, her dungeon was doomed to get steamrolled. The heroes clutched their nerves and stared at the battlefield, because the enemy was all elite A-rank demons, no exceptions. Stolas didn't hesitate for a second. She snapped her fingers and unleashed her trump card, the colossal emerald dragon. Procel snapped his eyes to the chaos. This beast hit with with S-rank power, but could it really stand its ground against a whole horde? The dragon ripped straight into the enemy ranks, swallowing the full blast of magical sphere after magical sphere. Procel practically screamed in despair that a few dozen A-rank enemies would just steamroll them without mercy. Stolas snapped his teeth in pure irritation. She snapped a command to the dragon, forcing it to backpedal straight into its lair. The girl thrust her hand forward like she was about to change everything. A skeletal monster in a brutal mask was already sprinting straight at her. A rotten mouth gaped wide, ready to swallow the deadly strike whole. Stolas barely yanked the winged horse around and bolted, scrambling to get away just in time. Procel stared as she backed away, unable to look like every step mattered. The assistant urgently shouted that the dragon was badly hurt and that it wasn't going to live much longer. Stolas snapped the reins and drove his steed forward. This fight had to end right now. She bolted along the skinny mountain trail, staring straight down at the abyss yawning beneath her. Procel told us the second floor's relief was exactly what she needed, so retreat wasn't an option. It was the only move. Beating an army like that without the main trump card felt flat out impossible. Stolas leaned in and whispered, "Procel," clinging to the name like it could steady him. She marched straight up to the cliff's very edge, like nothing could stop her. With her hand pressed to her chest, the girl blazed with conviction, swearing she'd win this war no matter how the enemy tried to lie and cheat. She snapped orders to her subordinates to harvest the wind's magic, then swore she'd deliver Procella a spectacle like never before. The demon bird Garuda cradled a massive sphere of roaring energy right in its claws. A gigantic tornado tore through the sky like the world was getting ripped in half. A sudden whirlwind ripped every last flying enemy out of the sky in an instant, leaving the crowd stunned by how brutally it tore them apart. Procel finally admitted it. He was seeing Garuda's real power for the first time. But the ground troops kept smashing forward with the offensive. The horned demon bellowed at the top of its lungs right before it launched into the leap. Suddenly, a glowing magical teleportation zone erupted beneath the monster's feet, yanking them into the unknown. The giant spirit of the wind yanked them down, slamming every single one into the bottom of the gorge. Vindy grinned because that tactical play landed flawlessly. Procel clenched his jaw and let out a bitter smile, realizing he'd massively misjudged Stolas. The girl didn't stand still for a second. She surged forward, getting stronger by the second. Suddenly, the enemy ranks erupted into thunderous laughter. Bishop Mecca, Sabak, slumped onto the palanquin and sneered at Stolas, praising him like the stalling was some kind of joke. His horde was closing in, unstoppable. Stolas seethed with fury, glaring at his opponent like he wanted to burn them alive. She shot him a question: was it too cocky to step out like this and march straight into the front line? Sabak flashed a smug grin, like he already knew he'd win. Behind him, hundreds of monsters snarled, their growls creeping louder by the second. They were on standby, counting down, ready to snap into action the second the order hit. Sabak threw his arms wide, bragging like the gap in their power was colossal. Stolas's face drained of color as a terrifying horde. Over 100 monsters closed in on her. Most of them were B rank. Nothing more, nothing less. Procel trembled. This many demons was just plain wrong. For the newborn Vladika, it was straight up impossible to pull together an army like that. Sabak grinned like he'd just won the whole battle. Stolas sneered, calling it pathetic to cower behind other soldiers and pretend he was the boss. Then the opponent just burst into laughter. He swore he built this army with his own hands, crushing the old lord in the last war to take command. Stolas's eyes went wide with disbelief. Right before the crystal was destroyed, the so-called defeated one chose to hand over every single troop he had. Sabak burst into a maniacal laugh, replaying the moment the old man begged him to spare his accomplices. Thanks to that loophole, he snagged an invincible horde like it was meant to be his. That normal transfer would have dragged him into serious trouble, but the military trophy somehow got him off the hook and into his own hands legally. Procel darkened. He knew a rookie rocking B-rank demons could never outmatch a battle-hardened lord in a straight-up fight. Behind Sabak, someone far more dangerous was lurking way out of his league. The tiny fox squealed in panic, like it knew the whole situation had just tipped into danger. Stolas got herself caught in a trap. She was surrounded, and her enemies outnumbered her and crushed her troops. Sabak leaned in close and sneered, asking if she had finally gotten it about her awful situation. He shot his hand out, pointed toward her, and boldly demanded she be his wife. So he swore he'd spare her life. He'll come for her demons, then stand between her and danger, because once he becomes the greatest ruler, no one will ever touch her again. The old duke barely even managed to growl before he dismissed it as pure nonsense. Procel couldn't help but smirk. Yep, this was the kind of goldmine that practically begged to hook brand new warriors. And somehow, that wrecked crystal got rebuilt in only a single year. Stolas fell silent, dropped her eyes, and let the moment hit in full force. Then a bold, unstoppable smile lit up her lips. She blurted out that she'd never give a single thought to some pathetic weakling riding on someone else's power, because her heart was already claimed by someone else. That surprise comment hit like a thunderclap, shocking everyone and crushing Procella the hardest. The Duke quietly adjusted his glasses, like he was locking in for something that would change everything. He knew it all too well. No pretty words could stop Stolas from getting crushed. Her emerald dragon was gushing blood right after that first brutal clash. The old steward let out a crushing, heavy sigh that sounded like the end of hope. Procel spun around, completely baffled by what he was trying to pull off. The Duke threw his mouth wide open, like he was about to unleash something huge. A deafening shockwave slammed into their ears, and everyone nearby crumpled to their knees, screaming in agony. Procel froze in shock and stared at the old man as he calmly apologized for that dragon-like voice. The Duke said that cry wasn't just noise, it was pure sincerity and gut-wrenching sorrow from the young dragon, the exact same pain now chewing at his lady's heart. He backed her with everything he had, then pushed Procella to stop hiding, face her feelings at last, and step up as the true knight Stolas deserves. The emerald dragon was Stolas's very first creation, and her most valuable weapon of all. But his madness raged so hard that every thought got hijacked by one burning need to tear everything down. Out of the blackness, a razor-sharp silhouette ripped into view. Consciousness plummeted into a bottomless dark. The dragon's scales quivered with raw fury it couldn't unleash. But just because he kept it hidden didn't mean his heart was gone. The beast could barely remember Stolas, yet she still thanked her precious monster with all her heart and vowed she'd name him someday. Gratitude for her and a wild urge to rip everything apart waged war inside him. The beast spat out a curse at himself. Everything he did for her turned to blood and disaster. The battered body collapsed and slammed hard onto the ground. Suddenly, a gray duke towered over the fallen dragon and coolly asked, "So do you've got a good voice?" An ancient voice tore through the mind like an echo, and it demanded, "Young dragon, tell me, who do you want to become?" The monster's eyes snapped open, wide as if it had just woken up. A voice snapped through the air and yanked his heart to life, burning hot with instant electricity. A blinding white flash ripped through the vast emptiness of space. The Duke exploded into wild laughter, and a brutal shockwave slammed into the room, sending the maids flying off their feet. The terrified girl shot up to him, screaming at the top of her lungs. The old man tugged at his glasses, then said it straight-faced. The Dragon Emperor's power lets him nudge that beast just a little. He narrowed his eyes with a slick grin, because from this moment on, everything hinged on his hands alone. Meanwhile, a brutal battle raged like wildfire near the deep canyon. Stolas frantically flailed his fists, like he was trying to claw his way out of the moment. Garuda shredded the enemy ranks to pieces with its claws. Exhaustion slammed into her so hard she could barely stay upright. The bird snapped its wings and tore straight into a fresh attack. Stolas bellowed at the guard, demanding he back off at once. She personally put 50 demons down, and each one was already teetering on the edge of death. Her fighters tore into the fight with every last shred of strength, utterly spent, yet refusing to fall back. And that black horde? They didn't shrink for a second. The enemy commander flashed a smug grin, strutting on that cliff like he owned the world. With a single command, he unleashed dozens of goblins who flew in like a blade storm, ramming down onto their positions. Stolas was mortified. Those monsters stitched together a living bridge over the abyss using their own bodies. The horned leader barked an order for a full-scale general offensive. A roaring wave of monsters surged ahead, crashing toward everyone like the end of the world. The girl shot an order to her team: hit the retreat and scramble to the 3rd floor. Fast. And then bam! The lizard's poisoned arrow slammed into her back from behind. The table groaned and the body immediately quit working. She crumpled to her knees, completely helpless. Shadowy enemies crowded over her, looming like a nightmare about to strike. Suddenly, a gigantic black maw exploded out of the ground and ripped the monsters apart in seconds. Stolas froze. Her emerald dragon didn't just break free, it vanished from the vault all by itself. The beast unleashed a savage roar at the top of its lungs, blasting demons away in every direction. She stared into his eyes, and for the first time, the madness was gone. His gaze sharpened into crystal clarity. She gasped, shocked that the one who was dying somehow found the strength to rise back up again. The dragon waved off the next monster and snapped, "Scram! Get out of here, now!" That girl snapped, refusing to let him go, no matter what. Tears surged up in her eyes, threatening to spill over any second. She snatched the dragon metal he'd been forged from. Clenching her fist, Stolas sealed her choice. Now was the moment to give him a name. The dragon spun around, stunned to the core. "Do you really want to get reborn, and then promise you'll protect me?" she demanded, staring him down. "Of course," he shot back, like the answer was obvious. Her allies carved out 30 seconds of pure breathing room for her, and they earned every second. A blinding wave of magic crashed over the battlefield, swallowing everything in pure radiance. Stolas snapped his fingers and unleashed the raw power of rebirth. In her grasp, the metals of the wind and the jade dragon suddenly flared into existence. She shut her eyes tight and poured in the creation power she'd stolen from Procell. The creation erupted into a full-blown night. The metals blazed with light, kicking off the magical synthesis like a spark to dry fire. A colossal tornado ripped upward toward the sky, and right at the heart of the storm, the girl finally named it, giving it its new name. The wind tore through the chaos, and there on the battlefield stood the breathtaking white storm dragon, Enril. The enemy leader's face drained of color as pure terror seized him. He let out a wild scream, eyes locked on the new enemy. Enril majestically unfurled his wings, while the demons scrambled desperately to keep their cool. Stolas dropped straight into the beast's jaws and barked the command to tear down the enemies. A colossal beam of light slammed straight into the crowd. The horned commander barely scraped out a scream before it all went silent. The scraps of his army lay scattered, like grains of sand blown across the battlefield. From far away, the target watched the victory in total silence through a magical sphere. The girl beside her gasped, mouth hanging open in pure shock. The old duke squinted with a sly, calculating grin. "Nice work, young dragon." His proud approval thundered through the air. The girl gave the dragon one sharp command, and a cataclysmic burst of energy blasted out of its jaws like a doom ray. The horned demon lord Sabnok snapped his head around the instant that flash lit up the room. A raging torrent blasted through the battlefield and wiped out his whole army in an instant. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Sabnok froze mid-battle. Then one brutal strike ripped through his whole army, dropping them all at once. Cold sweat drenched his face, and without a second thought, he backed off. Retreat was his only move. Suddenly, his eyes blew wide with pure horror. With a sickening crack of bones, he crumpled to his knees, blood pouring out as he desperately tried to rise again. Stolas stood right in front of him, flanked by his dragon, and delivered the battle's ending with chilling, ice-cold words. The defeated fighter wheezed and gasped for breath, struggling to breathe. His eyes wouldn't stop scanning, and rage burned inside him for a power he couldn't touch. In the end, Sabnok dropped his gaze and threw in the towel, surrendering for good. Right then and there, Stolas keeled over on the dragon's back, and Procell bolted to her without even a second to waste. The war didn't just fade out, it got shut down for good when Sabnok threw in the towel. But Stolas was poisoned, and she couldn't shatter the defeated crystal on her own. Procell, the Lord of Creation, was granted this right there on the battlefield, watching everything unfold like a silent judge. The Procell charged up to the dragon and the wounded Stolas, mail clanking as he closed in. The summer demon from his retinue fixed his gaze on the dragon, staring like it owed him answers. The beast squinted with all its might. The old man just grinned mysteriously, like he knew exactly what you were about to learn. The hunter dropped to one knee beside the girl. His companion shot back that Stolas had unleashed two brutal heavyweight abilities in the fight, and they wrecked her body badly. Procell spun around and demanded, "What happens if I'm the one who shatters Sabnok's crystal?" Once he got word that every award would be handed to Stolas. No exceptions. He gave a firm nod. He strode up to the smashed Sabnok Sabnok and barked. "Don't take it personally, Blade Master." Sabnok let out a low, quiet growl and shot a question straight at them about that abnormal strength. Stolas's medal was ranked A, the kind of status that screams power. The Procelia medal basically screamed one thing, an S rank, no ifs or buts. Sabnok choked out a sob, spitting tears as everyone refused to team up with him because his pathetic B rank made him feel totally worthless. He erupted into a desperate cry, screaming about the brutal injustice of how wide the gap between them had become. A razor-cold blade bit into him, and he had to force his way through his enemies or die trying. Sabnok confessed that when desperation crushed him, he tossed pride aside and let other people use him like a pawn. But no matter what he did, he still couldn't close the gap to their level. The target stayed silent, simmering with bitter thoughts. The defeated lord clenched his teeth until they nearly cracked. The young man spoke softly, but his words hit hard. He said he understands every bit of his pain from that unfair congenital inequality. And just like that, he slammed the brakes on the conversation and switched topics out of nowhere. Earlier, Sabnok somehow stormed through and crushed the old demon lord, then seized control of his entire army. But with power that only crushed weak monsters, he never could have pulled it off. The prosecutor slammed the table and demanded the name of the secret patron. No excuses. Sabnok let out a bitter laugh, snapping that the boy had called it perfectly. Tension kept cranking up, and the moment the name finally landed, everyone held their breath. Suddenly, a sinister magical seal flared to life on Sabnok's chest, glowing like it meant trouble. Blood blasted from his mouth as his body swelled in a horrifying, grotesque way. Procelia's companion blurted in panic that something was seriously off. An anomalous magical surge was happening inside the demon. The Sabnok choked on bloody tears and gasped that this deadly magic was his master's. A black, bubbling sludge gushed from his throat like something alive. With his final ounce of strength, he lunged for a shout, trying to scream that name into the world. At that exact moment, Sabnok's body got shredded apart as a storm of black spikes detonated. The victim's body locked up, paralyzed by the sheer horror of what they just saw. The old demon scowled as he realized they'd been left in the dust, even as Sabnok proved he had backbone. Rage ripped across the young man's face. The spilled blood of the fallen painted the truth on the ground, because right behind it all stood the lord of the black demons. The Procel smashed Sabnok's crystal to pieces, honoring his grit, and swore he'd carry this crushing sorrow with him wherever he went. So the very first war of Stolas crashed to a brutal, bloody end. With the girl's life hanging by a thread, Procel scooped her into his arms and ordered his men to guard the dungeon. Wounded Stolas lay there, sleeping peacefully, like nothing could touch him. The young man made up his mind and whisked her to his city, Avalon, so she could finally get safe treatment. 2 days have already ripped by. With a letter clutched in his hand, Procel tore off toward the far north. He planted himself before the colossal doors of the man who'd ruined his friend's war, the person pulling the strings behind every single death. Darkness seeped out from behind those doors, creeping in like a living thing. Procel clenched his jaw so hard it felt like it might crack. With a glass in his hand, he slid into the table, and the Lord of the Black Demons greeted him with a lazy grin, urging him to kick off a conversation. Procel slid into the chair opposite the Dark Lord of Demons, and the demon casually thanked him like this was nothing. Procel's whole body went rigid, like the calm before a punch. The Black Predator flashed a grin. Procel shot a dry question back. "So what's with these thanks? Does your invitation come with a straight-up plan to slaughter my allies?" He brushed it off like it was nothing, calling it just a dumb little joke, only to keep the meeting moving. Black leaned back and casually told him to sit, raving about how insanely good the local sake was. Procelus's face locked up like stone, his expression frozen in terror. He wasted no time and drew a hard line, calling the other guy an enemy to their face. Rage tore through the young man's eyes, because that bastard had hurt Stolas and Marco. "Just say it. What do you want?" he snapped in. Corny leaned back in his chair and calmly cut through it, insisting Procel had completely misunderstood everything. The young man stayed locked in silence, his gloom pressing down on him like a heavy shadow. He replayed Sabnok's final words in his head. Every attack was really the work of the Black One. The enemy suddenly got hit with the shock of a lifetime. He figured he'd been set up. Then, out of nowhere, he pushed for them to team up. Corny shot his hand out, promising that nobody would block their alliance once again. With a chilling confidence, he leaned in and whispered that only he truly understands Procel. Procel narrowed his eyes, suspicious of everything. Corny grabbed the glass and confessed he's already pulling the strings on 3 massive human states, all through a ruthless religious cult. Now he craved Procel's one-of-a-kind technologies to supercharge his power. Throwing his head back, he burst into ecstatic cheers and vowed their empire would swallow every nation on Earth right away. Procel fixed him with a cold, silent stare and drilled into his soul. He coldly clocked that Black had a dangerous dominance complex. The other person narrowed his eyes, remembering those whispers about Procel's obsession with people. With a wild grin, he slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he was a fool. The Dark Lord didn't care about anything, only raw, absolute power. His eyes blazed with pure, fanatical fire. In the pitch black, one burning goal starts to ripen. He set out to conquer humanity by breaking everyone down into obedient cattle. Procel clenched his jaw and listened to that vile nonsense, disgust burning in his eyes. Corny dryly shrugged and said, "Yeah, we're totally incompatible." Procel reminded everyone that Avalon was built from the start for one purpose: peaceful coexistence between 2 races. He was convinced humans and demons could grow side by side and carve out real happiness together. "People are my nation," he declared, voice iron solid. Procel's face twisted with pure disdain. He leaned in close to Chorny and snapped that Chorny was his enemy. No room for debate. The black-cloaked figure just stared in silence at the young man's back as he suddenly spun around and walked away. Procel slammed the door shut behind him. Back in his office, Procel laid out everything from the negotiations and fired up his subordinates with the results. The Fox girl's voice shook as she blurted, "Is the war starting right now?" Procel leaned in and reassured her. According to the system's rules, Black can't strike him head-on, and that enemy army is still stuck, getting crushed in non-stop battles against Astaroth. The Fox let out a breath of pure relief, like a weight had finally slipped off its chest. Procel frowned, bracing for treacherous footsteps. Then his stomach let out a thunderous growl out of nowhere. The tension snapped like a rubber band, and every single person froze in silence. Procel awkwardly blurted out the idea of grabbing a bite. The 3 of them burst out onto Avalon's noisy, sun-drenched streets. Mouthful full of fresh pastries, Procel grinned as he watched the city explode in size right before his eyes. Fresh new human quarters had already sprawled way past the original walls, taking over everything. New houses shot up everywhere as waves of displaced people poured in non-stop, turning construction sites into non-stop battlegrounds of rebuilding. An old demon practically shouted about his brand new candy store like it was the hottest thing in the whole underworld. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snapped wide with pure, frantic terror. Procel spun around like he didn't care who was behind him. A blade flickered with deadly light, hidden beneath the cloak. The ancient demon shrieked in sheer panic, pleading with the master to stop. A total stranger drove a blade straight into his back. The blade punched through the clothes with a sharp, cracking snap. The old demon snapped to life in an instant and drove a crushing strike into the attacker. The Fox tore the silence apart with a sudden blood-curdling scream. Procel flinched hard as the sharp pain struck out of nowhere. A fanatic lost it and shrieked like a banshee, twisting and writhing on the pavement. Her warped face snapped into a frenzied, gut-punching scream. As the security man wrestled with the old lock, Procel's eyes caught a familiar necklace hanging from it. The puzzle finally clicked. Trapped with no way to deploy troops, the Black One turned the tables by whipping his brainwashed cult followers into turning on him. The guards grabbed the captured attacker and hauled him off fast. His subordinates urged him to strike back right now and smash the enemy army to dust. But Procel shut that idea down, straight up rejected it. He realized this fight wasn't about steel at all. It was a war of ideologies. Procel threw his arms wide and declared with pure confidence that he'd wipe out Black by building his flawless city. Procel lit up the whole town, urging everyone to pack the feast with joy and let loose. Everyone stared at those lavish tables like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The bishop's smile vanished and seriousness slammed onto his face. From the shadows, the Dark Lord of Demons reared back into existence, and the only way to stop him was to build your own city into a weapon. Procel finally realized that real power doesn't come from muscles, it comes from the people around him. He swept his eyes across the crowd loud and demanded, straight to the point, that they let him speak honestly. The young man beamed with real warmth, quietly waiting to get hit with fresh ideas for his next big development. That massive, muscular giant practically roared, "There's just no place like this." Another townsman burst into cheers and nodded along, smiling like he'd just hit the jackpot. He threw himself into a petition, begging to open a gambling house. A dark, sinister shadow slithered into place right behind him. Rage-filled women swarmed the Joker on the spot, attacking him fiercely to protect the children. Procell gulped down his nerves, trembling as he swallowed. One of the girls blinked, completely thrown off and staring in confusion. The young man snapped his eyes away, stuck in a tense battle with the compromise. A stocky merchant called Konana stepped up to him and bowed with pure respect. The merchant lifted his glass and toasted the ruler, praising the unbelievable speed with which the realm was growing. Procell narrowed his eyes, instantly suspicious. He awkwardly confessed that the idea of a casino somehow drives women up the wall. Nearby, the woman kept screaming at the man like she was about to explode. The flustered guy who started it all in the gambling den scrambled to hide behind the merchant's authority. The young man's eyes flew wide with pure, stunned disbelief. Konana leaned in and warned me. The Rigdal cult's brutal, tight leash on its own followers turns them into the perfect set of victims for entertainment. Once again, the Dark Lord's words about turning people into obedient cattle slammed back into my head. The merchant leaned in, begging for one last piece of advice. He cut right to the truth. A perfect product is worthless without the roar of advertising. Procell just froze in pure shock. Conan stared down at the far-off mountains, like they were hiding a secret just out of reach. He swore that one day, on the road, he'd finally tell you everything about Avalon. Right now, people overseas flat-out refuse to believe the rumors about that paradise city. The Lord muttered through clenched teeth that it was downright rude. The merchant burst into a warm, hearty laugh. Demons living in peace with humans and paying zero taxes sounded less like truth and more like a blatant lie. Procell gave a shaky half-smile, like he totally got where that logic was coming from. The merchant gave a nod toward the hall, like, "Step in once, and you'll get it. Better than 1,000 words ever could." The guy I was talking to right there, facing away, his back filling my whole view. The young man tightened his brow, clearly worried. Later, he barged into Arlie's room and found her passed out, drunk and sprawled across the bed. The girl yawned and asked, "So you really plan to outdo the enemy's faith with some run-of-the-mill city?" Rigdal's cult gripped 3 neighboring kingdoms with an iron fist. Ralia lounged there, making it crystal clear that most of their travelers crawl back from that cursed place. She spun around and faced away. Enemies didn't even hesitate. They labeled Avalon a den of demons with zero hesitation. Then the fanatics will kick the attack into full gear, and regular folks will freeze up, too terrified to step anywhere near this place. Procell's mood plunged into a heavy gloom, like the light got strangled. He replayed the daytime assault by the old woman in his mind, and finally admitted that the trouble started long before. Ralia flashed a sly grin, already sitting on the perfect solution. A tense little silence stretched out in the air, like the calm right before everything explodes. The young man froze in place, tensing like trouble was about to strike. A hand clamped down on the sheet like it was trying to tear it from the world. The girl pitched the idea of building her own religion from scratch. She was pulled back to her real identity, the singer of the Blue Ruin. Her songs didn't just pull at your heart, they dragged listeners into a dark spiral and brainwashed their minds with brutal force. All it took was building a sound system so powerful it practically shook the room. Rarley vowed to gulp down that hostile religion in one brutal snap, then crown it with a brand new total cult. Her smile twisted into something wild, like she'd snapped straight out of a nightmare. Procell shuddered as that ice-cold tone hit like a blade. She kicked back, all loose and comfortable. A gut punch of deep sadness flashed across his eyes. Memories of those dark old rituals slammed into him, and there wasn't a single spark of joy, just dread. Rarlier leaned in, calm and deadly, and told her she was ready to turn into a monster and protect Avalon no matter what. Procell slammed the door on it. No hesitation, no compromise. He couldn't forget the disgusting tricks his enemy used. The young man snapped into the conversation. Mass zombification would turn him into just another monster. Outside the window, the happy laughter of humans and demons rang through the air like a joyful storm. He swore to guard these honest feelings with his life, his palm pressed against the cold glass. The young man flashed her a warm grin, swearing he'd do everything to keep that demoness smiling. Ralia's eyes bulged wide with pure gut-punching shock. She beamed and leaned into his arm, then blurted out her secret about the check. Procel finally blurted out that her words sparked something in him, an absolutely brilliant idea. They tore into the city hospital moments later. Dr. Markosias glared down at the unconscious patient, his face set like a storm was brewing. Procel sprinted in, closing the distance fast. On that bed, the same old woman lay there, her mind shattered by the cruel spell that had forced her under. Ralia had a sinking feeling the Dark Lord was meddling right from the start. That gentle aura smiled at last, and the blessed apple wine had already washed the old woman's mind clean. The doctor grimaced like it hurt to even breathe. The enemy turned people into shambling zombies on purpose, forcing them into blind obedience with no hope of thinking for themselves. His black magic didn't just linger, it sank into the hearts of entire kingdoms and poisoned their very thoughts. Procel's eyes flashed with iron certainty. The young man yanked a crumpled sheet straight out of his pocket. This was a message from the kingdom of Axel, caught in the grip of a hostile cult that owned the whole place. At first, everyone pointed at the Dark Lord. Even before they ever faced the enemy, the signature was already waiting there, staring them down. Procel grinned like a villain. Avalon was about to land a crushing strike, powered by casinos and television. Rorono snapped his eyes open, then blurted, "Hold up, what's this mysterious television?" She perched beside the towering golems, staring into the stars like, "Is this one of those memories again, the same kind that leads to that weapon?" Protzel grinned and said, "This little device can beam sound and images across any distance." The girl leaped straight down to him, swearing she'd do everything she could, despite the fact she only knows weapons. Protzel paused and studied the wall like it was about to reveal a secret. A ruthless work schedule stared her down every day, and she barely got a single day off. He calmly told Rorono, "Don't sprint, slow down, and take care of yourself." She flashed a warm smile, because her true joy was simple, helping her master. Then she leaned in and demanded to know what this gadget was even for. Procel shot back with total confidence that this move was a direct strike against the Dark Lord of Demons. "That TV will let you talk straight to Duke and Ralier." Her eyes snapped wide with pure shock. She couldn't contain her excitement. She clenched her fists tight. They nod, and you can see it click. They'll have to pull in the right people to bring every ounce of their potential to life. With the people and demons of Avalon at their side, they'll tear off a chunk of the enemy's power and swallow it whole. Later, he finally reached the suburb where the new headquarters of the Curturdo Trade Guild towered. Protzel never even imagined a place this luxurious and right at the doorstep. The head himself came rushing out, grinning like he'd been waiting just for him. In the bright living room, the merchant clocked that the owner never shows up in person, so he pressed him, "What's the real reason for this visit?" Protzel straight up announced he's building a casino. A colossal entertainment complex towered over the whole area, like a playground built for legends. He pushed for it, right then and there, but only if two conditions were met. The Curturdo Guild was coming for every single worker and boss. So yeah, neither he nor those local demons had the experience to pull this off. The Lord lounged on the couch, leaning back like he owned the night, waiting for an answer. The merchants' faces twisted into hungry grins, pure greed sparking with ecstatic joy. The assistant snatched Procel by the hands and yelled about wild joint profits. He snapped himself together, straightened his monocle, and demanded to know what those terms were really about. Protzel grinned with a sly, dangerous confidence. He slammed the finished, ready-to-use plan for the whole complex into their hands. The assistant leaned in over the boss's shoulder and locked eyes on the very first item. To pull this off, they had to make that whole facility totally, absolutely safe. The merchants sat there drenched in cold sweat, because the rules said anyone, even a child, could walk right in. Their mouths fell open in shock. The merchants were furious. This is a casino, where money is king, so loosening security is basically unavoidable. But does Procel even know what a casino is? With zero hesitation, Protzel leaned in and told his friend the deal straight. If the casino pays out, it has to be a full 90%. The traders' faces snapped into sheer, jaw-dropping shock. The assistant blurted out, shaking, that all that generosity can broken promise is ruin, straight-up losses. The guild grabs every coin of that income for themselves, and the city even funnels extra money in their direction. Deep in the dungeon's mines, Marco struck a fortune, gold and silver stacked up so high it covered every expense. In that moment, the assistant did a fast calculation and knew they'd still pull through in the black. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would the city demand this if the casino wouldn't hand over a single coin? Protzel didn't hesitate. He declared it with full confidence, like he was already counting the returns. He poured his money into building Avalon from the ground up. The guild's leader bluntly said the city can't just sit around and hope it grows on its own. He figured it had to be tied to Rigdolg somehow. Protzel pressed his hand to his chest, begging for a world where everyone could live and smile. So even casinos would finally turn into a safe, no-stress form of entertainment for everyone. The old merchant nodded grimly and set it straight. Avalon doesn't have anything left but adult vices, bars, and brothels. Nothing else. Protzel held up 2 fingers, plotting something big and special. She had to win over the players, impress the regular spectators, and somehow even face the sting of the ones who'd already lost. This is the kind of spectacular you only get right here. Pure, legendary greatness. Suddenly, 2 massive winged dragons crashed onto the ground outside the window, sending the merchants into a full-on terror spiral. The assistant whipped out a dagger in a heartbeat and threw his body between it and the boss. That towering figure stayed ice-calm and commanded, "Don't panic." It was Duke, an old dragonid so powerful these beasts fell under his total command. Dark dragons from the B rank have just crawled into the city like a brand new nightmare. That event served as a loud reminder that horse racing is still a massive hit in cities far away. But their city's destiny isn't stopping there. It's going way further than anyone can imagine. They're staging Dragonair races soaring straight above Avalon. The merchants gawked in stunned terror as the lizards stared back. Protzel grinned so hard it almost hurt because this was just the warm-up, and the real chaos wasn't done. Suddenly, the field erupted with a magical melody, filling the air like a spell. That song hit the crowd like lightning, pulling at their hearts the second it started. The Lord pushed for a meeting with the performer. Ralye tore up out of the rushing water in a jaw-dropping burst, followed by her roaring choir of ocean maidens. She burst into laughter, glowing with pure joy as she belted her songs at the very top of her lungs. The girl rocketed across the water on tentacles, shouting at the patron to keep their eyes locked on her. A real, heart-melting smile lit up her face like it had been glowing from the inside. The assistant clocked in her that same quiet, modest beauty she always had, the kind you'd swear you only ever saw behind the bar. The old merchant clasped his hands, grinning like he'd just hit the jackpot. Ralia stood tall at the dragon races and proudly declared, "I'm a monster girl." Her performance is set to ignite Avalon, turning that complicated place into something totally unforgettable. The guild's head practically begged for permission to get his hands on this project. Letting an opportunity like this slip away would be an absolute disgrace for any real merchant. The assistant immediately spotted a deadly crack in the whole plan. The city's sitting out in the wild, so how do you get people to actually learn about what happened and show up? Protzel said they'd fire off every single thing at once for this, to blast Avalon into the spotlight and make the whole world stare. Darkness pressed in, heavier with every breath. In the darkness, a massive new plan began to form, piece by piece, ready to explode into something huge. The scheme to topple the Dark Lord of Demons before he crushes everyone. They made it crystal clear. Avalon is bracing for a massive reconstruction. Marcozias smirked like a villain, catching that cold, predatory spark in his own eyes. The talk instantly drifted to the brand new casino hidden deep inside the beast's dungeon. Procel and Marcozias stood right in the center of a packed square, surrounded by nothing but winged hippogriffs. With a grin, he announced that these beasts would turn into a living bridge, linking Avalon to the entire outside world. Marcozias snapped her eyes wide in shock. The moment the boy started talking about how they successfully shipped goods by air, the friendly hippogriff lunged in and pecked him like, "Yeah, I get it. Proof carts, yanked through the air by winged monsters, have already taken off, so passengers ride in full safety, comfy as can be." Meanwhile, big-shot merchants were already huddling and throwing out numbers for new foundations. Air transport blew past every expectation, and it turbocharged their business in a way they never saw coming. For the longest time, the only way to reach Avalon was by by land, and the three kingdoms of the Dark Lord of Demons kept those roads under iron control. Protzel smirked with absolute confidence. This new air route cut straight around enemy territory, slipping in under the radar and pulling travelers in from the independent lands. The boy shot his finger up and said, "Trust me, see it once for real. That's the key." Across taverns in every country, rumors were exploding about a legendary city, one place where bizarre wonders from the whole world were all gathered together. Purcell flung his arms wide and pictured every single gaze snapping to Avalon. Then, just like that, his inspiration vanished into thin air. He scratched the back of his head, cringed, and apologized to Marcosius for dumping the whole hippogriff creation on her because his mana had blown straight at the casino. The girl flashed him a bright, warm wave, and just like that, she reminded him she was officially part of his army now. She burst into laughter and said that for a 300-year-old ruler like her, 100 monsters were nothing but a little trifle. Marcosius braced himself atop a colossal bird. She stared at Purcell like he was a miracle, because he didn't think like the other lords. Those guys had rotted in their dungeons for years. The boy smiled and admitted, "Without you and Stolas, that city wouldn't exist." The girl let out a sad sigh, craving the day she could stroll Avalon's streets with him out in the open. Her eyes darkened like a storm rolling in. She had to fake her own death, all to trick the Dark Lord. So now her fate is a lonely exile, where she painstakingly rebuilds what was shattered in the underground, one slow step at a time. Thank goodness that magical teleportation circle let them slip into the same place, secretly. Marcosius stormed up and warned her, dead serious, "Don't you dare underestimate the enemy that nearly wiped her out." The process listened with laser focus. "You have to win!" she snapped, cutting through the air. The boy met her gaze head-on, confidence blazing in his eyes. He refused to let defeat take him down. Back at the office, Protzel froze in front of a towering mountain of papers. Merchant proposals for the casino, stacked high like a challenge. Professionals didn't hold back. They flagged serious flaws across the service and accommodation scene. He nervously worried at his finger, realizing there just weren't enough people or time to pull off changes that massive. Retreat wasn't on the table. This casino had to be the Dark Lord's downfall and the bait that pulled in brand new allies. The door swung open soundlessly right behind him, ragged and spent. Protzel slammed the notebook over his face, realizing the enemy wouldn't just stand there and wait. He leaned back in the chair and started panicking, desperately hunting for any escape from the mess he was trapped in. His thoughts spiraled into chaos. His eyes snapped up, and the moment hit like a sudden chill, stuck on the ceiling. Suddenly, fists slammed the table, fell. The little fox was furious, yelling right in his face. The prosecutor jolted at once, then blurted out a frantic apology for losing focus. Fell puffed out her cheeks and grumbled that she'd already knocked several times. She slipped her hand into her bosom and pulled out a message from her father, Dantalion. It was a magical pocket watch, built for emergencies, and it came with a blunt warning. Danger was coming. Protzel's eyes widened. An unexpected gift had just landed in his hands, and he couldn't believe it. Even Dantalion, the mighty one, treated the Black Lord like a real planet-level threat. So yeah, things had gotten truly terrifying. The boy thanked Fell for the brutal long trip with all his heart, but she only puffed up with pride and wagged her tail like she owned the road. Suddenly her ears perked up, and she blurted, "Is there a Quinn around here?" Fell slammed his fist into her palm. She was begging for a sparring match before heading back home. Protzel remembered their battle for Marco, and felt it click, so that Tiny Fox wasn't chasing danger, it was chasing recognition. This was Queena's perfect chance to crank her strength up and spar against someone who could truly match her. But he had no choice. She was the Fox girl running the casino construction, and he couldn't step in. When he heard she'd have to wait at least 10 whole days, Fell shook with raw disappointment and rage. With a wild scream, "Who's waiting that long?" she exploded out of the office like a rocket, tearing down the hall. The moment she burst forward, the door nearly tore itself off the hinges from sheer speed. The Fox snapped her gaze back mid-sprint, already one step ahead with her own plan. In the blink of an eye, she was already at the construction site, staring at Quina as she balanced on the wooden scaffolding. Fell snapped her magic on at once and ordered her opponent to end it right now. The workers gawked in pure shock as a blinding magical aura surged around the girl. A little while later, Procell strolled in to check on how the construction was coming along. His jaw dropped dropped in pure disbelief. He expected a mountain of construction junk, but instead, he stumbled onto a perfectly cleared site, like the place was waiting just for him. Nearby, Quinn and Fel were trading crushing hits with big laughs, brushing it off like it was just a fun, light warm-up after work. That prophecy ignited, Fel whipped out her time magic and blitzed every worker forward at once. The girls kept up their wild air fight, totally brushing off the boys' stunned silence. Fel's surprise arrival hit like a thunderclap, snapping the labor shortage crisis shut for good. Then he clenched his fist, triumphant, as magical explosions lit up the sky. The work was racing non-stop. Quina barked orders from atop the golems. Earth mages snapped their hands up and carved flawless brick walls out of thin air in an instant. Steel giants effortlessly hoist colossal architectural blocks into place. During the breaks, Quinn slipped in with steaming tea and fresh donuts, feeding the exhausted craftsmen like she knew exactly when they'd hit their limit. The goal player finally exhaled in pure relief, staring at the finished result like it was a victory coming to life. Right in front of him rose the towering, luxurious New Avalon Casino, gleaming like a dream. Every cook and worker crumpled to the floor, spent and shaking after pouring every last ounce of effort into that massive, breathtaking project. Merchants rushed up to Procel, staring in shock because the impossible build was finished in just a few days. The boy grinned ear to ear and thrust his hand out. Okay, game on, because it was finally time to kick off the opening. A massive crowd swarmed right in front of the luxurious Avalon Casino, like everyone was ready to bet their lives on what happened next. Amid the crackling fireworks, Protzel roared out the official opening of Fafnir. The guests burst through the door, eager as sparks, just dying to get in. The old businessman beamed with satisfaction and admitted that the first day blew past every expectation. Protzel just smiled, quiet, steady, and like he already knew what was coming. He downplayed his own role and credited Kanana, the one who pushed their name worldwide and sparked it all. And with a sharp nod, he thanked the masters and demons for every brutal hour they poured into building it. Those extensions were still hanging around, waiting to be finished. Suddenly, the businessman blurted out that he never dreamed an orphanage would be right here. After all, he'd already shut this whole project down once because he swore it wouldn't pay. They straight up told him the truth. This isn't some side thing. It's woven into Avalon itself, the city where happy people never stop smiling. He saw it as a total disgrace to leave the kids of fallen adventurers to rot in fate's cruel hands. The old man exploded into loud, booming laughter. He shot a sly grin, squinted at it like it was the smartest bet for building a loyal crew that stick around for years. Kanana shrank back in a quiet flinch the moment anyone brought up her slave past. Protzel whooped with joy and clapped his hands, yelling for everyone to gather for a tour. The wide, echoing hallways on the first floor were already packed and buzzing with people. The company strolled through the market stalls like it owned the place, taking its sweet time. Even in that closed screening, it still didn't feel this alive. Now everything here looks like a full-blown festival. The Fafnir complex gets split into 3 huge zones. The attic was packed with storage, stuff piled away up there like it was waiting for the moment it would matter. Right there. They stored supplies that kept the whole place running. The ground floor turned into a shopping center. The next one lit up as a casino, and right beside it they built a stadium. Around the world, merchants gathered as store locations were raffled off like prizes everyone was desperate to win. The plan was to hook even the people who showed up with kids and weren't there for gambling. The rent was barely a blip, yet the shop raking in the tiniest profit kept getting shut down every 6 months. Suddenly, a loud commotion near one of the stalls snatched all their attention. Protzel jolted, because that familiar voice just sent a shiver straight down his spine. Behind the counter, that huge bald guy grinned as he happily sold frog-shaped pastries. Protzel and Quina were left speechless, frozen in shock. This was Ronove, the demon lord of viscosity, ruling with a thick, unstoppable grip. The ex-enemy grinned warmly as he flipped the pastries on the grill like it was pure magic. He calmly admitted he ditched the demon lord's path just to cook, while Quina was already stuffing herself with his dessert. Rano finally confessed that it was Procel who ripped his life wide open and turned everything upside down, and somehow, pure luck handed him a shot at the Avalon lottery. Meanwhile, the girls grinned and tore into those famous southern sweets, chewing with pure joy. The frog frog let out a breath of relief, even though it still couldn't figure out what frogs had to do with anything. "Ronov, you really stepped up," Protzel admitted, watching the chef serve the finished pastries to the guests with a warm, steady smile. Ronov let out a bitter sigh and admitted that Zagan kept badgering him like a filthy toad. Yanking himself away from the cook, the Lord stormed up to the second floor. The main event hit you first, a real, no-masks casino. In the hall, serious passions were already boiling over. Roulette, spinning cards, rolling dice, every kind of game imaginable was stacked right there on the tables. Konana personally hunted down the best dealers and lined them up for the win. That bar poured elite wine from every corner of the world. In sheer excitement, they slammed their fist onto the table with everything they had. Protzel spun around and locked eyes with a pale guy behind glasses, his whole face drenched with tension sweat. Meanwhile, Fell's daughter pleaded with him to stop because they'd already bled their fortune dry. Then the player snapped, losing control of everything, and shoved a whole pile of chips forward like it was out of his hands. His face twisted in pure distortion, and he hissed that Protzel had ripped Marco away from him. The Lord shot off from the table in utter silence, like he was racing the clock in his own head. Suddenly, this eerie hum crawled in from outside like something was watching. Protzel burst out onto the balcony, because the roar was blasting from the stadium. Winged dragons tore through the sky, circling like storm clouds overhead. The stands were crammed to the absolute limit, like the whole crowd was packed in breathless anticipation. The commentator with the microphone blasted the room awake, rallying the crowd like it was kickoff time. Above Avalon, the sky riddled with bullets turned into a deadly racetrack. 6 dragons bellowed like thunder, roaring ferociously right before it all began. A gunshot cracked through the air. The animals erupted into motion and shot off from right where they stood. In the crowd, someone blurted out, voice full of worry, "If those dragons shoot that high into the sky, how are we even supposed to keep up with the race?" The crowd nearly got knocked off their feet when a brutal gust of wind slammed through the scene. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the center of the arena, and every single head snapped upward. Procel grinned with pride. Rorono's invention is finally kicking into action. She forged a magical projector that blasted videos straight onto the sky, like the heavens were her own screen. The creator and the Lord locked eyes, and both broke into satisfied smiles. One of the dragons had its rider, an operator, strapped on top, filming the whole race up close like they were in the cockpit. People once panicked, bolted out of the cinema, and ran for their lives from the illusion of a train. The animation was so sharp it made every single turn feel painfully real. The crowd gasped, clutching their heads as they could practically feel the rider's lightning-fast flight on that lizard. The blue dragon shot forward, and before long it was closing the gap on the leader fast. The stands exploded into wild, non-stop screams. Finish. Everyone was buzzing, talking over each other about what they just saw, and nobody could even find the words. The crowd's excitement hit a mind-blowing peak. Then the organizers stepped in and ordered everyone to drop the fences. The spectators streamed toward the arena's center, all of them baffled by what they were about to witness. A hidden platform burst up from the earth, and a cloud of thick smoke blasted into the air. A glittering concert stage lit up as a glamorous diva finally stepped into the spotlight. The main star just kicked off the live performance. The crowd snapped to silence, spellbound as that voice flung them straight into another world. Her voice blasted through the arena, sinking under everyone's skin. The target and I were this close to getting pulled under the spell of an S-rank demon. The sound blasted, and the light tore straight into his heart. The drummer hammered out a wild, frantic beat that cranked the crowd into even more electricity than the races themselves. The Procel barely breathed out her name, Relay. The singer owned the stage, throwing everything she had into every note. She squinted, grinning like she'd finally cracked the whole thing. For her, this is the day born a demon, and ready to sing her way straight into everyone's hearts with pure happiness. Aura slathered on special makeup to make every slave mark vanish for good. The girl flashed a quick wink at the Lord, silently thanking him for the opportunity. She beamed in the golden rays of light, like everything in the world had finally gone right. The prince stared at her, freezing mid-breath, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The arena was pure Quanra. Everyone was drunk on ecstasy. The music finally died out, and the singer dipped low, soaking in that thunderous roar from the crowd. The bespectacled advisor came skittering over with donuts in hand, grinning as he saw his lord's face light up. Right now, the wild emotions of thousands of people surged together and turned into a spell-like burst of power so massive it felt unreal. Procel crushed his fist in triumph, daring the Dark Lord in his mind. Yeah, this was his unstoppable Avalon. The Avalon Casino exploded with insane success. Rumors about the city tore across the globe, pulling in crowds of tourists every single day. Today, Protzel tore open the spotlight with a surprise special guest. The young man sat at the table, mouth hanging open, completely stunned. It was Leonard, the third prince of Axela, now crushed and ruled by the Black Lord of Demons. He can't stop raving about Avalon, where you'll find treasures shipped in from every corner of the world. The second Leonard swallowed the apple wine. It felt like he ripped open his eyes after a lifetime-long sleep. Aura's drink just shattered the brainwashing magic, and the prince is finally free. The Lord yanked a sheet right out from under his cloak. Leonardo sent a letter straight into the middle of everything. It showed the exact date they signed it. That message hit the prince's hands before he even stepped into his meeting with the Dark Lord. For Procel, this was the perfect moment to smash the enemy's grip and cut their influence to the bone. He said it straight up. Leonard wrote in that letter asking to join Avalon alongside Axela. But the truth is, he didn't want power. He wanted their army, and he needed it to crush the dragon in war. The target flashed a confident smile, like he already knew he was one step ahead. Leonard yelped and flinched. Pure shock hit him in an instant. That merchant swore his trading network was just everywhere with ears, even though it was obviously built on lies. The broken prince crumpled in his hands, hiding his face as he confessed. The church made them fight, demanding revenge for the holy city that got burned. This war has gutted their treasury, leaving it bone dry. Retreating is impossible if they try. The church will punish them, and the dragon will wipe them out. Leonard practically begged for the power that took down Eklab. The target snorted at the offer and turned it down cold. The prince went completely still. Aura snapped that their church turns away half-humans just to soothe the human ego. Leonard's mouth went dry. He just couldn't find the words. In Avalon, every race lived side by side in perfect peace, like the world itself refused to break. Procel snapped up a brand new plan, rescued Axela without spilling a single drop of blood. For one simple condition, he swore he'd settle the fight with the dragon. The dragon's subordinate wasted no time. He snapped back and made it clear their boss wouldn't waste revenge on the tiny fry. The goal blasted upward. He ripped the curtain aside on the spot, swearing he'd personally take in every wounded soul from Axela. Outside the window, a towering mountain of gold ingots stood there like it was daring anyone to look away. They hauled it up from the underground, but this metal just wouldn't cooperate. It couldn't forge a single golem. For the prince, that wasn't just paperwork. It was the annual lifeline budget for the entire country. Procel slid Leonardo his final chance. Either decide right now, or it's over. So fed up with the pain, the citizens can't wait to grab any way out of this war. Leonard wasn't scared of anything else. He only feared what the church's fanatics would do if they ever got angry. That offer dangled right in front of him, and it had him hooked. He leaned in and demanded, "So how much is it?" Procel declared that every curse Axela would ever face traced back to a single faith, his one religion. The prince nodded, then froze, hesitating like something inside him suddenly second-guessed everything. "Just get rid of her," Protzel snapped in, wearing a predatory grin. Leonard's breath caught as panic slammed him. He couldn't stop thinking about Supervisor Barum. The Lord promised, ice-cold and confident, that his army would smash the Overseer with zero trouble. Protzel even knew exactly how to snap the religious delusion right out of simple people. He leaned in like he was about to reveal a secret. His whole fate hinged on installing Avalon screens in every major city of Axela. Soon, dazzling broadcasts blared across the kingdom's crowded squares. Crowds surged toward the screens, packed tight like the whole world was about to explode. The idols hit the stage, and their performances snatched everyone's attention in an instant. Leonard watched firsthand as his people threw themselves into the new wonder. Once again, people threw their hands up and cheered for life, forgetting all those dogmas. Back at the table, the prince vowed he'd go convince his father to ditch that religion. Procel stared into the Dark Lord's control, spellbound by the terrifying magic behind it. Aura was sure everyone had already been cleansed, because the idol's magical song blasted through the screens and washed it all away. away. With the holy city gone and the overseer cut out of the picture, the church's power will crumble and magic will drain away into nothing. Once they break free from fanaticism, they don't just stop, they race straight into a brand new obsession: Avalon. The target snapped into action and challenged his enemy head-on in midair. In the pitch-black distance, a fist slammed into the armrest of the throne with pure, ferocious force. The Dark Lord seethed with pure, unrelenting rage. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Axela just shut down his faith like it meant nothing. Rage boiled over, and he snapped his frightened subordinates into silence. And he commanded the two other kingdoms to be sealed off, cutting them out from Procell's reach. Meanwhile, in Avalon, the advisor leaned in and warned that the church's reaction was turning vicious fast. They openly urged people to strike the city. The advisor slammed the alarm. Fanatics were plotting terrorist attacks, and the danger was real. The link to the Kingdom of Relics just vanished, gone without a trace. The moment he realized it, his whole body went rigid. The neighboring country's streets were choked with corpses after the White Death epidemic swept through and left nothing behind. The advisor let out a shaky sigh, finally safe and cut off from the infection. Suddenly, sharp footsteps thundered down the corridor. The door swung open. There she stood, a scared fox girl trembling in the doorway. The whole place, square and columns alike, was blanketed in wreckage, while the pavement was littered with bodies. The advisor's face went pale as horror seized him in an instant. White spots suddenly bloomed across the dying man's face. The deadly disease surged into Avalon. Procell shot his gaze up at the cart packed with hippogriffs and instantly understood the whole thing. That same transport network that turned them rich has now rolled in, bringing death to their doorstep. Panic could tear this city apart faster than the plague ever could. Protzel has already assembled his crew, and they're ready to throw down for Avalon no matter what it costs. The whole crew erupted in cheers as they tore open the chest, gold and treasures spilling everywhere like they'd just hit the jackpot. Koyina pushed for a quick return to Avalon, and Marco lit up at the chance to splash out on pricey wine. A battle-hardened knight in full armor slammed into their path, blocking the way with sheer force. He shouted that White Death had flooded Avalon, and warned everyone to stay the hell away. The knight warned that this curse blankets the body in foul, moldy white spots, and then it kills. He told me how the disease had already smashed village after village and wiped entire towns clean off the map. They're saying the Prince of the Kingdom of Relic has already been infected, and their whole country is teetering on the edge of total collapse. The whole team went still, like the world just hit pause. Koyina couldn't stomach it. Those deadly threats had finally crawled right into their home. Mark nervously flinched, praying his boss Procell was okay. Meanwhile, Avalon crouched behind its towering round walls, staying out of sight. The chief has already seized control. He orders every sick person locked down right away inside the casino building. Summer Demon Duke stood before everyone, and he ordered the execution to happen in a blink. The moment the danger hit, the target stiffened like a drawn bow. He remembered just how effortless it was to forge firearms, thanks to his power, memory of the stars. But in that delicate medical battle, his knowledge turned out to be totally useless. Even the intel Conan dug up about the White Death from those infected countries ended up being totally pointless. Rumors spread like wildfire, and charlatans swore they could cure sickness with kisses, claiming the disease was nothing but the devil playing a trick. And elsewhere, they've straight up outlawed washing, pinning every problem on dirty air like it's the only villain in town. Protzel stared down his city with a heavy, gloomy look, like hope had already left the streets. In this world, everybody got hooked on magic that instantly stitched up injuries, so no one ever bothered to invent real medicine. His memory of stars didn't hand him pre-made answers, but it let him spot every mistake other countries kept repeating. No time to whine, just push forward and keep moving. He hustled to craft medical masks and whip up antiseptic fast. The director slammed down a strict rule: no one was allowed to touch the patients, and the nurses instantly snapped on their masks. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes up to the sky. A cart hauled by winged hippogriffs thundered toward the city, and one terrifying truth hit hard. The plague wasn't homegrown, it came from outside. The authorities slammed the order down. Every flight had to stop right now. Just then, Aura burst into view. She leaned in, eyes locked, ready to obey the moment the instructions hit. He demanded she mass-produce a healing potion brewed from golden apples and sacred herbs, the same stuff that once saved Marco. Their magic didn't just shine, it blew regular spells out of the water. If they can't destroy the disease, they'll drain every last breath of life into the patients until they finally claw their way to full recovery. Aura flashed a smile and accepted the order like it was nothing. The Duke and the nurses were bracing themselves to go all out. Procel boomed. This isn't just a fight. Avalon's very survival is on the line. As the aura medicine kicked in, patients started popping up from their beds one by one. Standing right on the grave's edge, the Duke straight up yanked death away with his powers, buying everyone precious time for therapy. In the end, none of them got taken down. Suddenly, the nurse blared the alarm. An emergency patient had just been rushed through the doors. Even though the hippogriff's flights got shut down, the plague didn't slow. It kept ripping through the city, and the infection's true source had already burrowed in deep. Procel realized the nightmare wouldn't stop until they crushed the source of the infection. The Duke crept up on him in total silence. He thrust the cup forward. Tiny black insects ripped out of the patient's body, scrambled like they were alive and clocking every second at the bottom. These fleas had white speckled bodies so scarily perfect they looked just like the ones marked by White Death. The moment the guests landed on Procelia, it felt like a lightning strike. The Duke finally snapped it shut. Turns out these parasites were the ones spreading the plague. They landed right alongside the hippogriff passengers, and in the blink of an eye, they swarmed the casino floor. Protzel ground his teeth in furious rage. Now that the enemy was finally named, the team charged in with total confidence and started swinging. Kuina brewed a deadly poison, one that wiped out only those insects. The mixture got poured straight into a massive spraying machine. The aura slammed into Avalon with the wind's magic, blasting medicine into every corner like it was sealing fate itself. The whole city got sealed behind a blinding barrier, like the plague itself was being held back by pure light. A few days later, Mark and the team crept back home with nerves on edge, ready for whatever waited. They were cowering in the neighboring city, shaking with fear as the rumors spread. The doctor greeted them with a bright smile and promised them one thing: this disease was totally burned out, gone for good. Zdorovan beamed at him like the world was finally right. The whole team finally let out a massive sigh of relief, like they'd just escaped disaster. The target stood tall, like it owned the whole battlefield. He barked at Duke to jump right back into the hippogriff flights. No delays. Even if fresh fleas try to slip into the city, the barrier rips them apart the moment they hit the entrance. And now they finally know how to drag the sick back from the edge and get them standing tall again. The Duke finally got the full play. Now every other city would come crawling, begging for an alliance just to get its hands on those precious medical secrets. The protagonist flashed a sly grin, and you could tell this was his ultimate edge, locked in for good. The word about healing in Avalon blasted across the globe like wildfire. And the very first guest, totally unexpected, like out of nowhere. It was none other than King Relic VIII, slipping in undercover with a sick child cradled tightly in his arms. Procel and Duke were left completely speechless, staring in pure, blown-away awe. The king, tears streaming down his face, dropped to his knees and begged someone to save his infected son. All his other kids have already been wiped out by the plague, and Rigdal's religion has basically slammed the door. No one's allowed to touch Avalon anymore. In total despair, the father nearly threw away his faith because he'd do anything to save his last child. Protzel shot the Duke a quiet nod and said nothing. He swore right to the king's face that the prince would live. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black throne room, the furious Lord of Creation raged as he smashed the columns to pieces. His eye twitched like a warning flare, and uncontrolled rage surged under his skin. He couldn't believe it. Those infected followers he'd tossed into Avalon on purpose actually survived. He even managed to win the kingdom of Relic over. Then his flawless scheme collapsed like it was never meant to work. The Lord flashed a wicked grin, and pure hatred burned like fire in his veins. He suddenly realized that Procel's the memory of stars doesn't just bend the rules of this world, it smashes them completely. His plan to seize control with fanatical faith collapsed, crumbling into dust. The Lord rose with gloom weighing heavy on his shoulders. He muttered through clenched teeth that Procel had to die. Now, with fresh, unstoppable allies at his side, he planned to kill. His lips curled into a crooked, sinister grin. He decided to rip the very foundation of his enemy's city out and grind it into dust. The Dark Lord of Demons' hideout sinks into gloomy, shadow-choked vaults. At the massive table, one of the allies snapped at the Dark One that they were done obeying him. The Dark One scowled hard, all displeasure pouring off his face. Cloaked in a hood, the comrade shot him an icy look and demanded what the hell he'd just blurted out. The rebel reminded everyone that the alliance against Procel was forged on the Dark One's orders after the newcomer's insane power left everybody reeling. One of the demons let out a shaky sigh. Why in the world would they goad the Lord of the Beast again, especially after Procel wiped out half the alliance last time? After their last battle, the leftovers of the mightiest trio, Time and Dragon, teamed up with Procel. The master of creation can't be beaten anymore. Rage snapped in the Dark's eyes, widening them to the breaking point. He clenched his teeth so hard it felt like the anger could crack bone. The captor said it with a cool smile. Procel only cares about building his city, and he wants no part of war. Up until now, he'd been fighting only to shield his people, never bragging, not even once, about how ridiculously strong he was. Even more than a few in the room actually thrilled at the thought of being protected by Procel. Right then, a bright voice demanded they dissolve the alliance, and the Dark One shot to his feet like he'd been yanked by lightning. "Fools, you don't get it at all," he growled, fists clenching tight. He slammed his fist down and swore that if demons wanted real peace, Procel had to be destroyed, no exceptions. A stranger's hand slammed onto his shoulder. The captor cut him off cold, snapping, "I've had enough of you." The Dark One stops now. He confessed that they'd crush the Creator no matter what it took before at any cost. But now Procel is slipping out of reach, and the dark religion's grip is crumbling fast. The moment to change everything is finally here. The Dark One went pale and stared at his old comrade in stunned disbelief. "Is this really how it ends?" he choked out, voice wrecked. In the next heartbeat, he drove a lightning-fast strike straight through Capturnic's chest. Blood erupted everywhere, splashing across every direction. With a sinister grin, the Dark One held up the torn medal of the slain rank A, the medal of luxury, gleaming like stolen prestige. Someone scoffed that this rich kid was born with everything handed to him, and that's why he tosses out those carefree, pointless ideas like they mean nothing. He clamped down on the traitor's throat with a merciless iron grip. "Me, and every demon on my side, you're finished," the Dark One roared. The Lord of Luxury's body has gone soft, and something feels seriously off. With ice-cold intent, the killer ripped open the power hidden inside someone else's medal. Total darkness swallowed the whole space whole. Above Avalon, a crystal-clear sky stretched out in peaceful silence. Rorono sprinted down the street at full speed, cutting through the chaos like a blur. She could barely contain her excitement. She was ready to spill her brand new plans. The elf grinned and shoved Marco the drawings of casino slot machines like it was the best secret in the world. Suddenly, the girl snapped still like she'd been struck by lightning. Her eyes went huge with pure shock. Procel burst into the workshop and greeted everyone with a big, warm smile. Rorono awkwardly perched on a tall ladder, hanging there like he didn't know where to put himself. With a burst of pure joy, she sprang straight into her owner's arms. She confessed that she's terrified of letting him down, because when he praised her work and gave her a name, she felt like she finally mattered, and now she had to live up to it. Procel grinned softly, then thanked her like it meant everything. The city never stopped evolving. Humans and demons worked side by side, and the whole place kept leveling up because of it. Ordinary workers and mechanical golems hammered side by side at the construction sites, shoulder to shoulder with raw power. But the real spark behind this whole scheme was Rorono. Without the golems she created, always on the front lines and built for labor, Avalon never would have dared to even open the door. The prince tenderly brushed the girl's hair, urging her to save every last drop of strength. He slid her a plate of fluffy potatoes like a sweet little surprise. Rorono shot back with total confidence. She already had the whole plan mapped out. She'd already picked her successors, dwarf blacksmiths, and planned to hand them the water supply project. And if real danger ever strikes, the master pulls out a special move he's been saving. Protzel froze in shock, staring at the massive machine like it just broke reality. He couldn't believe she actually forged a masterpiece like that with her own hands. Suddenly, a brutal explosion detonated, and the walls shook like they were about to fall apart. Protzel burst outside and caught sight of a colossal monster ripping through the sky, its fangs bared like weapons. Chaos detonated across the streets as terrified townspeople bolted in panic, scrambling away from the monsters. The army of demons? The creator gasped, horror crashing into his chest. They weren't savage beasts at all. They were a disciplined rank, a army, and every one of them obeyed the master without hesitation. The sorcerer hurled a magical blast at the closest monster, smashing it aside, and seethed over the war's broken rules. A massive boar had already launched itself on him from behind, knocking him down mid-breath. Avalon's lord let loose a brutal curse, but he couldn't dodge in time. In that instant, Kitsune snapped the monster apart with a lightning-fast kick, sending it into pieces. The rest of his demons tore through the square, shredding the enemies with unstoppable confidence. With a violent flick, they shook the blood from the blade like it burned their hands. Mark's magic sliced through the monsters with icy precision, and he couldn't shake the shock. He'd never seen attacks this massive in all his life. Even the dungeon-worn adventurers and merchants braced themselves and still swallowed the blow. The fox grinned like trouble, and the old butler immediately bowed his thanks for the cover. Magical explosions tore across the sky above Avalon's rooftops. Before long, the pavement was packed. Enemy bodies piled up everywhere. The commander barked orders at the wounded to crawl toward the healers. Then he threw his head back and declared they'd won. Then it hit. Something was seriously wrong. The army charged, but the enemy lord was nowhere in sight. He couldn't shake the feeling. The Dark One's handwriting was written all over this. But deep down, your gut kept yelling that the Dark One wasn't about to back down, not even close. Suddenly, Kitsune screamed for her master, pure horror in her voice. The fox's voice, shredded by pure panic, blurted out Rorono's name. Protzel burst into the workshop, then slammed to a stop when he saw the shattered golems. Inside, you could still see the wreckage of a brutal, lightning-fast fight. Kitsune snatched her friend's surviving hat off the floor with trembling hands. Cold sweat poured down Priscilia's face. This strike on the city wasn't the real blow, just a filthy decoy to throw everyone off. From the very first moment, their real mission was simple: get Rorono. Up in the dead of night, a blazing aura tore straight through the clouds like it owned the sky. The kidnapper's silhouette shrank away fast, vanishing before their eyes. The Dark Lord tore into the night sky, vanishing under the blazing full moon. Blood spilled from his mouth, yet he flashed an eerie grin because he'd stripped Procel of his very foundation. With an unconscious elf slumped on his shoulder, the Dark One leaned in and hissed, "This is my victory, Proselu." The manga's title looms as the castle towers over the city, like it owns the skyline. A hooded man erupted into maniacal laughter, still cackling over the motionless body in front of him. He felt it in his bones. He was going to steal her magical power and claim it as his own. Black sludge dripped from his fingers, and it looked primed to turn and strike Procel. The predator's outstretched hand lunged toward the girl. Suddenly he snapped to stillness. Something was seriously wrong, like the air itself had turned on him. Darkness. Solid darkness. Meanwhile, dark clouds started piling over Avalon. Prozel's blood ran cold when he realized no way that the enemy raid wasn't aiming at anyone else, it was targeting Rorono. He charged through the corridors like a storm, sprinting straight ahead. He blasted forward, slicing through the air like a comet. Prozel burst into the wrecked room, flinging herself forward as she screamed her name like it was a lifeline. Then he froze because the girl was standing there, totally fine, just blinking in pure confusion. Rorono calmly said she'd already felt the enemies coming from far off. Because the giants were still busy with repairs, she couldn't fight them. So she slipped into the underground shelter, holding her breath, waiting for everything to finally quiet down. Prozel let out a breath of pure relief, convinced the attackers were hunting for something or someone else. But the girl shut him down with icy calm, insisting they weren't chasing anyone else, they were hunting her. She jabbed at a heap of scrap, and right there, one of the wrecked mechanisms was missing. Prosel's eyes snapped wide open, like something just hit him out of nowhere. The girl yanked the cover off the golem, and what stared back was her exact copy, down to the sole. Kuina nearly choked from shock, as Rorono blurted on and on about double work efficiency. Turns out the enemies didn't fall for a trap at all. They just mistook the doll for the real target, then scrambled off carrying the fake like it was the prize. Proselytus scowled, then shot off to track down the client right away. A hulking white tiger named Kohaku slipped into the room without a sound, then claimed cold and certain that he already knew the answer. Everyone snapped their heads around like someone screamed. Total shock hit the room. The tiger stared at the attacker's origins with grim, unblinking focus. This was the very army that belonged to his old master. He couldn't stop replaying that brutal street brawl in his head, the bloodshed fresh like it just happened. Right in front of him, the wreckage of his former comrades in arms lay mutilated on the ground. The tiger let out a reluctant breath and admitted he could still feel Lord Agares' magic lingering in the city. Prosel remembered exactly how that old schemer used to lurk in the shadows during the last war. Kuina clenched her fists. She knew that old man wasn't here by accident. He'd come to wreck everything and get revenge for what they ruined. Kohaku snapped back, because the real Agares would never ever sink to something as filthy as a kidnapping. The Duke burst into the doorway, like a storm finally breaking through. He brought up the letters Kohaku always traded with that noble lord. The old steward leaned in and scrutinized every single message one by one. Agares boldly shut down the hostility, and even held back the anti-proselyte alliance. Prosel clenched his resolve and stormed off to figure out the old man's real motives himself. He grabbed the tiger and demanded it lead him straight into the enemy's dungeon. Kohaku lowered his head in a humble bow. The Duke wasted no time. He blurted out that he'd rally an assault army right away. Turns out Agares had already dumped almost all his fighters into Avalon. Because the heroes got interrupted mid-attack, the enemy's dungeon was left totally wide open, no defense left standing. Prosel decided to bring just Kuina and Kohaku on the outing, leaving everyone else behind. Everyone else had to stay behind and stand their ground, defending the city at all costs. The squad hauled themselves onto the swift dragon and streaked toward the enemy fortress, slicing through the night in silence. They tiptoed into the half-collapsed hall, like trouble was hiding in the shadows. While the adventurers were busy stuffing their bags, the sheer wreckage screamed that this wasn't just random chaos, another master had struck. Suddenly, a one-eyed ogre lunged into their path and cut them off. The giant snapped in shock, demanding why they'd come with the Lord of Creation. Were they really here to storm and seize the dungeon? Suddenly, the giant crumpled to the floor, trembling as it begged Kohaku for help, because their master had finally gone completely out of control. With full submission to their creator, the demons had no choice left. Against their mad mastermind, they couldn't do a thing. The ogre demanded Agares be stopped at the very lowest level. The trio charged straight into the lair's darkest depths. No second thoughts. A rough, hoarse voice ripped out of the darkness. The hooded man slowly spun toward them. Prosel stepped up and straight up demanded to know why the raid even happened. His answer would decide if a ruthless war ignites between them. Kohaku stared back with anguish in his eyes and demanded, "Why did I turn into a whole stranger?" All he got back was a chilling laugh, coming and going, like a haunting reminder that something was wrong. The figure yanked a shattered fake Rorono and flung it down right at their feet. Agares' face twisted with fury as he roared that Prosel had tricked him. Kuina sneered that he'd mistaken the metal object for a living girl. A smashed-up doll shattered through the air with a brutal crash, while the Lord casually swatted the threat of war aside. His eyes blazed with a dead-white glow, and he roared that he was done letting the Creator pull the strings. The tiger jerked back, finally grasping that the figure in front of him wasn't his noble master at all. A cold sweat erupted across his forehead. Agares had a terrible dark aura swelling up behind him, pure, vile magic from the Dark Lord of Demons. That madman flashed a savage, ferocious grin like he'd just found his next target. With a roar of awakening, he snapped open his black wings, drawing in the last shattered pieces of twisted demons to his side. He shot up to the ceiling and swore, right here and right now, he'd put Prosel down. Kohaku screamed at the top of her lungs so hard the walls actually trembled. The giant beast exploded forward to intercept the crowd, and that left the leader with Prosely. Agares suddenly dropped into a brutal dive, and the young man barely got his shotgun up in time. Suddenly, Quina whipped around and slammed a bone-crushing kick into the enemy's face. The punch slammed into him, and he crumpled to the ground. The air fizzed with electricity. The body slammed through the stone floor like it had no gravity. A thunderous rumble crashed through the hall, shaking everything like the world was about to explode. The dust finally started to drift down. Bruised and seething, Agares spit out a vicious curse because this wasn't even the real fight yet. "Oi, Quina, prepare to face me," the confident fox girl snapped, throwing herself in front and blocking your path. Rage surged through Agares as he lunged forward, barking at the creation accomplice to get the hell out. Koina slammed a vicious kick into his shadow spikes, and the impact shattered the stones all around them. Prosel snapped at her to stay sharp, because the awakening has supercharged the enemy's physical strength to terrifying levels. The girl clenched her fist and poured pure magic into it, silently focusing like her life depended on it. The demon lunged toward her, its deadly gaze locking onto hers like a death sentence. The Prosel's body went rigid as the tiger locked onto him. With a small, sly smile, Kuina stuck out her bare hand and caught Agares' fist, only to realize his punch was way weaker than she'd feared. The very next second, she unleashed a lightning-quick counterattack and slammed the monster flying backward. Prosel couldn't believe it. His defender was absolutely annihilating the awakened right in front of his eyes. He slammed on the brakes, realizing his meddling would only trip her up. Prosel had heard she was an S rank, but the sheer size of that power still stunned him. He let out a shaky exhale, like his nerves were screaming. If the absolute rule that forces demons to submit didn't bind the awakened Agares, he'd have turned him into dust ages ago. The tiger watched stone calm as the fox girl kept chasing the meaning of her own existence, while the other demons clung to their own one-of-a-kind duties. This one stood apart because its role in Avalon's rise couldn't be swapped. Quina convinced herself the city would run just fine without her. That's why she chose to become a total shield, the one who would stand between her master and disaster the instant it mattered most. She spent every spare second relentlessly sparring with Aura and Fel, grinding them down until her muscles burned. Fueled by that obsession, she forged herself into an unstoppable force. Prosella couldn't shake the feeling that behind her bright, fake grin hid a storm of worries, and right then the girl launched into the final attack. The red diamond detonated in a blinding flash, slamming into the enemy and ripping a raw scream of agony straight from his chest. Quina stood tall, victorious, staring down the defeated Agares. Blood poured from the awful wound in his chest as he choked out, breath ragged. This fight wasn't over. The desperate demon snapped, daring the universe to take his life for real. A black surge of energy tore out with a vicious howl from his mangled body. With the last spark of consciousness, the allies were ordered to run for their lives. A blast of dead magic erupted outward in every direction, obliterating everything it touched. Purcell threw a cloak over himself, bracing against that weird surge of power like it was crashing down on him. Agares' body flashed dark and swallowed itself alive, burning through its own magic to fuel a power so outrageous it felt unreal. The tiger went still, frozen in pure shock. The beast couldn't even process it. His old master actually dared to pull off something like that. Agares finally broke through. Now he's a faceless black monster, and there's nothing inside him but cold emptiness where a heart should be. Procel snapped to the terrible truth. This wasn't the awakening anymore. The enemy had kicked into berserk mode. The tiger shot back with a grim, no-nonsense certainty. This was way, way worse. This forbidden power tore through the Lord, scorching his mind and draining his life energy until nothing remained but ashes. The magic spiraled out of control and started devouring its own owner. The Procel's color drained out. His face went deathly pale. No matter what he did, there was nowhere to run from this nightmare. Now the boy finally got it. Marco didn't just forbid him for fun. She was terrified of the very consequences that were about to hit. The tiger lunged forward and snarled, teeth bared like a warning blade. He knew Agares had perfected this power, and he'd never let magic swallow him on his own. By the way his last words spilled out, it was crystal clear. Someone someone dragged him across that border against his will. The beast screamed into the empty void, furious and relentless, swearing it would rip the unknown puppeteer apart for what they did to its former master. Procell fired off a brutal calculation. Berserker power is absolute, but it'll torch Agarith's body in just minutes. The tiger roared for everyone to retreat at once. Suddenly, Procell snapped his body around with a sharp turn. The boy's stomach dropped as his own magic vanished right before his eyes. What? No, my power is gone. Agarith didn't just win. He drained the power of every defeated enemy and turned it into pure strength for himself. In a berserker frenzy, he started to feast on life from afar, tearing everything apart without even caring whose it was, his or anyone else's. Procell stared in pure terror as his monster bodies crumbled into ash before his eyes. The possessed monster rasped a breath like a warning. Its only goal was to slaughter every soul within reach. Koyina charged straight at the enemy without a shred of fear. She landed a bullseye straight into the target. But the moment her fingers brushed his body, a wave of brutal pain hit her, and her face crumpled instantly. Agarith lunged in and snatched her in a blur. He hit the girl with terrifying force, slamming her into the ground and blasting up a cloud of debris. Koyina shrieked as agony ripped through her. Procell, crushed by despair, screamed her name at the top of his lungs as he watched that merciless, one-sided beating unfold. The tiger snapped at him to trigger the awakening right now. She realized she'd run out of options. There was no way forward for her anymore. The master had no choice. He forced his power into her. Procell hesitated because his fighting power was just too damn weak. Suddenly it hit him. The boy slammed his palm to the ground and instantly dumped every last drop of mana. "Accept my magic," his voice thundered, while the girl crumpled among the ruins. Her eyes flared wide, brimming with pure electric energy. A brutal explosion ripped through the air, blasting the black monster flying out like it weighed nothing. Procell said their contract lets them hand magic over straight to the next person. No detours, no delays. He treated the awakening like a power surge, dumping every last drop of his reserves straight into the girl's body. Usually, this technique turned the lords into unstoppable beasts right on the front lines, fighting like they couldn't be defeated. But because his demons were way stronger, Procell decided to play the perfect support role so he could carry the whole fight himself. With pure, colossal strength surging through her, Quina hauled herself to her feet, flashed a smile, and swore to her creator she'd never back down again. The Quina thundered forward, shouting that they'd never retreat again. The enemy snarled with rage, and the moment their attacks collided, a blinding explosion tore the air apart. Procell gaped in horror as Agarith slipped past the girl's guard and landed the hit. The demon's hand tore through the void. Then reality snapped back, because it was nothing but an illusion. Agarith let out a wild scream and blasted the phantoms apart with raw, unstoppable energy. He immediately spotted the real queen and came barreling straight at her, no hesitation. Space ripped apart under the roar of a colossal tiger, then it slammed a destructive, thunderous spike straight into the void. Lightning tore straight through the enemy, leaving no escape. Procell went silent. Agarith stood his ground and took the hit that had already turned the Duke to ashes. The queen has already funneled every last drop of her magic into a deadly black sphere. She unleashed the purple-golden dance like a flashbang of pure power. As the dust cleared, the girl's stomach dropped because the target was still standing, staring back like nothing happened. But the moment hit, and his body started falling apart into pieces. The fallen demon slammed onto the stones with a heavy, dull thud. He rasped out, voice cracking, that he'd finally been beaten. Life was draining out of his cracked face in a rush. The winners inched forward, eyes locked on the target, holding their breath as they got closer. Agarith suddenly leaned in and whispered a full, unexpected apology. That black aura vanished in a blink, and right there, in front of them, the real lord finally revealed himself. As the man slipped toward death, he finally admitted the brutal truth. His own weakness was the one thing that started it all. He admitted that, even right up until his final breath, Procell still haunted him with fear. Agarith finally ripped the bitter truth about their kind wide open. The creator didn't make demons for fun. He forged them as a brutal stepping stone to push humanity forward. From the day they were born, dread ruled their lives, robbery and murder lurked around around every corner. That day at the party, Procell's power hit him like a sudden punch, pure shock from start to finish. Paralyzing terror swallowed him whole. Kuina was furious. Her father would never lay a hand on someone weaker. Agares flashed a bitter smile. He knew it deep in his head, and then panic came roaring in. That fear pried open the door to his mind and let the Dark Lord slip in. Procell's frown deepened the moment his guess hit the bullseye. Agares branded himself a pathetic fool and just sat there, quietly waiting to get mocked. Procell stared at him like the world had already decided he'd lose, and all he could feel was pity. The dying one blinked, caught off guard, like their final moment just hit them with shock. The young man spoke up in a low voice, admitting he began building the city just to chase those same feelings. He dropped his eyes with a heavy, crushing weight, because he'd felt that loss firsthand. The pain, the fear, the crushing weight of it all. So yeah, I'd never, ever dare laugh at something like that. Agares shut his eyes in pure relief, and the tiger silently realized, yeah, his master was right. The fallen enemy's body snapped apart, exploding into a storm of black shards that hung in the air like deadly smoke. Procell leaned in, whispered his farewell, and slipped away without a sound. Kuina leaned in and demanded what she should do with that abandoned crystal sitting in the dungeon. Kohaku begged them not to touch the stone, because one wrong move could trigger a cave collapse. But then he snapped out of it and demanded it be destroyed, so those marauders couldn't defile the Lord's grave. Later on, the heroes rolled back into town, and there was the maid waiting like she'd been expecting them, clutching a basket full of apples. Koina couldn't stop bragging about her victories in battle, practically daring everyone to challenge her. She flashed a soft, tender smile, and then she leaned in and dropped the best news yet, like, I've got one more that's gonna blow your mind. Procell burst into the room and locked eyes with Stolas. She snapped back to her senses, then whispered a heartfelt thank you for being saved. The girl already had every detail in her head, and she straight up admitted she was in debt to him again. Procell smirked like he already knew the ending. He'd be waiting right when the debtor finally came back. Stolas chuckled with real warmth, then swore he'd make it up to them. But outside, his face went stone cold, like the life had been ripped straight out of it. He leaned in and told his comrades the real name behind the strings, the Dark Lord Barum. The old steward nodded, jaw tight, like he already knew this was going to hurt. Procell braced everyone and warned, they're coming back for another hit right after this. He clenched his fist like a lock, because they had to hit first. Their next mission is simple: crush Barum by taking down the kingdom of Chris and stealing the ground right out from under him. Prozel and Marco sat shoulder to shoulder at a giant empty table on the dungeon's lower level, staring into the silence. In the half-dark, candles danced and flickered like they were hiding secrets. The edge of the white tablecloth grazed the floor like it was almost a warning. The fox girl narrowed her eyes with a sly grin, because the final showdown with the Dark Lord was finally breathing down their neck. Prozel calmly nodded, and as he did, the Rigdol religion's 3 states flooded back to him. Out of all of them, the kingdom of Chris was the last to stay under the enemy's grip. The boy shot his hand out and warned them, break the enemy's belief, and the Black's power will vanish for good. Then we'll win, he declared, and that confident smile lit up his face like a spotlight. Marco threw her hands behind her head and smirked. She faked her own death, just to outplay the enemy, then vanished here. She leaned in and demanded they call her for the final fight. She was done waiting, and she couldn't wait to pay that wrongdoer back. The boy clenched his resolve and swore he'd never break that promise. The fox bared its fangs like a warning shot. Its demons are fighting beside him now. But Prozel wouldn't chill. Yeah, he had the upper hand, yet he was determined to dig up every single secret about his enemy. Mark awkwardly snapped her eyes away. She could feel his motives, but none of it made sense. She labeled the Black One an atypical lord, and Prozel couldn't believe what he'd just heard. The fox told him, most of the time, the masters just feed on human emotions, sucking them dry and turning every last feeling into magic. They build deadly dungeons, bait treasure hunters inside, and grin as anguish and despair rip through them. She lifted her wine glass, turning to even Prozel's utopian city, where these same rules still ruled the day. The boy stared into the air, realizing his power was real, but only inside the boundaries of his own Avalon. The Black's power didn't stop at his dungeon. It spilled way beyond the walls. Above the planet, the Black One loomed, the only lord who dared to break free of the system of lords, crushing pieces of the world in in his wake. The enemy twisted religion into a weapon, siphoning the believer's strength and leaving the whole kingdom drained to the bone. A villager flashed a wicked grin. Black twisted their hatred into a power play, forcing the people he despised to hand over their energy willingly. He herded the washed-up fanatics into a dungeon, calling it a sacred pilgrimage. Then he unleashed their armies across other demon lords, shattering the system's rules like they were nothing. Mark nervously let out a laugh, and it felt like a straight-up act of rebellion against the creator. The boy's frown deepened like something was seriously wrong. He leaned back in his chair and went, "Wait, why would the Black want to smash the world order? Why is he fighting tooth and nail against the very rules that hold this world together?" Prosel couldn't make sense of it. Astaroth claimed the enemy struck just to toy with the weak lords, ones humans already wiped out. Mark shot her a skeptical shrug, because Black had already tried to coldly kill her once, and he wasn't about to miss again. He figured Dantalion already knew the truth because his hatred for Black had been burning for years. The fox snapped its head left and right. Stunned, Black somehow survived that monster of an enemy. Turns out it wasn't just some cowardly tactic. Dantalion himself was the one dodging a face-to-face clash. His eyes bulged with pure shock. Marco jolted back to a terrifying truth: the enemy's biggest trump card. A heavy silence dropped over the massive hall like a weight. Prosel's face twisted with pure horror as the truth hit him. He slammed his fist onto the table, because it turns out Agaris didn't just fall, he died exactly because of that weapon. The boy's mind snapped back to Dantalion's silver pocket watch. One flick, and it could freeze time for a split second. Now it's crystal clear why that old man handed him a priceless artifact. Mark nodded, eyes locked in, like he was taking the moment to heart. She slammed her weight onto the table, because if the enemy pulls this trump card off right, the whole war could flip in an instant. Chris' kingdom was the final shield of Black, and Black was absolutely going to march in there himself. That's the exact spot where their final, world-shaking showdown is going to erupt. Now the actions kicked off in Avalon, by the Prosel estate. I crossed paths with the old butler, the same faithful guardian I'd come to trust. The boy shot out a quick apology for vanishing, then leaned in and demanded to know what happened. The demon reported that the kingdom of Chris shut them off completely, cutting off all contact the moment their religion got banned. The enemy knights locked themselves into a brutal, no-way-through defensive formation, and their king snapped, choosing brutal isolation for everyone. But in Avalon, Ori's apple wine was the ultimate weapon. One sip, and it shattered the brainwashing like it never happened. The steward smirked. Then they hit back with that wine, and Chris, out of nowhere, snapped into action and hurried them straight to negotiations through Axel's state. With their alliance to the city of Prosel, the neighboring states have already bashed through financial crises and fought off deadly diseases. He finally got the whole picture. Chris's bosses weren't after the mission at all. They just wanted that money and those perks for themselves. But the meeting spot hit him like a jolt, and dread crawled all over him. The steward admitted that charging straight for the enemy's capital was a death wish. Prosel's eyes turned ice cold. If this was Black's trap, then it was the perfect moment to wipe them all out. On the streets of Chris, thousands of faceless townspeople swarmed around him, and with one wrong move, anybody could be yanked like a puppet. Marco flashed a confident grin. She'd bring Quina along, because Quina's animal instincts would spot every ambush the second it breathed. Then they'll wipe the whole crowd clean of spells with Rylia's song and healing wine. The steward swore they were ready, and Prosel immediately ordered an abilities blocker from Morono. But the boy knew one thing for sure: as long as Black's trump was still on the table, no amount of prep could ever guarantee safety. Now it was time for another massive, game-changing move. He dropped into deep thought like the whole world just went silent. Out of nowhere, a cheerful Stolas burst through the door and shouted his name with pure, unfiltered joy. "Is Marco still the same as always?" he asked, and Stolas grinned back. "Yeah, she's just as bored as ever." The tension melted. Prosel let out a real, sincere laugh, wishing the war would end fast so he could finally stroll the city with her. Mark shot her eyes skyward at how painfully plain it was, while the old butler pretended not to see, turning away with tact. The boy leaned in and softly asked how she was really doing. Stolas's cheeks warmed as she smiled and told her cheerfully that she'd nearly bounced back fully from those brutal injuries. She clenched her fists. This time she wouldn't just fight. She'd become his weapon and rip revenge out of Black for wrecking the First War. Stolas's wind magic always swooped in at their worst moments and saved them. Her eyes blew wide with pure shock. The boy suddenly seized her with both hands. "Come with me to this negotiation," he blurted out, and Stolas froze, blushing hard from pure shock. The carriage rumbled along the cobblestone streets of the kingdom of Chris, steady as a heartbeat. Kuina leaned in, buzzing with excitement as she studied the biggest of the three kingdoms, and Protzel had to admit it was even more alive than Avalon. Suddenly, a trusted ally's voice erupted from the magical mirror. She told him she'd spotted suspicious strangers lurking around him like they'd slipped in from another dimension. Protzel nodded hard. His scouts from every other outpost came back with the exact same report. Now they huddled in the throne room with Kuyi, waiting for an audience because this was the enemy's final stronghold and it had to fall. King Chris shot his arms wide in a warm, royal welcome to every honored guest. Protzel locked onto him, scanning for the exact moment the Dark Lord finally decided to strike. Attacking mid-negotiation would be pure madness. This royal family is too valuable to use as a pawn, but just when they think the meeting's over, a real punch is coming for them. The moment that apple wine hit his system, the young man realized the mind-bending hypnosis in the hall was gone, completely gone. The king blinked in shock and asked if something was wrong, but Purcell just shrugged it off. The monarch bowed and thanked them from the heart, praising every coin and every bit of support that helped win the war against the dragon. But he warned them they can't just ditch their religion, it's stitched into the citizens' hearts. Protzel smirked and said with total confidence that the moment the magical TV got installed in Avalon, everyone would rush to it. Disgusting! A dull, eerie whisper suddenly cracked through the air. Protzel shuddered the moment he locked eyes with the king, and darkness swallowed them whole. The obsessed monarch snapped forward in a blur and seized the young man by his collar. Kuina froze in terror as Protzel thrashed against the dead grip that wouldn't budge. That empty, dark stare like it was staring straight through the soul. The young man snapped back with pure horror because those same eyes were in Agary's. Kuina shot into action without missing a beat to help. Massive pillars of energy tore straight into the sky above the building. A massive ritual circle blossomed across the clouds. Over 100 mages surged in and joined the spell. Protzel's eyes bulged wide with pure shock. "Dad's not going anywhere. If I have to throw my own life on the line, I'll do it," Kuina screamed, desperate and shaking. A blinding explosion ripped through the palace, tearing it apart in a single violent blast. The broken column fragments smashed down onto the ground with a brutal crash. Thick dust crawled down and smothered the ruins of the throne room. The wind tore the smoke apart and scattered it across the ash-strewn ground. Dead quiet slammed down across the shattered stones. From Protzel's eye, black blood oozed out in slow, chilling drips. He hacked up a hoarse cough, still in shock that he'd actually survived that brutal hit. Then he dropped his eyes and froze, staring at Kuina's mangled body. "Kuina!" His scream ripped straight through his throat. The girl forced a shaky smile, relieved she'd managed to pull him from danger. She leaned in and whispered, barely louder than the wind, that for her, this was already the end. "Goodbye, Dad." She vanished in a blink, her body exploding into shimmering particles right before his eyes. The target gasped, and pain hit like a punch. His desperate, inhuman scream got swallowed by the battering roar of the downpour. Tears poured down their face as black hands burst out from behind. Shadow demons slammed the grief-stricken young man into the ground, pinning him there with brutal force. "Behave yourself," one of them hissed, sharp as a blade. They ordered him to drop to his knees before the true king. Out of the dark, a towering silhouette slowly crept into view, like it owned the night. It was Barum, the lord of the demons of creation, who stared down at that pathetic sight with nothing but contempt. The target finally showed its true face, rage blazing out of it as it roared. Black Lord Barum. He snapped, demanding answers. How dare he pull that stunt with Kuina? A chilling grin crawled across Barum's face, and it looked straight up terrifying. From the shadows, a sinister grin crawled into view. "Do you hate me now?" the shadow murmured, sweet as poison. Protzel's mind got slammed by a flashback of the Black Lord's trump card. They could crush the enemy's spirit to the bone, yanking fear or hatred out of their hearts until resistance vanished. This is absolute power, so even another lord can't slip away from its grip. The young man finally understood the deadly mistake he'd made. He had no right to lash out with anger. Barum just pulled this move on the royal family, and now Procel is the one who's taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker. There was only one shot left, the silver watch of the Lord of Time. He slammed the artifact onto the ground, praying he could freeze time as the enemy closed in. The clock rang out clear and bright across the stone walkway. Barum's iron boots slammed down and crushed him into nothing, merciless, final, and absolute. The enemy calmly turned his back and smirked, saying that waiting for reinforcements was pointless. Right then, Procel's allies were getting crushed, stuck fighting monsters that were popping up across every kingdom. I snapped my head back with a grin. Yeah, this is it, the moment everything ends. Procel screamed his name one last time, and right as the shadows closed in, they yanked his mind into the dark. The young man's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless and limp. He dropped to his knees with a hollow stare, barely breathing as he waited for his master's command. Barum's face contorted into a triumphant, predatory grin that looked like he was already hunting his next victim. The Black Lord's trump card only snapped into power when you came at him with pure hostility, and once it hit, it forced total, absolute submission. Barum flashed a grin, absolutely sure every single escape was out of the question. He snapped into wild, unstoppable laughter, like he'd finally lost control. His wild laughter tore through the ruins, bouncing off every broken wall. The Lord finally grinned, because Procel had turned into his obedient puppet at last. He snapped an order and made the prisoner lift his right hand at once. Then he shoved her into a headstand and reveled in her complete, unquestioning submission. Then he shoved the prisoner down on all fours and forced him to bark like a dog. Woof woof! Ha ha! How pleasant this is! Smug Barum demanded Procel's demons be dragged to the kingdom, right now. All of them. The young man eagerly blurted out Aura's and Riley's names, like he was paying his respects. The girls burst into view and froze, staring at their master in pure, stunned disbelief. Procel gave a quiet nod, confirming the enemy's order without a single word. From this moment on, they had no choice but to obey the Dark Lord. No questions, no exceptions. Suddenly, Aura sucked in a breath as a brutal pain ripped through her. She could feel it in her bones as her contract got ripped open and rewritten by force. The demon flashed a wicked grin, because once it got a new master, it had to obey, no questions asked. He threw his arms wide and reveled in it, because creation had just granted him the strongest power in the whole world. Next, Barum barked the order, summon the rest of the city's army. With power like that, he was about to steamroll the Lords of Time and Dragons with zero effort. The man shot his hand out, snatching for whatever he could. The Dark Lord threw his arms wide and seized the moment, kicking off his reign like it was already destiny. Just you wait, Aura snapped, then zeroed in and launched straight into an all-out attack. I barely caught myself in time, otherwise that hit would have landed clean. A predatory grin lit up the girl's face. The Lord screamed in agony after a bloody fountain tore his arm clean off. He staggered backward, stunned, speechless. Right then, the ground ripped open under him and turned into a dizzying, spinning river. The water prison clamped down hard, trapping his whole body. Barum screamed at the bars, furious and baffled because the domination magic had failed, and he couldn't make sense of it. Suddenly, Procel's supposedly submissive face started to melt right before their eyes. Its shell exploded on the ground, only to reveal it was a lame fake all along. The Dark Lord froze in pure shock when he finally realized he'd been puppeteering nothing at all, just an empty shell all this time. Soft footsteps crept up from behind. Barum snapped around fast. The real Procel calmly watched his opponent fall into his exact trap, perfectly following the plan he'd already mapped out. Barama's eye twitched, pure horror hit like a punch. The young man stood tall, completely unscathed, right there beside his allies. When Procel's companion stepped into view, the Lord froze because it was Stolas. She laughed through her words, and bragged that her magic copy had totally tricked Barama. He clenched his teeth, because in the last war, he crushed the Mistress of the Wind. The girl smirked with full confidence. Procel's treatment had completely whipped her back to her old strength. Now she was giddily paying back the person who put her through hell. I need a way to tear into my powerless rage, and finally get it out of my chest. The powerless magical copy just stood there, completely frozen in place, like it couldn't move a muscle. Procel strode up to the water cage and demanded to know why he dragged the royal family into this. The Dark Lord hissed that they were nothing more than disposable valuable pawns. He sneered with pure contempt. For Barum, these people never became anything more than cattle, just trapped, waiting to be used. His eyes gleamed with madness. He snapped at the believers, calling their devotion pure foolishness. The Lord straight up laughed in their faces at how everyone prayed to him in the very religion he cooked up himself. He snapped his bloodied stump of an arm through the air like a warning. I was hurling venom at them, screaming that I'd gladly toss this trash on the line. Procel and Stolos stood there, grim as stone, absorbing that confession like it was a verdict. Understood, the young man shot back, ice cold and sharp. He carefully lifted the modern video camera up into the air. I need to figure out the exact measurement. His face twisted with stunned, silent confusion. Procel calmly told them the device had just caught every single word of their god. In the heart of the city, crowds packed shoulder to shoulder, staring at those huge screens like their lives depended on it. The Dark Lord's confession blasted across the entire world for everyone to hear. The believers' faces twisted under a wave of brutal shock and seething hatred. A colossal water cage loomed over the ruins, drowning everything in dead, unsettling silence. Suddenly, the whole space buckled under the thunder of thousands of furious people, right after they finally learned the truth. The Avalon communicator crackled over the radio and reported that the transmission went through successfully. Procel stared at the chaos and saw the temples of Rigolge already blazing across the entire world. Procel declared that Barum's religion was gone for good, like it had been wiped from the world forever. The young man leaned in and said the ancient lords abandoned Barum, and that the dragon wiped his holy city clean off the map. Up in the sky, the only ones left standing were those winged demons right as they unleashed their magic. But just like that, lifeless griffins crashed down around the water prison, thudding hard onto the ground. I snapped back in pure shock. My demons who fired up the ritual magic. Steward Procel dropped from the sky and calmly delivered the gut punch news. Every single reinforcement was completely wiped out. The young man locked eyes with Barum, and when he saw that look, he realized he had no moves left. A furious wave of betrayed people surged toward the square. Their king just ripped away moments ago. With ruthless force, Procel declared that even the Lord's trump card couldn't keep him safe forever. In a burst of panic, he realized the horrifying truth. He'd be ripped to shreds by the very cattle he'd hated. "Barame, this is the end," Procel roared, sealing the verdict. The Dark Lord screamed his name with shaking, desperate panic. Procel stared the enemy down with a chilling glare, and he could practically feel the revenge of everyone he'd fooled closing in. The wind whipped through his hair, barely shaking it. My body went white as snow, and a cold sweat drenched his face. He realized he was sealed inside a transparent water prison, while Procel coldly declared that this was the end. Cornered and desperate, the demon lord seethed with fury, refusing to be slaughtered pointlessly by a few humans. Panic fueled his thoughts. He had to break free at any cost, because the next chance was slipping away. I was gearing up to plunge into the shadows again, right like I did during the dragon's attack. But the plan crumbled right away. The water cage was crystal clear, with not a single dark spot anywhere. He scanned the closest shadow from outside, but it was way too far off to reach. Desperation hit, and I yanked my hands to my face, frantically tearing through the dark for any way out. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence like it was made of glass. A furious torchlit mob spotted the leader of the hated religion and barreled forward, screaming for his death. The fox girl snapped into a stunned blink, while Procel stayed cool, quietly clocking their appearance. Flash, sharp movement. I'm grinding my teeth, hunting for it with pure fury. He snapped his tongue in frustration, like it was the universe's fault. He scrabbled up the last of his magic and slammed it into the prison wall with everything he had. "Procel, I'm declaring war on you," he screamed, frantic with fury. He squinted with pure disdain, like it insulted him to even look. My chest was pounding, and I didn't blink, kept my eyes locked on it. The girl beside me hit me like a rule in my head. The ban on throwing newcomers into the war until their first year is over. Procel whipped his cloak like a banner and flat out shut down that ridiculous challenge. He was inches away from ending the Dark Lord's life for good. Then, out of nowhere, he felt a wild surge of power slam through him. A sharp crack tore through the air, and the magical barrier instantly splintered into shattered pieces. The system roared out the official declaration of war. No mercy, no warning. The The request got accepted, and Barum crumpled to his knees in the wreckage of his own trap. He smirked like he'd just won, sneering that Purcell was a fool for missing the system's biggest loophole. The ban got wiped clean the second the new master struck the old one along with his demons. I threw my arms wide like I'd won, and Purcell's move was so perfect it broke those restrictions wide open. Purcell gave a chilling nod, realizing the stunt had worked, while the enemy had built the whole trap himself. If he craves death that badly, Purcell swore he'd end him with his own two hands. He warned that once the war erupted, surrender was off the table and there'd be no escape. The wind shrieked like a razor, pure, chilling whistle slicing through the night. The system just pinned the battle between creation and the Dark Lord for exactly 9 days from now. I hunted for a hut, grinning like I knew something brutal was about to go down. He swore to himself that this time, no games, no excuses, he was going to win for real. Then he'll steal the enemy's strength and swallow their whole army for himself. A sudden gust tore through the dust, scattering it everywhere. When the crowd finally stormed into the ruins, all they found was an empty dark stain on the ground. Barum had vanished and slipped away. Dense forest. Tree branches claw the sky overhead. Leaves hissed in the wind, like something hidden was coming closer. Night darkness. I tore through the thickets under the moonlight, cackling like a maniac at how brilliant my plan was. Treetops. He remembered the time he saved the Lord of Despair and locked in a crazy emergency insurance deal with the one person nobody wanted to mess with. The contract demanded he surrender his own body, and now the exact moment for that brutal swap had finally arrived. Barum snapped into action, unleashing his original power of obsession. He set his sights on taking over the Lord of Despair's body, then vanishing this shell and being reborn anew. He maliciously planted an empty shell trap against Purcell right after he just walked away. He slipped into a fresh identity, rebuilt his power in secret, and vowed to strike like lightning out of nowhere. But when he dashed to the dried-up lake, he froze in total confusion. A calm archer glided up to him and asked straight out if he was hunting the Dungeon of Despair. The adventurer nonchalantly dropped the bomb. The local lord was dead, and that entire dungeon vanished like it was never there. Barum's eyes bulged with raw horror, his pupils shrinking to razor-sharp points. He blurted out a helpless, dazed question that sounded like it came from the bottom of his heart. The archer kept talking, how the hero dove to the bottom, shattered the crystal, and wiped everything out for good. He let out a crushing sigh over the vanished treasures, trudged off, and silently prayed they'd find good luck. All alone, Barum just froze, staring into nothing, denying the death of his ally like it couldn't be real. His face twisted in full-blown animal terror. He finally understood the nightmare. Now he'd have to clash with Purcell head-on, with zero advantages to lean on. Other lords have already started to back away from him, terrified that he'll steal their power next. I clenched my fist hard and realized you can't forge a brand new army from the leftovers of mana. His combat power drained to nothing, and every last shot at victory vanished. He crumpled to his knees by the puddle, and it felt like the whole world had just slammed shut. Total failure. Right before my eyes, that dazzling glow of the old savior flickered like a dying flame. I crashed face first into the dirt, spitting out a bitter whisper. The strong are always the same. He slammed his fist into the ground, teeth clenched as powerless rage tore through him at the cruel world system. Beneath the icy moonlight, his relentless maniacal chant rang out over everything. One brutal promise, over and over. I will kill. Systemic barriers. Sharp lines. The word fizzled away into a cold, digital void. Meanwhile, Avalon buzzed with life in perfect peace. The girls burst into bright smiles, greeting their master, and they couldn't stop reporting. Potions were flooding out faster than ever, and even the golems were multiplying like crazy. The fox girl swung her fist through the air with pure fury, shouting that she was ready to tear into battle right now. Purcell grinned with total confidence and barked, "Start." He knew as clear as day that the old lord was still a threat, and he'd pull an army out of the remaining power like nothing. The sprawling skyline of the thriving city lit a spark of hope in his chest. Purcell clenched his fist and steeled himself. He was about to smash the enemy with that power. Then, bam! A horrifying system alert blared, and everyone instantly froze in stunned silence. A wave of images slams across the screen. Scattered scraps of letters litter the scene, like pieces of a secret being torn apart. System failure. Flickering, void. It bursts out from the deep, swallowing darkness like a flare lighting up the night. Lines snapped together into full sentences. A dead body lay sprawled on the ground, cold and still. The war got shut down for good because the Dark Lord is dead, and that changed everything. A full week has slammed by since the Dark Lord of Demons was killed. Prosel felt something was off and fought the urge to believe it until the trap finally snapped shut at the very last second. But then the shocking news hit, and it turned out to be dead-on true. We just got an official message from the creator himself. The danger finally faded, but the boy stayed trapped in that heavy, gloomy mood. The latch snapped shut with a sharp, final click. Footsteps came charging from the hallway, right behind that door. The shocking news that the Black had fallen tore across the world like wildfire. The Fox girl smashed into the office with a loud crash, barely keeping a heap of scrolls from toppling over. Prosel let out a tired sigh. Here came yet another batch of tiny lords begging to join his faction. The old advisor gave a satisfied nod, finally watching the neighbors come around and realize it's smarter to team up with the new leader. The boy sifted through the letters, his doubt growing like, did he really need to build his own army of accomplices? After all, he's still a total rookie, barely been here for under a year. Suddenly, a woman's hand snapped onto his shoulder. Mark grinned and told him, relax, your combat power is already matching the 3 strongest out there. Prosel snapped around in pure shock, stunned to see her appear out of nowhere. She casually told him she'd just slipped straight out of her dungeon using teleportation. She gazed at him with pure warmth, like her heart already knew him. All this time she was laying low, hiding her rebirth like a secret, and tricking the enemy into thinking nothing had changed. The boy let out a shaky sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't have to gamble her life in the battlefield. Marco stretched out with a warm smile, because at last she was completely free. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, like she was daring the world to look back. She leaned in and asked if he'd take her somewhere. Then just ask me right now, she teased, and Prosel blinked in pure confusion. Right now? Marco straight up suggested they go on a date. The whole village went silent, shocked beyond belief. Before long, they were strolling side by side through Avalon's loud, bustling streets, right in the middle of the chaos. Mark slipped into the new outfits, eyes wide with curiosity. Just a few steps from the stall, a thick-set merchant froze mid-breath, then, laughing, hauled in a whole bundle of goods like it was nothing. Then she leaned in and slid the chips down the card table like she couldn't wait another second. In the middle of the wild chaos and confetti storm, Prosel got absolutely soaked, while the tiny slime servant huddled down and covered its ears. Mark blasted her hands up in triumph as the coins exploded outward, and the old advisor shrieked in sheer horror over the cost. The city never stopped evolving. Cranes swung, streets reshaped, and new buildings always clawed their way into the skyline. Fresh metal structures blasted upward into the sky. They even rocked out at a local singer's concert, screaming and waving glowing light sticks like a sea of stars in the crowd. Marco was through the roof with excitement. She was blown away by how spotless the streets were, and how totally, completely safe everything felt. At the markets, you could spot treasures from every corner of the world, stacked and shining for anyone bold enough to look. In the taverns, demons and humans clinked mugs side by side, downing ale together at the same tables. The woman slipped right into the company like she'd always belonged, grinning as she lifted her glass to Avalon. Later, she finally confessed she'd never laid eyes on a place like that. Nothing even came close. Prosel shot back with pride, saying, "It's the dream every single resident strives to earn." He pushed himself to work even harder, determined to pay back every bit of trust they'd handed him. Mark flashed a soft smile, thrilled by every bit of your energy. A peaceful city that's brimming with hope and bursting with joy. Before all this, he would have brushed those words off as pure nonsense. But now she fully matched his emotions, and it all hit like a wave. Over dinner on the balcony, Marco leaned in and admitted that her own dungeon now felt like a brutal, bloody relic of the past. Mark realized this wasn't just his move anymore. Tons of other lords would march in the same direction, even if they hated the idea. Prosel rested his chin on his hand and stared off like he was cooking up his next move. To keep those smiles on their faces, he's ready to push it all the way to the limit. If he wants to keep his ideals safe, starting his own faction could be the perfect move. He has to carve out a safe space for the next generations to live and thrive. Mark leaned her cheek into her palm and pressed for the full details on the plans. The boy cracked open Avalon's massive, multi-layered blueprint like it was a secret map to power. With the population exploding, they're desperate for brand new territory on the surface, and they need it now. He's already blown up the farms, and he keeps cranking out more skeletons in those underground factories. In the middle of the city, they're raising a massive theater meant to host the world's greatest troops. But the real mission is to break free from the dungeon crystal's magic and push the next stage even further. Marco's eyes blazed. If these buildings were built with zero magic, then this plan could actually pull off something huge. She slammed her palm on the table, stunned by how perfectly their thoughts clicked together. Procel grinned with pure excitement, fists tight, and couldn't wait to dive straight into the drawings. The woman burst into laughter and helped him cool off, then reminded him, right there, that the sewage system still wasn't finished. The boy erupted into laughter and flung his arms wide open. She stared at him with raw, undeniable tenderness. On the way home, Procel apologized, admitting she'd gotten carried away and kept talking to her late into the night. She flashed a warm, knowing smile, and then she leaned in and said, "Come with me tomorrow. Let's go to that place." The very next day, they faced a giant clock tower at the gate, the doorway that led straight into the Dungeon of Time. Dantalion met them face to face and clocked it instantly. Marco hadn't shown up in ages. With the Time Lord Dantalion at their side, they plunged into the hidden passageway, step into the shadows where everything starts. As he pounded down the stairs, Dantalion leaned in and demanded to know what the boy really knew about the Lord of Flame. He was the crown jewel of the Golden Generation, standing shoulder to shoulder with the absolute strongest. Then a lethal showdown erupted between them, all because of Marco. Dantalion shot him a frigid look, then turned his back and left him to rot. They slammed to a stop before those massive carved gates like something out of a nightmare. Using time magic, he froze his old enemy's body in perfect, unbroken condition. Even with the blood feud burning between them, he still saw him as a friend and refused to let that bond die. The massive doors groaned open inch by inch. On the pedestal, the dead Amon lay there, the mighty Lord of Flame, finally silenced. Dantalion stared at Procel with razor-sharp intensity. He needed to see the truth firsthand. Marco watched them in silence, heartbreak heavy on his chest. The moment the tale shifted to the Lord of Demon's Flame, Amon, Procel's eyes blew wide with shock. He stared at Marco with sharp, open skepticism. The boy let out a confused grunt, like he didn't know what hit him. Marco snapped that Amon wasn't her ex, and Procel muttered through his teeth that he didn't want to hear a word about any of her lovers. Dantalion clocked Procel's stone-cold face, and Procel awkwardly blurted, "Relax. It was just a joke," then leaned in like, "All right, hit me with your story." Those memories yanked them straight back to the past, where Amon's name struck fear into everyone because he relentlessly waged war on other demon lords. One time, the fiery lord charged Marco, and after 72 straight hours of relentless carnage, the fight finally ground to a draw. Dantalion praised her for holding out against a whole army with zero outside help, then revealed that wars once had strict time limits, but those limits got scrapped when people started abusing them. Right then, Amon shot his hand out, grinned like he owned the world, and boldly swore he'd make that girl his wife. Marco erupted in outrage at that brazen claim, and now Procel was fully convinced this guy was straight up useless. Dantalion said that even though Amon craved battles, the moment he recognized someone's strength, he instantly clicked with them and made friends. Soon, Dantalion and Astaroth grabbed his attention too, and that's how the legendary Four Pillars faction was born. The fiery lord always stole the spotlight, booming with laughter while gripping a mug of beer like it was the key to the night. At one of those round table banquets, Dantalion leaned in and demanded, where did Amon's endless thirst for war even come from? Amon burst out laughing in triumph, declaring that this world has way too many demon lords and the crown should belong to just one. He slammed his chest in triumph, swearing he'd crush every competitor and rise as the greatest of them all. Astaroth, trapped in a dragon's body, erupted in fury, roaring that the creator had already assigned them the star's peacemaking mission. Amon waved it off. He knew his duty was to lead people through hell, but his flame was so destructive it would only burn them all. He went on to say that smashing the enemy lord's crystal lets you steal his one-of-a-kind power, and that idea completely grabbed Procell's attention. Procell stared at the slime squirming in his hands, and just like that, he knew it was true. Steel, evil, viscosity, and nobility were now his powers too. The inheritance rules demanded the crystal be shattered by hand, so he paid for it, losing the Lord's powers he'd wiped out earlier with a bomb just to rescue Marco. In the end, his creation power was so perfectly handy that every other ability basically didn't even get a chance to matter. He grilled Dantalion, asking if Amon was really stealing other people's abilities. Then Dantalion just nodded, confirming it. With every fresh power he seized, the fiery lord crept one step nearer to absolute omnipotence. Astaroth gasped in horror, asking if he really planned to replace the creator and climb all the way to become the next god. Amon only laughed, bragging that he'd chase the perfect child of the stars and shoulder the entire weight of guiding humanity all by himself. Mark stayed cool and asked if one day they'd all be forced to fight to the death. Then Amon snapped with real fury, shouting that they were best friends. Dantalion told him, plain and simple, to let him talk while Marco chugged her beer, and that's when Amon's mind snapped back to his promise to hunt down her a gift. He shoved a luxurious hairpin glittering with a massive ruby into her hands and demanded her instant consent to become his wife. Dantalion's stomach dropped as he realized the stone was a total fake, yet Amon grinned and bragged that he'd just beaten the Lord of Stone for this blazing ornament. Astaroth blurted out, point blank, that Dantaliana had a thing for Marco too, and the whole room instantly froze in the most brutal, awkward silence. Amon went dead quiet for a split second, then burst into loud, hearty laughter. With a grin, he clapped a friendly hand on Dantalion's shoulder, and the shock on his face turned into pure excitement as he announced, "We're rivals right now, in love." As the memory slipped away, Procell stared at Amon's coffin and admitted between the silence that this man was dangerously brave. Marco said it with a warm grin, like, "I've always been straight with you, open, no games." Procell blushed a little, then admitted under his breath that Marco was just as blunt about building the perfect city in his own head. She glanced aside, cheeks blazing, and admitted right through the blush that she's got a soft spot for guys like that. Procell finally got it. Marco's heart was bound to Amon, and the moment it clicked, he silently felt for Dantalion. She dragged out her final answer for ages, because she refused to shatter the peace of their friendly little quartet. Their loud, joyous days rolled on year after year, and it felt like happiness would never run out. Then everything exploded into shattered pieces out of nowhere. A flash tore through the darkness. Steel screams through the night as the blade slices the darkness. Marco showed up at the night meeting clutching a letter, then tore into Amon for ruining everything with that way too early courtship. But she didn't even get a confession. Amon exploded forward and slammed her with a deadly strike, smashing the hairpin that had been given so easily. A thunderous blast ripped through the air, and the shockwave shattered the earth like it was nothing. Dantalion barely yanked her out of the strike in time, eyes hard as she realized someone was puppeteering Amon's mind. Procell's jaw dropped. Who in the world could possibly break the will of one of the strongest demon lords? Marco shot him a stern warning. Only one enemy could rip a person's mind wide open and shatter it completely. Procella felt a gut-wrenching jolt as a terrifying suspicion struck like lightning. The demon Dark Lord yanked the mighty Amon into line, turning him into his obedient puppet. And just like that, the reason behind it vanished into thin air, because Black and Amon were both dead. Silence crashed down on everything like a crushing weight. The tale kept getting darker. If they wanted to stop their friend, they'd have to put a blade in his heart with their own hands. Soaked in tears, Marco begged Dantalion to rewind Amon's time, anything to break the Black's control, and drag him back to life. But Dantalion clenched his teeth and swore, straight-faced, that he'd never do it. His refusal hit like a death sentence. He snapped in rage that the Black's influence had gone way too far, then seethed that even if he could resurrect Amon, he still wouldn't, because he hates him. Marco's brutal slap landed like thunder, smashing every word right out of his mouth. After that day, the four pillars completely shattered, reforming into the Trinity, and their friendship cracked straight down the middle. Mark finally owned up. They were craving revenge on Black, yet the monster's black scent weren't even a real threat to them. Then he slipped in, seized control of their factions, and weaponized religion to spark armies of people into turning on them. Only Astaroth, the independent one, could face him, but the creator's brutal rules locked him up so tight he was bound hand and foot. Mark let out a heavy sigh, admitting it all clicked. Every bit of their past with Amon was real. She clutched the pendant at her throat and felt it. Black wasn't just in her story anymore. Their fates were tangled together tight. The girl beamed with real warmth, thanking Procel like he'd finally cut the nightmare short. Procel smiled and said he was happy to help, because fate already forced them to clash with Black, so this was just another step in the war. Anxiety kept spiraling through his head, and every last little detail wouldn't let him breathe. He could feel deep down that Dantalion was still clinging to something vital, but the truth was already slipping out of reach. Mark snapped and demanded where Astaroth was, and Procel just shrugged that he never even bothered to answer Mark's invitation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Astaroth froze in shock, because even after the Black religion crumbled, the army didn't break and run. It snapped into a screaming horde of berserk fanatics. Giant dragons swallowed the sky, and a stunned Astaroth realized with horror that even his own monsters had spiraled out of control in this total raging chaos. Procel remembered the shock of defeating the Dark Lord and how that wild victory finally shattered the ancient hatred. With the danger gone, he finally exhaled and went right back to expanding his own power and holdings. The young man strutted down the streets of his city with unshakable confidence. A dark streak whipped across my vision like a shadow with a mission. Solid darkness. The clasp on his cloak flashed like a warning every time he moved. Procel nodded with approval, staring at the brand new wooden high-rises rising fresh into the sky. Massive giants hauled heavy pipes through the streets, tearing the city wider as they supercharged the urban infrastructure. The steward beamed and pointed out, straight up, the city had skyrocketed in growth like it was on fast forward. Procel weighed his options, figuring out the smartest way to stretch every last resource he had. Suddenly, he realized the transport golems and hippogriffs were vanishing, numbers dropping fast. The steward leaned in and warned that their caravans were getting hammered more and more by human wars. A young man leaned in and demanded, "So what's the real beef between people about?" The map lit up with a terrifying truth. War's flames were crawling south from the northern lands. He remembered way to the north sat the holy city of Rigdol's religion, right under the kingdom of Chris. Once that religion crumbled, utter chaos erupted, and things there definitely weren't about to get any better. Procel couldn't stop thinking, was it worth halting flights of those hippogriffs and golems just for a while? But the merchant snapped. No way this link between the city and the outside world is too vital to cut. The boy recalled that somewhere in these lands, the Dragon Lord's dungeon is waiting. Procel's face snapped into darkness. He sent a messenger straight to Stolas to get the hottest news as fast as possible. I wanted to verify everything myself, but the danger of leaving the city was just too damn high. Rai burst out of the water portal in a flash, yelling in pure joy. Procel snapped her gaze back to her, stunned. She sounded the alarm with dread. Turns out the ocean singers in the kingdom of Chris have gone silent, cutting off all communication. She didn't wait for a single okay. She burst out that she was headed there right now for recon. Procel and the steward locked eyes, and the tension between them crackled like lightning. Rai ripped himself back through the water portal. She shot through the sky above a strange city, and the second she looked down, something vile slammed into her instincts. She didn't find quiet streets. She burst into a brutal square paved so thickly with corpses, it looked like the world had ended. She bent over the lifeless body, and sheer horror slammed into her. The bloody wounds proved it. Those townspeople had turned on each other and slaughtered their own. Danger lunged from behind, and she instantly recognized that familiar water magic. Rai snapped her eyes up toward the sky. Before her, her own sisters hung in silence, black eyes staring, one word trembling on their lips: kill. The girl blinked in disbelief, because the ocean singers weren't just there anymore, they were utterly obsessed. She snarled with pure fury, bracing herself for the hardest fight of her life. Rai bared her teeth and threw herself into a brutal, desperate fight. Meanwhile, chaos erupted inside the Procella hospital. Nurses were screaming as they tried to save the bloodied adventurers. The injured were rushed on stretchers straight into the intensive care unit. That young man sprinted to the injured and demanded to know what monster could have shredded them like that. He let out a heavy breath, stunned to realize it wasn't a monster at all. Gasping for air, he blurted out the truth. He'd been the one who chopped them up. Procel and the steward snapped their eyes wide with pure shock. Zdorovani just couldn't wrap their head around it. How did their friendly team keep interrupting each other like that? He bowed his head, crushed by despair. The moment hit, and suddenly he was back in that dungeon, just after they'd snagged the treasure, laughing like nothing could ruin the high. In the blink of an eye, darkness slammed shut over his consciousness. Rage swallowed his mind, and he started slashing his comrades with no reason at all. Zdorovany yanked Protzel by the lapels, sobbing and begging him to save his friends, no matter the cost. Rai Lai, crumpled after defeat, spread a handful of dark spheres across her palm. She didn't kill the sisters, she drained their cores. She told us the singers could be brought back if their cores stayed unbroken, and she somehow tracked down every last one and gathered them all. Those identical cores got gnawed to nothing by an unstoppable black plague that you couldn't even see through. Protzel barked at the steward to rush and whip up Aura's cleansing potions right now. He went still as the truth hit. This disease was crawling across the world way faster than he ever imagined. Teeth clenched so hard it hurt. The young man snarled. This black mark belonged to a person who should have been dead ages ago. This can't be. He stared at the desecrated core, and pure disgust hit like a punch. Suddenly, a massive white dragon tore out of the sky and crashed onto the city, roaring like the end of the world. Protzel's eyes widened in disbelief as he clocked Stolas standing there. The tear-soaked elf girl lunged into his arms, panic crashing through her like thunder. She was choking on tears, screaming that the mighty Astaroth vanished without a trace, and she couldn't get a single word from him. Protzel's face went deathly pale in an instant. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash tore down from the heavens, swallowing both of them whole. They got dropped into an endless sea of white, like reality vanished and left them staring at nothing. Gray hair hung on the old man standing right in front of them. Protzel felt it instantly. This wasn't just anyone, it was the creator himself standing in front of him. The young man roared with pure rage, blasting him with blame for every bit of this madness. The old man grimly slammed the door on guilt, no matter what. He swallowed his bitterness and admitted the plague had already swallowed the entire world, and he realized it too late. Protzel and Stolas snapped still, eyes wide with shock. "What are you saying?" The young man's jaw dropped. He couldn't process what he'd just heard. Behind the creator, a planet loomed, and when he spoke, his command was clear. He had to cut this world off from everything else. Procella's face went rigid with silent, stomach-dropping terror. The creator leaned over the massive projection of the planet, calm as can be, and calmly declared that this entire world was about to get cut off. Protzel's outrage detonated. He demanded answers right now. The old man stared him down, like he'd seen everything, and basically told him that a genius like him should have cracked it all by now. Rage flickered across Protzel's face, then snapped into razor-sharp, tense awareness. A black stain crawled up in his mind, swallowing the very heart of the ocean singers. "The demon dark lord," he hissed, spitting the words like poison. The creator's pleased nod snapped the guess into place, right as the girl beside him gasped, terrified. She shot the claim down right away, insisting that the deity itself confirmed Black was dead. The old man stroked his beard, locked in his stare, and declared it without a doubt. The enemy was dead for real. No mistake at all. He told me he'd been eyeing Black for ages, and the whole time Black kept hunting for loopholes in the rules of war. The villain plotted a brutal rebirth. He'd rip his soul into the body of the Lord of Demons of Despair. The screen was littered with obstacles, each one daring him to push through. The whole plan crashed in an instant when the Lord of Despair dropped dead out of nowhere. The Black's lifeless body crashed to the ground, gasping with nothing but hatred for the creator. The old man finally snapped, admitting that's when he stopped keeping watch, and that one choice sealed everything. The corpse's face was locked in a ferocious grimace, like pure rage had frozen in place. This colossal hatred ignited every last shred of power in him and exploded outward like a black storm tearing through the sky. Protzel froze, eyes snapping wide in total shock. The core of Black's power was simple and terrifying. He crushed the mind with the darkest emotions until it broke. Now this uncontrollable miasma tore in from the north and swallowed whole cities in its path. The young man's heart slammed with terror as he realized the enemy's dead body kept conquering the world. The Black's consciousness vanished. What stayed behind was nothing but a wild, blind hunger to tear everything apart. Infected people snapped into monsters and tore through everyone without mercy. The earth lay lay drowned in corpses, and this massacre was planned to rage all the way to the end of the world. Procel swallowed hard, silent as the storm before impact. He tried to find the logic behind it, because uncontrolled madness would have seared through the host's body in just a few minutes. Right from behind the old man, a ghostly skull burst into view and told him clear as day that this time madness had no body left to be destroyed. Madness erupted so violently that even the creator himself couldn't rein it in anymore. Behind the deity, 11 new planets erupted into view, and he swore he'd seal the infection before it could ever touch them. The old man's eye narrowed so sharply it felt downright deadly. His giant hand crushed the projection of Earth. Then he decided to wipe out the infection at its source. Procel stared in pure horror as a massive palm crushed down over their home. The creator insisted this warning was actually just a sweet reward for how long that young man kept him entertained. "Make your final moments count," the god said, cold as ice. The girl trembled, stunned beyond belief by what she'd just heard. Procel bowed his head so low that his bangs swallowed his eyes. Blueprints of their brand new city flooded his mind, where monsters and humans finally stopped fighting and started living in peace. Night swallowed his gaze whole, and then the boy's eyes flashed with pure, unstoppable determination. He snapped his eyes up at the deity and swore, with absolute certainty, that he'd never let everything end right here. "I won't let you wipe out this world," he blared, hurling a direct challenge straight at the creator. The old man's figure snapped to pitch black in an instant. His eyes flashed like a predator's, locked and hungry. From the depths of the earth, black tentacles exploded upward, and God's voice boomed, laughing at the audacity. The creator morphed into a towering, many-armed nightmare. Yet Procel didn't even blink, insisting he had zero plans to fight. A towering shadow swallowed them whole, cutting the light out completely. Black tentacles whipped together and tied themselves into one ruthless, solid knot. The monster roared like a prophecy, swearing the young man's first defeat would slam the final end of the world faster. A giant appendage came crashing down with wild flair. Procel lunged out of the way and screamed that the creator was totally wrong. "I'll wipe the black madness off the face of this world," the young man swore, eyes blazing with conviction. He added that once this was done, the deity wouldn't have a single reason left to wipe out the planet. The monster snapped still, squinting hard, and demanded to know if he could truly pull off the impossible. The boy threw himself in front of his friend and swore he'd do anything at all to keep his loved ones safe. His cloak snapped and fluttered through the air like it had a life of its own. Procel slammed his fist shut so hard it popped with a sharp crack. The creator's face snapped back into human form, stretching into a smug, satisfied grin. He shot a finger toward Procel and promised, "One last chance, and then it's over." The elder threw his arms wide and with a ruthless glare warned him, only one day stands between the world and its salvation. With that, the deity demanded a miracle and vanished on the spot, leaving him alone. The girl shouted his name, and the boy barely even heard it. His mind was already replaying everything he'd heard about the North. Fear drained the color from her face. Astaroth's dungeon sat right in front of them. Procel steadied herself, fully trusting Astaroth's power, and demanded help. Fire burned in his eyes as he swore an iron vow to shield the world from the dead demon and even the creator himself. Procel fired that blow from his shoulder, because the Lord of Black's handiwork is the very root of all chaos in the world. Koina snapped that once the enemy was dead, their powers spiraled completely out of control. If they don't fix the problem within a day, the creator won't hesitate. He'll personally wipe out this world with his own hand. Now, the only question left was how to fight that invisible threat, the terrifying power of the Black itself. Old Marco crashed through the door and demanded the Duke take a look at something right now. He slammed the card on the table. Madness is spreading from the north, and the room instantly felt it. Mark told everyone he pinpointed the damaged spots using intel from traders and the city guard. Procol admitted, straight up, that this wasn't some small-time issue, it was serious. On the map, one sharp mark screamed out, the Tower of Dantalion. That hostile anomaly has already smashed its way into the dungeons of Dantalion. That's why those early adventurers snapped, lost their minds, and started swinging at everyone without any target in sight. Prokel drawled that the creator called it plain, blind, posthumous madness. Suddenly, it hit him like a bolt of truth straight to the chest. The boy's eyes bulged with pure, stunned disbelief. Riru was still reeling. Then the creator confirmed the foe was dead until Prokel cut in. Only his body is gone. A colossal phantom still loomed over the world, and the black soul survived like it refused to die. Prokel froze dead, refusing to accept that his own guess might be right. He remembered it clear as day. The enemy never waited a moment, already plotting to shove the soul into the Lord of Despair for a brand new reincarnation. Turns out, Cornyi can rip his soul clean out of his body. Riru's eyes went wide as she blurted, stunned, the body and the soul. Prokel nodded, so that was another weapon in the enemy's vile, twisted play. He insisted there was zero room for error. This was exactly what Chornyi had been aiming for. Kuina clocked it instantly. He wasn't acting on autopilot at all. He was fully aware of every move. She remembered the truth. Spiritual monsters and demons really do exist out there, and right now, black is one of them. Prokel snapped around to Mark, eyes blazing. How do you even kill something like that? Weaklings, Marco barked. Because once you break the body that holds the soul, the spirit won't survive out here for long. Prokel hinted that the spirit could just hop into a brand new shell anytime. Marco, fresh off a life as the undead, swore that souls can't slip into new bodies that easily. To truly disappear into the story, you've got to meet every single strict rule. Usually, spirits don't play around. They bind their victim's body with ruthless magic or nasty rituals. With black, total immersion probably means he fully takes over the target, using his power like a remote control. Prokel couldn't forget Agress, trapped under the enemy's control. He'd been turned into his perfect copy. Riru finally let out a breath of relief when the image snapped into clarity. The enemy just vomited out pure chaos, then clung to infected bodies as a parasite to stay alive. Hyena leaned over the map, eyes locked in, thinking, so the black is lurking somewhere inside this whole affected zone. Riru's fists itched to smash into his face, but before she could do that, she had to track him down. Hyena suddenly snapped still, like the world just hit pause. Two black crows perched on the windowsill, their sharp eyes and watchful ears acting as Dantalion's spies. The bird mimicked its owner's voice, asking in disbelief why anyone would even try to figure out which black it snatched this time. The raven dug its claws into the map. Now it's all about one terrifying question: whose body will end up as its final target? Dantalion warned that control through madness doesn't last, so the enemy can't cling to anyone's body for long. He needs the perfect shell, one that lets him come back to life and truly be reborn. Black and Despair's bodies are already gone, but there's still one last move left. Survival ripped through his soul, slamming him into a fresh purpose, turning everything into chaos and flipping the carriers as he went. Prokel jabbed his finger at the map and flat out declared, black doesn't need Avalon at all. The boy racked his brain, digging through every possible name like it was a lifeline. And right before my eyes, the Lord of Flame, Amon, burst into view. Prokel and Quina went wide-eyed when they realized the enemy had just shifted its sights to him. Kuina blurted that Amon's a perfect match. Then she hit the brakes because there's one problem. She jabbed a sharp reminder into the raven's mind. Amon had been dead for ages. Dantalion didn't hesitate. He calmly gave his agreement, like it was exactly how fate wanted it. But in the end, the flame drank in the power of the Lord of Rebirth and hurled his body back to life. Kuina ground her teeth. Why did it have to hit her right now? The raven rushed to defend himself, blurting that he'd only found out about Black's plan a few minutes ago. Amon's soul vanished with his death, yet somehow they dragged only his body back to life. Even knowing all that, they'd still swear Amon was dead. Prokel gave a bitter smirk at the cruel joke of fate. First the flame lost its soul, then the black lost its body. The raven leaned in and revealed he had one more piece of evidence: solid darkness. Out of the pitch black, the dungeon clawed its way into existence. A sudden, razor-bright flash tore through the night. The sky got ripped open as winged monsters crashed through it. The massive clock strapped to the Dantalion tower just stopped, like the whole city got hit with a sudden silence. Hundreds of monsters whipped through the sky, spiraling in a wild frenzy overhead. Then, bam! Another magical blast tore through the dark and lit everything up. The infected army surged straight up to Dantalion's tower, smashing in just as he'd hidden Amon's body inside. All three froze in shock at that unbelievable news. Dantalion snarled in frustration when those insane monsters stopped tearing each other apart and started clawing to bust through to Flame's body. He clung to his final shred of strength, forcing back the time magic's assault, yet his body still wouldn't move. Dantalion's scream detonated into the air, raw and desperate. A colossal black shadow had already stretched out its claws toward the lifeless Ammon. Prokel had to smash that shell right now and finish off the black for good. The moment the sun popped up, Procel and his squad launched into a full-on charge to crush their way through the dungeon of time. Marco and Stolas were already charging ahead with their own troops, rallying the force to back them up. To keep his hometown safe, Stolas smartly forged copies of his allies and used them to stand guard. Finally, their target burst into view, an enormous dungeon tower looming ahead like a nightmare. Her foothold was crawling with enemies, swarms upon swarms, closing in from every direction. People, monsters, and mad demon lords poured into this place from every corner of the world, all chasing after Ammon's body. Corny had the whole crowd wrapped around his finger. The girls popped the bottles open and blasted golden mist everywhere. The Avalon potion wiped out the infected ocean singers on the spot, like it hit them with instant salvation. The golden apples mix clamped down hard, stopping the filth from spreading any further. The strengthening magic, backed by powerful songs, supercharged that protective barrier until it felt unbreakable. A jet-black familiar bird burst up into the sky straight toward Procel. Stolas told him straight up that he'd frozen time inside the dungeon, all to slam the invasion to a halt. He swore he'd raise the barrier for a split second the moment the squad bursts through to the main entrance. Procel froze for a heartbeat, trying to guess whose face the enemy had decided to wear this time. The bird snapped back with a no, but swore this because Black wants to merge. His current vessel will be waiting right up front near Ammon. Procel slammed his agreement to do it the hard way because there wasn't a single other option left. No matter what happens, you've got to make it to the gates alive. He barked the order, and the attack erupted. She snapped into action in an instant, and her full combat power exploded like a storm. The rest of the squad slammed in. No mercy, no breaks. The devastating attacks ripped the enemies apart so completely they didn't stand a chance. White finally breathed out. This chaos was so out of control that the crowd just barreled forward with zero strategy. In the chaos of battle, one terrifying question hit. Could the possessed ever be dragged back to normal? Procel felt a jolt of hope, then snapped into survival mode the moment the order hit. Suddenly, Marco slammed to a stop, anxiety sparking in his chest. Tenko was grinning like they'd just cracked the code, thrilled that everything was going so smoothly. But right then, the enemy pressure slammed down even harder. Old White understood in a snap. One moment, the crowd was chaotic, and the next, it was charging straight for them. The possessed locked onto the uninfected as their one true threat. The entrance was right there. Then a giant black dragon slammed itself in front of him, blocking the whole way. The girls and Procel were left trembling, absolutely stunned into silence. Astaroth stood perfectly still atop the monster's head. Aura shouted out, clinging to the hope that help had finally arrived. Then something felt seriously wrong the moment it did. The dragon slammed down with savage fury, and the impact ripped across the ground, flinging everything in its path. Procel crumpled to his knees, cursing through clenched teeth because his worst fear had finally come true. Their friend Astaroth was already completely swallowed by the Black's full control. Aura couldn't process what she was seeing. Her eyes refused to believe the truth. Mark choked out his name in terror. White's face twisted as darkness swallowed it. The old demon surged forward, swearing he'd buy every last second for the real rush straight to the gates. Then Procel barked at Marco, "Run to Amon right now." Marco was totally baffled because he couldn't wrap his head around why she had to come too. Vate shot Amon a reminder. He's her old friend, and she'll stay by his side all the way to the end. The girl forced a painful smile and nodded anyway. The old man roared at them to stay alive, then flung himself headfirst into the attack with zero fear. A colossal single magical explosion ripped through space like it had a grudge to settle. A blinding surge of energy ripped the dragon off its course in an instant. Breathless, Procell and Marco sprinted straight for the towering gates. Procell let out a breath of pure relief. Finally, they had made it to the hall. Then, in the blink of an eye, his eyes snapped wide with pure horror. The air got ripped open by a lightning-fast motion. A black shadow tore across the floor like lightning. A brutal strike landed with a sickening thud. The boy clutched the unconscious Amon with both hands, because he was the Black's current vessel. The final showdown kicked off on a barren stone floor, dead silent and waiting for impact. Procell brandished a time-charged dagger, the one weapon that could cut through the possessed. Mark warned that her magic wouldn't last long against Amon's colossal power. Procell knew one thing for sure. The second the Black slipped into a fresh, powerful body, it was game over. Everything would be gone. With a battle cry tearing out of his chest, he launched forward like a missile. The blade slammed into the enemy's guard, and Black refused to let victory slip away. The dagger skittered out of reach, and precious time kept vanishing in the blink of an eye. In pure panic, Tienko screamed from the doorway, begging Marco to end Amon, right there instead of going after Procell. Marco's brain went blank. Pure shock hit him like a truck. She lifted the sword with shaky nerves, and as pain and exhaustion crushed her, she clamped her eyes shut tight. Meanwhile, the enemy snapped onto Procell and clamped a dead-tight grip around his throat. Mark bowed her head so low her hair fell over her face, like she was disappearing from the world. Sobbing uncontrollably, she wailed that she couldn't strike because Amon still had her heart. Right at that instant, a towering column of black fire blasted out of his massive body. The enemy flashed a wicked grin because she'd just made a brutal blunder, mistaking him for her beloved. After the merger was sealed, black surged through Amon's body. Then Amon burst into a mad grin and declared, "I'm back." Space itself got ripped open by a devastating explosion. A massive dragon towered overhead, casting a deadly shadow as the Duke lay weakened beneath it. It was Astaroth, the mighty lord of demons himself, and the one trump card that crushed everything, the Imperial Dragon, Caesar. The Duke's new S-rank power still couldn't save the day, and that realization crushed him. He whipped his head back, and that's when he realized the true nightmare hadn't even started yet. Stolas slumped on the ground, his spirit completely shattered, like every ounce of fight had just vanished. Her adoptive father, driven to madness by Black, now stood right in front of her, and he was an enemy. Right then, a monster lunged at the girl from behind, crashing into her out of nowhere. The Duke blurted out a desperate shout, like his world was collapsing in real time. The dragon's furious beam blasted the monster into ash, just a heartbeat before the strike even landed. Stolas snapped her eyes open, and there was Astaroth, the one who saved her, and it hit her like a punch. A raging dragon snarled a brutal warning. Nobody was allowed to lay a finger on the girl. Suddenly, the dragon let out a ragged gasp because the Black's madness was clawing its way back into him. Astaroth swallowed his dread and admitted the Black's madness had taken over his mind completely. No salvation left. None. The table suddenly went ghost white. The Duke sat stiff as stone, silent with tension burning under his skin. The dragon lurched and swayed, gearing up to slam down its verdict. Complete darkness. Stolas, kill me. The command tore through the air. Astaroth seized her attention and demanded she kill him, then claim the throne as the new emperor of dragons. The girl couldn't stop shaking. This rare power only gets handed down when the last holder dies. She choked back tears and begged, "Please, tell me there's gotta be another way, because I can't fight my own father." Stolas pleaded with him to hang on because Procell was about to smash the Black and break the curse. The dragon's eye snapped wide in agony as its inner struggle tore it apart. He grunted through his fear, screaming that victory won't even happen. Stolas will rip his fangs out first, so Stolas has to swing, fight, and end him right now. Astaroth's voice turned ice cold as he said his time was almost over. Then he revealed he'd already planned to hand the title to her. And the crazy part? Everything's about to hit sooner, and it's going to to be way more brutal than before. He screamed that after tasting her real power, dying was the only paternal wish left in him. Stolas choked on a sob as tears of pure despair streamed down his cheeks. The Duke stepped forward, and the moment she felt it, she knew this burden was way too heavy to carry by herself. He leaned in and asked if she'd mind letting him lend a hand, to honor Astaroth's final will the way it deserves. That's the least they could do for him. Stolas wiped the tears off her face like she was cutting a wound shut. Her eyes hardened, and she made her choice, no turning back. Shoulder pressed to the Duke's, she tore into the battlefield to take on her own father. Meanwhile, the hall rang with the Dark Lord's wild laughter as he just brutally tossed Procel aside. A raven burst into the room like a streak of midnight. A monocled man in a haze of smoke desperately strained to shout to someone like the words might be swallowed before they ever reached them. Tears spilling down her face, the fox girl Marco shot the Black Lord a trembling question. Was he really Amon? He shot her a shocked look, asking what on earth she had to do with it. His eyes narrowed, ice cold, as he finally clocked what was really going on. He snapped right into her plan, smugly showering her with praise for helping bring him back from the dead. Marco burst into tears, then begged for forgiveness, because back then he couldn't save him. A predatory grin slithered across the Black's face. He leaned in and urged her to wipe the slate clean and begin again. The Procel exploded into a blood-curdling scream, pleading with Marco not to fall for the Dark Lord's lies. The Black barked at him to shut up, then watched as dark energy swirled into a crushing sphere in his hand. A brutal explosion ripped through the crowd, and Marco barely clung to his feet as the shockwave slammed into him. Blood poured as Procel realized the truth. This wasn't just power, it was the blazing force of the real Ammon, the one who created lords and then erased them. Black stared at his own hands, and pure disgust burned through him. With his fist clenched, he admitted it, this perfect flame weighed nothing on his body at all. He was so sure that the moment he ended Procel, he'd steal his creation power too, and then finally go toe-to-toe with the creator himself. This is the end, Procel, he growled, cutting through every last hope. The soldier could barely keep himself upright, while the enemy lined up a strike meant to end him. Gasping for breath, the young man croaked, "I'll outsmart the creator again. I won't let this world end." The Black stretched out his hand and demanded, with ice-cold authority, that he become the cornerstone of a brand new world. Suddenly, Marco hurled himself forward, throwing his body in front to shield Procel. Corny froze mid-step, staring in shock. He shot an irritated question at her, demanding to know what she was doing. The girl shrugged and said, "Let it all stand because the winner's already decided." But Chorny was dead set on one thing. He demanded to kill Protzlia to seize absolute power. Rage exploded in him. She picked some other guy over Amon, even though she was the one who let him come back from rebirth in the first place. Marco shuddered with pure horror, then blurted, "Am I really about to do this to her again?" She dropped to her knees, pain ripping through her. Protzel mattered too much for her to let his death kill her too. The raven spiraled in frantic loops, while the girl's heart thrashed with doubts, pounding out of control. One wrong move, and it could all end in tragedy for everyone. Corny shot his hand out toward her again. The deer tiptoed over the shattered stones, stepping with careful precision. He shot up with fierce resolve and declared he wanted to keep living with Marco. But if there's no way out, then he's willing to die right here, no hesitation. The memories of every girl he swore to protect lit a fire in him, and they shoved him back into the fight. A black horse blared a sharp neigh, yanking Marco's gaze, and making him realize the boy was ready to die without hesitation. He convinced her that defending Procel was pointless if he himself wasn't terrified of death. Right then, a raven shrieked out of nowhere and snapped Marco into opening his eyes. The monocle-wearing man barked that her feelings for Amon aren't love at all. They're just frantic obsession clawed out of some ancient guilt. He demanded she face the truth and confess to herself who she's really thinking about right now. The goal loomed right there, and he was wrecked, yet still willing to burn his life for it. Don't get it twisted, who you choose to walk into the future with is everything, the ally hissed, voice cracking under the strain. Marco's eyes snapped wide with sheer shock when the truth finally hit him. She choked the words out, and right then, time seemed to lock up and stop dead. Astaroth threw down a brutal gauntlet at the new generation. If they wanted to wear the title Emperor of Dragons, they had to crush her, and then somehow bring down the unbeatable Caesar. Stolas didn't pause for for a heartbeat. She snapped her command to the dragon Enril, demanding he pour out every last drop of his power. A savage blast of wind slammed into the enemy like a punch, but Duke realized too fast that no ordinary wind could ever punch through Caesar's light barrier. In the blink of an eye, the Duke twisted into something else and slammed an attack from behind, wreathed in the breath of darkness. Caesar just sneered as he lazily unfurled his shield for protection. A blinding explosion ripped straight through the battlefield, like the world just snapped in half. The Duke vanished in a blur and rocketed straight into the blind spot before anyone could even react. The enemy snapped into action and seared the space in an instant with a brutal beam of light. Stolas and Duke barely scraped past it, narrowly dodging on Enril's back. The Duke clenched his teeth. No matter how hard he pushed enhanced rebirth magic, they were still getting crushed in raw power. Stolas leaned in and watched the opponent like a hawk, reading every move. She stumbled onto Caesar's biggest secret. This guy was always locked in a berserker rampage. The Duke froze in terror. This power would shred any dragon's mind, no matter who they were. Stolas made it clear, the real power of the Emperor wasn't the effect at all. It was the power to shut it down. The Duke remembered that old warning how you can get swallowed by madness and never find your way back. The girl snapped out a brutal truth. Charging Caesar head-on is straight-up suicide. She clenched her fist and snapped, switching tactics on the spot. Turns out the enemy's power had a second pillar, and it was that blazing magical aura of light. Stolas realized this magic could supercharge his attacks, toughen his defense, or rocket his speed, but you never see them all at once. She figured out Duke's strike had the power to smash straight through the barrier, and Enril's speed could match the enemy's light wings. Everything clicked, just like the plan promised. Both dragons shot into the sky, locking Caesar in a flying ring as they soared. Astaroth shot the question upward. Was this truly all they had left? The Duke's eye twitched hard, like the tension was crawling under his skin. With grim resolve, he vowed to never quit until the very last moment. Enril suddenly dropped into a brutal, steep dive straight at Caesar. Stolas lined it up so perfectly that double strike hit like a trap snapping shut. The trap snaps shut if the enemy cages up in defense. The Duke shatters the shield, but if he tries to dodge, Enril lunges in and hits. Caesar chose to erase them with one light breath, and the Duke, fighting fate, stepped in to take the hit for them. Two raw energies collided so violently, they rattled the very heavens. The Duke groaned through gritted teeth, and under the beam's crushing weight, he slowly broke. Caesar snapped to it in an instant. This head-on collision gave him zero time to flip his aura into defense. Meanwhile, the beaten Duke took a stone to the head and crumpled to the ground as his opponent secretly reveled in the win. Enril seized the opening and came down hard from above, smashing straight into Dharma. The enemy desperately clawed at the light barrier, trying to lift it back up before it shut them out. Enril tightened his dead grip around Enril's neck. Caesar's breath caught in pure shock. They slammed into the abyss together, tumbling like a wrecking ball. Caesar snapped that Enril had set him up to crash too, then steadied himself and leaned on the raw power of his shield. But the Duke was already down there, waiting like a storm that refused to miss its cue. The enemy finally understood the deception was real, and they still forced him to stumble straight into a deadly trap on purpose. Astaroth roared at Caesar to ditch the defense right now and flee using the wings of light. The barrier vanished, and Stolas flashed a wicked smile as he gave the command to strike. Enril blasted the enemy at point-blank range with a furious burst of wind magic. The Duke slammed his breath of darkness into the air, and Caesar got zero chance to fight back. Instead of giving in to despair, Astaroth snapped and started laughing like a maniac because she was cornered and she hit her true awakening. A sickly, star-filled aura exploded around Caesar, blasting everyone backward like a shockwave. Stolas realized the end was here, and Astaroth unleashed a double berserker straight into the fight. A blinding column of energy detonated forward, wiping out everything it touched. As the smoke finally thinned, battered Caesar collapsed to his knees. Astaroth burst into loud laughter, admitted she was completely beaten, and declared right there that they were the new emperors. Space got swallowed by a non-stop wave of blinding light. Stolas pressed her gratitude into Astaroth's hands, thanking her for being a real mother to her. A brutal beam crashed down from the heavens and slammed into the girl like lightning. The Dragon Emperor's magic surged through her like lightning, and an ancient emblem burned burned itself into her eye. She swore soul deep to rise as the demon lord and never, ever cheapen the name. Enril and Duke's colossal shadows crashed and roared behind her like a living storm. Stolas beamed as she glanced back at her loyal dragons, proud as hell. She praised their flawless work, and Duke shot her a respectful bow like he was trying to honor every word. Suddenly, the old dragon's eyes widened. Stolas bounced back to sanity faster than anyone could have imagined after the battle. He froze solid, because the Emperor's emblem was blazing in his very own eyes. Stolas grinned because they'd won together. The mighty power finally got split and shared between the two of them. Just as their joy was roaring, a fox ally burst in and shouted, "The war isn't over yet." The Duke and Stolas wasted zero time. They banded together and rushed out to help anyone in trouble. The girl's face hardened, eyes locked in, full of deadly focus. In the storm of her thoughts, she only begged Procel, "Please, just hang on a little longer." The moment snapped. Now we were staring down an empty stone corridor, dead quiet and stretching forever. The target went still, like a soft apology had just landed on his shoulders behind him. The white-haired girl stared at him, and you could feel the pain spilling out of her eyes. "Forgive me, Procel." Those were her final words, as the eclipse swallowed the sky. Three figures stood in the center of a shattered white wasteland, like the world had just exploded around them. Procel and Amon locked eyes and started a silent war, burning each other with nothing but their stares. Tears streamed down Marco's face as she blurted out, "I can't afford to lose a single one of you." The target froze, completely stunned. She finally confessed that this whole time she'd been playing the role of his mother. At the worst possible second, her heart ripped in two, torn between the man from her past and the one who'd saved her right in front of her. "Are you really gonna be disappointed in me?" she whispered, her fist clenching weakly like it couldn't hold the hope anymore. Amon's face twisted in pure, boiling rage. "An ugly woman," he snarled, like the words tasted bitter. He swung for a brutal knockout, vowing to smash Procel's pride and snatch Marco by force. His gaze flashed like a predator's. If she wasn't his, she was dead. Marco shut her eyes tight, quietly giving in as death came from the hands of her former lover. A shot cracked through the air. Procel's bullet ripped Ammon's shoulder to bloody shards. The Dark Lord screamed through unbearable agony. Procel barked sharply at Marco to shut up, because that nonsense talk had to stop right now. He suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders, and he took the blame for her doubts, like it was his to carry. "Just watch this time, I'll make you forget him," the boy shouted. The girl yelped, flinched hard, and immediately looked away. She confessed it. She once loved Amon, and then she murdered him herself, with her own hands. Now guilt tightened its grip and demanded payment. Procel locked eyes with her, leaning in as he demanded, "Tell me, do you still love me or not?" Marco's eyes went wide, stunned by the curveball of a question. The boy snapped back, "This isn't love. It's just a fake ache born from that old guilt." The girl froze in shock as the truth about herself hit her like a punch. In the blink of an eye, inspiration slammed into her like lightning. The Procel reminded her she'd already paid for her guilt, the moment she swallowed death with nothing but thoughts of the flame. But then she caught her breath and flipped everything with a brand new choice. She threw herself into rebirth, choosing a brand new life right there beside him. "It's time to move on," he declared, like there was no turning back. He softly urged her to drop the painful past and finally let herself feel real happiness. Procel stood tall and promised that he and his whole city would do anything, everything, for her smile. Her eyes quivered with fear. Relief hit her like a wave, and hot tears streamed down her cheeks. I'll be able to move forward," she finally managed to breathe it out. Amon ground his teeth, helpless rage burning in his chest. He dropped to his knees, choking out cries of betrayal after all those years. His face twisted into a crazed grin, and he snapped right back to threatening everyone. But Procel cut him off coldly, saying, "What's right in front of you isn't flame, it's the imposter Black." The boy snapped that this creature is just the root of Marco's suffering, so there's no reason to waste your time listening to it. The girl finally spun toward Procel and gave in, straight up agreeing with him. She finally understood it. Her real Ammon was gone long ago, and apologizing to this body would only cheapen everything his memory meant. With pure determination burning in her eyes, she stepped forward like she had no choice. "If you want to break free from the past, you've got to destroy the Black." She clenched her fist so hard it shook, vowing to give the the flame's soul eternal peace at last. Mark leaned in and begged Procel to finally crush all of this for good. Rage fueled the imposter as he launched into the air, ready to burn them both to ash. Marco unleashed a brutal surge of power, then activated the awakening and morphed into a towering giant beast. But the enemy only laughed. Sure, her power couldn't stand a chance against his primal fire. A sharp flash slices through the air like a strike of lightning. Procel shot back with total confidence. It's never going to happen. Marco the beast snapped its jaws and bared vicious teeth straight at the enemy, pure menace in every growl. The projectile slammed into the ground, and right on cue, it triggered its own awakening. Black reeled back in pure shock. His flame got snuffed out in an instant, and Marco's aura started surging like it had gone feral. After her rebirth, they laid it out clear. She didn't just become the demon lord, she got folded straight into his monster legion, as if she was always meant to be there. And that's when his awakening kicks in, multiplying her power like crazy, again and again. The Black One shrieked in wild panic, staring as Marco shot up in size, faster than it could process. Her beastly shape ballooned into something monstrous, towering over the city tower until it looked small. Below them, the spectators went dead silent, faces frozen in pure shock. Nobody could wrap their heads around it. This colossal titan was literally their Mrs. Marco. The imposter cringed in terror as the giant maw swallowed the space in front of it. In the end, the real Lord of Demons burned down to ash right after his age finally ran out. Mark couldn't forget that moment. It still burned with bitterness. And right then, her massive avatar snapped its jaws open and poured a pulse of terrifying power straight into the air. The Black One panicked, sensing the deadly mana volume closing in. A rampaging beam tore free and obliterated everything in its path. Space itself shuddered as a jaw-dropping roar erupted, then a blinding white flash slammed through everything. The soldier let out a shaky breath of relief and stared across the battlefield, finally cleared and quiet. Then, out of nowhere, his eyes snapped to something moving in the sky. Ammon's body couldn't take the hit, but that clump of black soul refused to die and surged forward full force. A dark shadow suddenly exploded forward, straight at Procel. Mark screamed like his life depended on it, but the black spike still drove straight through the boy's chest. The second the black soul fused with him, Procel's consciousness dropped straight into endless darkness. A smiling blonde woman, cloaked in a hood, materialized from the void right in front of him. He dived into her memories, and the fate of the real world teetered on a knife edge. A memory clawed its way out of the empty darkness. Forrest beamed at Barum, swearing he'd take him under his wing and become his mentor. He was a C-rank Lord of Obsession, strong enough to steamroll the weakest monsters and not much else. The boy refused to quit. His eyes stayed locked on one goal, boosting his status at the coming banquet. Sudden, warm hands landed on his shoulders like a surprise wave. Her soft smile lit a spark of hope in everyone's heart. Forrest genuinely praised his dungeon-building wins, and Barum couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Her steady care did more than comfort him. It hooked him hard, and he tumbled into love with no way back. For a moment, everything felt peaceful. Forrest, being the S-rank mistress of gemstones, put her and them on a straight collision course. At the banquet, the fantasy of equality cracked wide open, and everyone's fair mask fell in an instant. The mighty A-ranked skeleton slammed him onto the table and snatched the chance to trade medals, refusing to swap with that worthless nobody. Crushed by oppression, they slumped beside the fountain and stared at their doom, trapped in the sick reality of being someone's food. Rage was burning in my chest over a world where the strong stole everything, and the weak were left to just suffer. Suddenly, more C-rank outcasts closed in on them and demanded they join forces. Forrest agreed with a grin, clueless that these brand new friends were about to be dragged into something far more brutal than he could imagine. Their fragile alliance barely had a second to breathe before a brutal monster with an axe zeroed in on them. The Lord of Torment, Barris, stood in their way, an absolute beast, way too strong for their little crew to handle. But Barum cracked the plan, and then chose not to take on the fight alone. Barris is dead. Hollow eyes went wide. Pure shock slammed into him. He got killed by merciless people long before the real war even kicked off. Barum slammed possession onto the human soldiers, and their hatred snapped straight onto a terrifyingly powerful demon. The whole force has been shaken. Something is seriously wrong. A blazing pillar of light tore down down from the heavens like the sky itself had cracked open. Electric energy crackled in the air, buzzing like it was about to explode. Right in front of the stunned Barum, the old creator burst into view through the blazing light. The old creator eyed the weak demon's trick with approval, then swore he'd pay him back with a reward. Barama got swallowed by a blinding burst of rebirth, like the world itself was igniting. The A-rank Dark Lord is already stepping out of the light, and it's terrifying. Once he mastered the power to command shadows, he finally stood ready to protect Forus with everything he had. Space started to warp and melt into one blurry, sickening mess. The best part? His talent for getting obsessively locked in never vanished a single bit. He grinned hard, already picturing Forus's face lighting up at the news. Fueled by fresh resolve, he charged straight for her castle. Her warm smile lit up his whole heart. Barum sprinted up to the walls, grinning like he'd just spotted his next big win. And he froze because a foreign demon was already torching the entrance, ready to smash the crystal and steal the power of Forus. It was fiery Amon who stormed in to kill her because she carried the gift meant for his beloved. Darkness slammed over his eyes. Barum screamed in pure despair as the killer kept laughing like it was the funniest thing in the world. The fiery demon just shrugged, smirking as he said the weak weren't worth anything, just meant to be devoured. Blood spilled from Barum's bitten lip as he murmured a chilling verdict about this world. One step forward, and it hit him like a punch. The root of all evil wasn't just people, it was the whole rotten system of ranks. A massive army of people packed the ground in front of him, shoulder to shoulder, waiting on his next move. The moment the plan clicks, it instantly ripens into something ready to strike. He shattered through thousands of minds, forging an army that was ready to take down the ruthless rulers. His black eyes flared with savage resolve, determined to forge the perfect world for Forus. Months later, the cocky Amon threw caution to the wind and struck a secret alliance because he was determined to win his beloved Marco. He snapped up the offer to betray his allies with zero hesitation. Amon admitted with a cold grin that he only keeps friends to control them, and the moment danger shows up, he's ready to dump them without a second thought. As his anger surged, he roared that he was going to forcefully take the girl. Suddenly, the other guy yanked himself backward hard, narrowly dodging the deadly hidden magic trap buried in the floor. The illusion crumbled away, and rage surged through Amon as he finally realized he'd been talking to Barum this whole time. The Lord of Darkness spoke with icy calm, vowing to wipe out the very system holding this world together. And the first move will get rid of the ones who prey on the helpless, those who profit off weak lives and throw stones at others suffering. The shadows lunged forward like they meant business. The lights died in an instant. The fog swallowed everything whole. The punch ripped straight through the void. Silence. The memory dripped away, second by second, until it was gone. Procell fought for air, staring like his mind couldn't even process this alien black mass. Now it all clicked. Every single motive behind the enemy's moves made perfect sense. Barum's blackened soul clung on and lunged toward Procell like her presence pulled it in by sheer force. Procell clutched the silver pocket watch so hard his knuckles went tight. Dantalion's artifact locked time tight as a vault, stopping the possession dead in its tracks before it could ever slip into the body. Barum's stomach dropped as he realized his victory over that clock was nothing but a trick of the wind. A soul trapped in a bodiless void will fade away for good. Procell stared his enemy down, no hate in his chest. He just couldn't deny how terrifyingly alike they were. He started at rock bottom too, and if someone dared to steal his one true love, he'd still ignite the world. Through all that rage over his friend's suffering, Procell finally got what Barum was feeling. His dungeon turned into a whole city where every single person could finally chase and feel real happiness. Between the weak and the strong, there wasn't a chasm, just freedom wide open. Their tactics were wildly different, but one truth stayed locked in: same goal, no matter what. So he calmly told the enemy to back off, took the fight onto himself, and finally let himself rest. As the darkness finally crumbled away, it handed its future straight to the Lord of Creation. Barum's final breath ripped into the sky, vanishing into thick smoke. Suddenly, right behind Procell, a fox snapped in shock and gasped as if it hadn't expected to find him there. He stared at the sunlit horizon and felt it hit him. This battle was finally over. Beneath the full moon, the Lord of Demons' palace loomed, dark, towering, and utterly unstoppable. In a lavish hall, a hungry crowd of demons packed in, ready to feast like it was the biggest celebration of their lives. Suddenly, a blinding flash ripped the space itself wide open. A blinding wave of light surged through the hall. Procel stepped onto the stage, and the crowd exploded into applause, roaring as they welcomed their great lord. Procel tossed it off, like I'm not even two yet, but Quina grinned and snapped him back because he'd just been named the new god of this world. The old creator burst into joyful applause, hands slapping with pure happiness. He admitted he couldn't stop the Blacks' invasion on his own, yet Procel shattered fate, saved the world, and earned that gift with everything. In the old woman's hands, a heavy magical book snapped into existence. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "The Book of God," and thrust the artifact into Procel's hands, claiming him as the new ruler who would command the cosmos from that day on. The woman casually dropped, "I've already left this world once," and you could tell she was dying to see what the new era looks like. The Procel took the artifact with real honor, and the old god leaned in to declare that every decision would be left in his hands. Protzel went totally still and quietly faced his comrades. The lights snapped off. Now Procel stood tall in front of that crowd of demons, confidence blazing as he prepared to deliver his speech. He remembered the moment he chose to build a city where everyone could breathe easy and smile. His eyes darkened and his heart sank, because nobody wants to watch the people they love die. Koina grinned and blurted out that hundreds of demon lords were already clawing to get into the Procel alliance, despite the fact that the alliance didn't even exist yet. Protzel blared at the top of his lungs, vowing he'd forge a world where happiness belonged to everyone. It's brutal, but he refuses to back down. He chased the chance to rescue other rulers from the abyss of hatred and sorrow, because if he could save even one, it was worth everything. From now on, wars will turn into fair, no cheating tournaments, and the mage Dantalion will rewind time after every single battle. And yeah, that abyss lurking in the demon ranks can't be ignored. But the era of crushing the weak is finally over. Lower ranks can go back to doing their jobs with no fear of the strong hanging over them. They'll get the power to run tiny dungeons and rake in even more medals. And get this, everyone finally gets a shot at being reborn and leveling up to a higher rank. Dantalion leaned in and listened as Procel pitched a wild escape plan. Drop your rank on purpose if the power hits too hard. And for anyone chasing his path, Protzel vowed he'd personally spill the secrets of urban planning. And there was a third route too. Just swallow your pride, clock in, and go to work. Like a once powerful ruler, now smiling as he kneads dough and bakes bread in his very own bakery. He wasn't trying to change the world. He was trying to rewrite the laws of reality itself. He clenched his fist hard, yelling for everyone to lock arms and unite their forces. His hands snapped up. The crowd erupted into pure ecstatic chaos, ready to start forging this brand new world right now. Procel's eyes burned with pure, unshakable determination. From a distance, a warrior stared at the triumph and silently begged his fallen friend Baram to answer. Could he finally see the dawn of a whole new era? The moment the speech cut off, Dantalion slid in spouting praise, and Procel blurted out, shaking hard, that his legs were still trembling. Stolas flashed a warm, encouraging grin, like he was daring him to keep going. She shot him a playful wink and swore her mighty army of winds would back him up every step of the way. Dantalion shot a sly squint, mumbling that he wasn't exactly used to helping friends. He spun around without warning, bolted for business, and left Procilia utterly stunned. Right when Protzlia stepped back home, the maid Kina burst in to greet him with pure, joyful excitement. Rorono, as always, was buried in his drawings, yet he still straight-facedly told everyone the master was being waited on. Aura lounged beside a giant tiger while Duke, cradling a baby in his arms, gently urged Procel to finally take a break. The local superstar, Rillier, already blasted the whole town with one message: tonight's evening concert is happening, and everyone better show up. Someone warned that trying to build a whole city while also reshaping the world at the same time is asking for disaster. The target just froze, right there in the middle of everything. He replied softly, but made it crystal clear he'd carry the weight all the way to the end, because it was right here that he won the most valuable connections. Procell beamed at Marcosius and asked, "Will you help me?" She smiled and promised, with heart in her voice, "I'll always be right here." The entire company stomped through the roaring streets of their own creation. Protzel flashed a grin so bright it practically lit the whole place. Right ahead of them loomed the colossal Avalon, a city that was exploding into the world's new heartbeat.